Thank you. Please be seated. Request Dr. S. Sundar, Director, Gnanam School of Business, to present the welcome address.
Dr.R. Srinivasan Iyengar, Director, Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies. Dr.R. Purushothaman, Head, Learning and Development Jio. Mr. Jeeva Balakrishnan, Senior Vice President, Reliance Retail. Respected Chairman of Gnanam School of Business, Sri H.P. Selvaraj. Our CEO, Dr. S.P.S. Haruldas. Faculty members from our institution as well as other institutions, and students who have joined us from other B schools, faculty and staff of GSB, and my dear students. Good morning to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Srinivasan Iyengar, Director, Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management, Mumbai, Dr.R. Purushothaman, Jio, and Mr. Jeeva Balakrishnan, Reliance Retail, on behalf of everyone associated with GSB, to Nexus 2023, our HR one-day conclave on the changing dynamics of the modern workforce. My sincere thanks to Dr. Srinivasan for his unstinted support to us and for readily agreeing to deliver the keynote address. I welcome Dr. R. Purushothaman, Head L&D Jio Mumbai, and thank him for honoring us with his presence as our chief guest of Nexus 2023 today and to speak on managing gig workforces. I extend a warm welcome to Mr. Jeeva Balakrishnan, Senior Vice President and Chief Talent Officer, Reliance Retail Mumbai, for the forenoon session on quiet quitting. It is indeed our privilege to have two distinguished and senior HR professionals all the way from Mumbai with us here today to share their views about contemporary HR challenges and practices. I welcome our respected Chairman, Sri S.P. Selvaraj, our CEO, Dr. S.P.S. Haruldas, faculty from our team and from other B schools to this conference. I'm happy to note that students have turned out in large numbers to attend this conference and update their knowledge about industry through the sessions and deliberations that will be happening today. Organizations in the past were focused on challenges like revenue, competition, and vagaries of the economy. Human resource, HR, was seen as just another function. The pandemic showcased the capabilities of HR to handle large-scale business interruptions. They responded magnificently to bring about a digital transformation and get employees to work remotely. It was business as usual from homes. HR has proved that they help realize business goals and not just HR goals. Today, more than ever, organizations are realizing that the HR function must be viewed as a strategic business partner. Keeping up with the pace of digital transformation is a significant challenge faced by HR because they have gone ahead with integrating the latest digital technologies across the businesses. This has not only brought out powerful business opportunities, but has also created challenges and skill gaps for the current workforce. For an organization to stay competitive, it must have the workforce with the right skills to be productive, innovative, and ultimately they must drive revenue. The drive to digital has made it imperative that employees must learn new skills and acquire the competencies needed not only for today's work environment, but also for the future. HR professionals are redefining work by redefining the way you work, by placing people at the center of the now changed workplaces. The return to normalcy from COVID has brought its own challenges. HR does understand that employee experience and career growth are important to employees. Career pathways that employees are seeking are, however, less clear now that the work experience is changing. Career options are less visible with less time in their offices. Current skills are becoming obsolete and employees aren't prepared for future roles. To top it all, employees feel current options don't meet their needs as they rethink their role of work in their life. Work has fundamentally changed because the pandemic and the larger social issues, and so have people's expectations of employee experience. Fostering relationships between managers and employees is critical for employee performance in the workplace. Work from home has made employees become accustomed to this newfound freedom of not being supervised. Today, phygital seems to be here to stay as organizations grapple with options of return to work, remote work, or hybrid. This presents new challenges for HR leaders to create best fit careers for employees and to look for new and radical ways to engage with their employees, upskill them, retain them, and get them to contribute productively to the growth of their organizations. We have a galaxy of academicians and corporate thought leaders today in HR at our conclave to explore all this in the changing dynamics of the modern workforce. They will be sharing their views on the challenges faced by HR and the steps that they feel they have to take to lay the groundwork for the future of organizations and to enable the success of workforces. I am confident that all of us present here will have important takeaways from their presentations and interactions. I take this opportunity to once again welcome all of you to Nexus 2023 at Gnanam School of Business and wish you all a great day of learning. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Currently, he is the director and professor with coveted Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, JBIMS, Mumbai. He serves as a visiting professor with IIM Indore and Sambalpur in the streams of strategy and international business. He is having rich and wide experience in teaching, research, strategic consulting with reputed names in retail. He is currently serving as advisory and editorial board member in prestigious journals like BGRF, BRMR, ABRM, JDR, and so on. He has published case studies with coveted Ivy and guided more than 11 PhD students under the affiliation of Mumbai University. Also, it's a happy and cherishing fact that he is our son of the soil, Manin Mainda. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome Sri Dr.R. Srinivasan Iyengar, Director and Professor JBIMS, to deliver his keynote address and declare the opening of conclave.
At the outset, it's my pleasure, privilege, and an honor to be here, and sincere gratitude to chief guest. Almost everybody is a guest in this auspicious event, as well as invited faculty member and students. I'm happy to be here in this institute because of a couple of reasons. Because we are discussing in the morning how this institute can able to add value. Because today, wherever we talk about, I always talk about how the organization add value. Because today, if we talk about that, organization himself is changing, because change is the one thing remain constant, which always keep on changing. The businesses which is happening in today, if we talk about the history of starting from 17th century to till today, Schumpeter theory of innovation talks about, and earlier the life cycle of the industry is almost 80 years, 70 years, and keep on reducing. Today, it is less than 2 decades. If we talk about that trend, I don't want to talk about how many phases, how many industries, how it has changed overall, but I would like to talk about the change which happened in last 20 years. And today, if we talk about the world-class companies, probably 20 years before, they are not in the top 10 companies in the world-class list. And so-called the companies which is world-class in the list, some of the company became bankrupt. Something you feel something different, how that industry is changing a lot. Today, what's happening is, I do teach the subject on how to reinvent your business model. And today, what's happening is the businesses need to be reinvented. The competition happening at an unequal power, which is not happening at equal power. For an example, today, if we are fighting with the equal competition, we know how to compete. But today, competition happening from unequal powers, unequal source. That means, today, Oyo Rooms is competing with Tata's. The Tata builds the strength on the core values, which is a physical property, physical infrastructure, everything we can able to check physically how it is. But today OYO does or Airbnb does everything virtual. But in reality, that what OYO grows in last 2 decades is highest. In fact, that what Tata to start a Ginger Hotel 40 rooms, which it takes for almost started from idea generation to commercialization. The entire process takes at least bare minimum of 2 to 3 years, but that has been done in 1 day. When today, that's what you can see how the businesses became absolute agile in nature. Today businesses are absolutely agile and they are could able to compete, because today businesses become very challenging. Today we talk about VUCA world, right? VUCA, you must be heard that, right? That VUCA, and today we can call tuna, Bani, these are all the jargons quietly used in the businesses. How to manage your businesses with this current environment? I can give hundreds of examples today how the business were changing. In fact, last 4 months I could able to train 1800 bankers. I was interacting with level 6 and 7. I could used to do that exercise in front of the GMs, AGMs. If I ask you the question, it maybe became irrelevant, but just by curiosity, I always used to do this. How many people have bank account? I must be everyone. Can you raise your hands? Fantastic. Now I will ask the question. You can see that hardly 4 or 5 people may raise their hands. How many people been to your branch physically more than 3 times in last 1 month? Not even a single. And today what's happening is, today everywhere we talk about India has become youngest nation, we are going to be the highest GDP, everything is fact. But I'm talking about the business perspective. These are all the real bankers. Now you have a banking account. You are not going to do physical banking. Today the entire physical banking, which is 1200 square feet with 2 cash counter, with 6 employees with 1200 square feet, is going to replace by that 6.5-inch phone. But if we ask you the question, how frequently you are using banking account? Almost every day. Now that is the challenge in HR you have to issue. How we are going to future is changing. Are we going to equip ourselves to manage the future? HR is all about a fantastic topic what we talk about. Human resources. That organization what we talk about, because the skill what we require. Yesterday when you were traveling, we were wondering in that aircraft from Mumbai to, that Chennai. That air hostess job today became a salesman job. Earlier it was supposed to be that service oriented. But today they are selling a product at 35,000 feet, sandwich for 300 rupees, and they know how to manage the cash. They know how to sell. Because all low cost airlines, they have to sell, they have to make the business. And if you are HR, how are you going to address these challenges? Because we have to, the skill what you require for yesterday's business may not be relevant today. Because yesterday we used to have a hot coffee, but today people prefer cold coffee. Yesterday ice cream were cold, but today we kept ice cream as a brownie, hot ice creams. And today customers preferred. Yesterday the apparel what we used to wear is a fantastic cloth. But today what we are using, ripped jeans. Nothing right or wrong. Please understand. I always say in a business, there is nothing right or wrong in the business. Because what you say yesterday might be relevant, today became irrelevant. Whatever you say today relevant, tomorrow it possibly will become irrelevant. So how are you going to use your human resource to equip with the present? When ChatGPT came, generative pre-trained transformer could able to get the customer in 5 days. 1 million customer, highest in the history, which Zoom took 3 years. Maybe Netflix took almost 6 years. Before COVID, post-COVID, you can see how the challenges. How are you going to equip to stay the future? That's what we used to say, that in HR, we have to train the today's people by using their capability and strength for today. How to manage today's business. And we have to predict and we have to see what can be them, groom them for tomorrow's business. If it is a banking, that's why I told you, the future banking is going to become virtual banking. The earlier days, the strength of the bank is all about physical, but today it's become virtual world. How are you going to do that? Everything technology driven. I'm very happy that Tanjore, the Gnanam Business School took a wonderful topic for the day, changing dynamics of the market and modern workforce. The topic stays relevant because we are going to equip the business school students. How are you going to be fit for the future? And I wish to hear from the industry stalwarts like Purushothaman sir and maybe the Jeeva. They are all managing. In fact, whenever I talk to them, I used to wonder, gig economy. Everything became outsourced. When you don't have a source, we have to outsource. But what level, what capacity? They are going to discuss their own experience. They are the real transformers. Yesterday when we travel, again I learned how the color plus brand he could be able to turn around. And he is an expert of exit strategy. Today exit is not a failure. I realized that exit is a strategy. You have to know where to exit. But unfortunately in India we feel exit is a failure. No. That's a new perspective, new learnings. This type of conference will help to understand the reality, what is happening. This is what the B school, as a director I know the challenge. What is the one challenge? Most of the B school has the challenge, the 3I, Industry Institute Interface. Because what we teach in business school may not be relevant to the industry because industry needs something different. This type of conferences help to bridge the gap between industries. I am sure that Gnanam is in the right track. This type of conferences will help not only to the student, even faculties. Because we are growing, we are molding the students for future. It's a wonderful initiative. And with this opportunity, I will take that opportunity to declare that Nexus first HR Conclave of Gnanam Business School. It's a beginning. I wish it will have a long journey to go. Thanks a lot. Academicians love to speak more, but we know how to stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that insightful speech. And I'm sure that we'll take away with the learning. Yeah. Please. Mahendran, sir. Please. It's a time to honor our guests. I request Shri S.P. Selvaraj, Chairman GSB, to honor our guests on the dais with a shawl and memento. I request our Chairman, sir, to honor Dr.R. Srinivasan Iyengar, Director, Professor, JBIMS, Mumbai. Thank you, sir, for accepting our honor. I request our Chairman, sir, to give the memento to our keynote speaker. Thank you, sir, for accepting the honor. Now I request our Chairman, sir, to honor our guest, Dr.R. Purushothaman, Head L&D, Jiomart Digital. Chairman, sir, is honoring our guest, Dr.R. Purushothaman, Head L&D, Jiomart, with a shawl and presenting the memento as our token of love and affection. I request our Chairman, sir, to honor our guest, Shri Jeeva Balakrishnan, Senior Vice President, Chief Talent Officer, Reliance Retail Jio, with a shawl and memento. Shri Jeeva Balakrishnan, Senior Vice President and Chief Talent Officer, Reliance Retail Jio. Thank you, sir. I thank all our guests for accepting our honor. I hereby taking the privilege to introduce our chief guest of this function, Dr.R. Purushothaman, Head L&D, Jiomart Digital, an author, facilitator at Corporate Academy, and a passionate coach. Served as a facilitator for more than 1,000 workshops, attended by senior management executives from different streams. He strongly believes that creating business impact through learning interventions. His area of concentration is to strategize learning for large corporations and setting corporate academics. His team was recognized by Brandon Hall, TASS LEAP, Walton World, HRD Congress, and many. The major motto of him is to create measurable business impact. He considers the submission in Mount Kilimanjaro 2020 as his cherishing part of his life. His doctoral thesis is on animated story-based digital assessment. In addition, he loves cycling and playing badminton. He is eagerly awaiting for his publication of his book titled Emotional Intelligence, Escape Velocity in the Digital Area. We too await, sir. Let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Purushothaman, Head L&T Jiomart Digital, to deliver his address.
So very good morning to all of you. I'm happy you still have the energy. First of all, thanks to Dr. Srini. No, he always gives a power-packed session. No, he builds in energy wherever he goes. It's infectious energy, I must tell you that. Yeah. So how many of you, just put your hands up, know what do you mean by gig economy? Just put your hands up if you know. Okay? No problem. I'll tell you what is gig economy before you start. Don't worry about the jargon. The management people complicate a lot of things. Let's simplify. When you have permanent workforce, earlier you used to have an employee joining a company, work for 30, 40 years, paid salary, and loyalty was rewarded. In the modern world, there are no permanent employees. They hire specialists as and when the job is needed. Today you need some technology to be developed, hire them for 3 months, pay them, and the relationship is over. For example, Zomato, Swiggy, they're actually not employees. Many a time they have transactional relationship with the company. It's a short-term relationship. It can happen for the front line, it can happen to a very sophisticated job. So this is called as gig economy. All over the world, this is being experimented. I want to start with one example. In Jio, 4 years back, 2016 when we launched, the conventional channel for selling mobile SIM cards is your retail stores, right? You go to every Kirana shop and a mobile store, you get SIM cards? Yes or no? You've seen, that's where you buy. We established for the first time in telecom industry a gig channel. So we hired 1 lakh youngsters in the age group of 20 to 24. They're not our employees. They can sell SIM anywhere they want. They get a commission. They can do any other job that they want. There's no permanent relationship, but they earn money. The company benefits. So this is the concept of gig economy. There's no long-term permanent relationship. It is based on what the company needs and what the professional needs. So that is gig economy. Do you understand now what is gig economy? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Now with this, the requirement of gig economy by 2025 is going to be 350 million globally. More and more companies are going to think about gig economy. I'll give some companies where I'm an advisory board member. I'll tell you how they operate. And this is going to be the future. And what impact is going to happen you? The changing scenario of workforce and how it's going to impact you and how you can be ready for that. And what are the precautions you need to take? That's the context of the conversation that we're going to have. Yeah. So the future is going to be, so Elon Musk said, if you want to bake a perfect cake, you need to have all the ingredients in the right amount, and also you need to have the right temperature. Otherwise, cake panna mudiyadhu illaya. It just burnt out or is undercooked. Just even a company, you need to have everything in the right ingredients for its success. And people ingredients also. If you have 40% of your workforce not productive, do you think the company will perform? So how do you make every employee productive? So one of the thought process the modern world is having is to work through gig economy. I'll give you a lot of other examples as we go. Loyalty in the future is going to be more attributed to dogs than to human beings. In olden times, I worked 45 years in this company, I joined this company and they retire. It is no longer credit. They will see it as a disadvantage. They will think that you didn't have an option in life, that's the reason you got stuck in one company. So loyalty is no longer a reward in the eyes of the management. Contribution is the reward in the eyes of the management. Productivity is the reward. Effectiveness that you bring to the project, the result that you do, the impact that you create, you will get compensated for that, not for your sheer body presence. Gone are the days, unfortunately, we came from a socialistic era of industrialization. You've been paid to warm your seats in most of the public sectors, right? Those days are going away. You can't do that in private sector. They will find a different way to warm the seat. You have to be contributing. So more and more, this is the change. So loyalty is no longer a virtue. It probably can become a disadvantage for the future. And that's what gig economy is triggering. You add value, you stay with me. If you don't add value, we part as friends. So that brings in a little responsibility in each one of you to contribute, for which you need to build your skill. So I'm going to talk about that in much more detail. In the gig economy, let's take two sides of the coin. What is going to be the scenario for the employee side, or what is going to be the company side? For the employee, they have multiple sources of income. It is no longer a crime. You saw about the moonlighting controversy about a year back post-COVID. So if employee can have multiple sources of income, because he can be a consulting with different companies. You don't need to be tied to one company. That's an advantage of gig. All the 1 lakh people of JioSIM sellers who are freelancers, they can do anything that they want after the work hours. There's no work hours for them. You sell 5 SIMs a day, you get your money. You can sell 100 SIMs a day, you get that money. Apart from that, you can go and run your stationery shop. Well and good, do that. There's no limitation. So the advantage from the employee side that he need not be tied down to one source of income. He can maximize earning, because if he has the talent, he need not be confined to one company. I can share that talent to different companies and monetize it, right? There is a sense of freedom. I always tell my father's generation, he passed away. By the way, my mother was born in Rayambete, which is very close to Tanjavur, and I remember coming here for 40 years before, and that's my roots. My roots are very much here. So my dad once told that one of the most experienced in his lifetime, they all were struggling for maintaining the basic necessities. Not only my father, all that generation, post the independence, they had to have a salary to run a household, to give food and shelter to the children. My generation started giving lifestyle to our children. We started having better cars, we started having better homes, we started furnishing homes, we had a sofa, a dining table. That's what our generation did. This generation, you'll be working for your passion. I met Mr. Jeeva's son in the airport yesterday. He's doing a course on filmmaking. Can you imagine this in my generation? We would be thrown out of the house, I'm telling you. Filmmaking, you better sit at home and do engineering or being a doctor. One is the credit to the parents, and also the passion. They want to drive and follow their passion, what they like to do in life. So this is what is going to happen to you. So if you have that passion to drive, you can do multiple things. You will not be confined to one thing in life. And that's an advantage of being in the gig economy. Focus on family. See, our generation spent so many months and hours in the absence of a family. We ignored our family. I think this generation is going to be more focused on experience. You ask any youngsters today, of course, one influence is the social media. Facebook paathuட்டு எல்லாரும் அங்க போணும் இங்க போணும் எல்லாருக்கும் ஆசை வந்துருது. But apart from that, they want to have experience. You ask them, what do you want to invest in? You want to invest in buying a house, or you want to go travel abroad? The youngsters will say travel abroad. Am I right? That's experience. And if you ask my generation, they say, I want to save money to educate my child. So of course, we can take credit that we laid the foundation for you to think better like that. That's a different issue. But your generation is going to work for passion. So follow your passionate job on the gig economy route. What about the employer side? How do they look at this industry of the manpower? It is a variable cost for them. You don't need to pay a fixed salary, 12 months, whether you're well, not well, traveling, not well, you're in good mood, bad mood, they have to pay you salary. Not necessary in a gig. You perform, take the money and walk out. And you can do that with many companies. So companies start seeing it as a variable cost. The fixed cost goes down, right? I'm not committing to a fixed salary or an expense on that resource. They get the best talent. One more thing I want to tell you, in the gig economy which is going to happen, see, gig economy is not Swiggy and tomato delivery boys. You can be a top-notch software developer and you can be in the gig economy work. How many of you visited a website called Elance? E-L-A-N-C, Elance? You heard about it? How many of you heard about Elance? Elance is a website where professionals are available. Suddenly I want to design a mobile app for a food delivery app. I can go to Elance, there'll be 100 people globally, not only India. Someone is sitting in US, someone is sitting in Singapore, someone is sitting in India. They all will quote your price. You can choose one person. His past credentials are known. All the customer experience and feedback is provided. You hire them, pay for that charge, and say thank you very much. So there's no fixed cost for me. And I get the best because among hundreds of people, I can choose who is the best, who has got the best rating, get my job done. So you will have to get into specialization rather than generalization. Unless you are specialized in something, you're known for something, you would not be so well recognized in gig economy. Because people come for specialized services, not for generic services. In the high-end gig economy, I'm talking. You're not stuck with poor talent, right? Imagine that you are a non-performer and there's an emotional, you can't fire that person, and you have a lot of counseling, you invest your time. So a lot of management bandwidth is lost in managing poor performers. So in this case, there's no emotional tie, right? You say, thank you very much. If it's not working, I go to the next person. So you're not stuck with poor quality of people. That's an advantage in the gig economy. There's no perennial requirement. For example, if I have a software development requirement, I might have it for 2 months. Suddenly there's a 3 months gap, and most of the time the employee is sitting idle. He might not be utilized for all the 12 months in a year, for all the 8 hours a day. So here I hire based on my requirement. So whenever there's no perennial requirement, a regular requirement, every monthly requirement, I can always go to a gig employee, hire, and then get things done. I'll tell you a live company, how do they operate very shortly. Pay as per performance. You pay based on the performance, not based on his contribution, not the man hours. So you give a deliverable, this is what I need, this is the timeline, and this is the pricing. And if you delay, this is the deduction, this is the penalty. If you do it before time, this is the incentive. So many organizations start planning with gig economy workers with targets like this, and they compensate based on the requirement and part they waste. So if you see both the sides, the employee and the organization side, in both the side is going to be beneficial. The first time I heard about gig economy was more than 6 years back on a global summit in Florida when I was there for the Brandon Hall in 2018, January. 50% of the CHROs were talking how the workflows will move towards gig economy in their company. Whether it was American Bank or it was the technology, the Microsoft, they're all looking at going towards a gig economy worker. I'm an advisory board in a company called Cheers Interactive. It's an amazing set of 2 people. 40% of their workforce are IIT IM guys. Brilliant team. They are a 500 employee company. They serve only Fortune 500 companies globally. Their customers are in Europe, US, Airbus, Bayer, the topmost LG, Samsung, they're all their customers. They offer strategic business consulting to these top clients on technology licensing to these clients. 50% of the workforce is not on the rolls. They all are gig economy worker. Someone who's a chemical expert, IIT guy, they hire his services whenever they need, and he provides the services to McKinsey as well. He also provides to Cheers Interactive. The company's name is Cheers Interactive, and Future Group, Future Bridge. So the employee makes much more money for that matter because he's doing consulting with 3 different companies. And 50% of their workforce, their whole learning and development is outsourced. They don't have any employee in L&D. The whole finance department is outsourced. They called a company called Eco Solutions. They said, we will take care of all your accounting needs, all your audit needs. You pay a fixed amount per month, employees ours. When you give us an office space, we come sit there, manage and go. The company does not have any finance people on their rolls. That's gig economy for you. And this is going to happen more and more. So what is your responsibility is to acquire specialized skills. If you don't acquire specialized skills, you will not be hired. I'm talking about the high-end gig economy worker. So other challenges what are the challenges in the changing workforce due to this gig economy is, let's talk about two categories of gig economy workers: low skill and high skill. Low skill, for example, delivery boys of Swiggy, Zomato, or Denso is not a very high skill job. But the problem is you are outsourcing your company's brand experience to someone else who is not your employee. Your relationship is not so strong. Like Uber, for example. He's not an employee of Uber, right? Or Ola. Do you think Ola is employing them? They're not employing them. But are they interacting with the customer? Yes or no? The driver is interacting with the customer. Driver gets the experience of the brand from where? With the driver interacting with the customer. And they're not even the employees. So how do you ensure that the values, the behavior, the intellectual property, and the copyright is protected despite the fact they're not your employee? It's a little tricky, right? If you are an employee, you got a better hold, you got a contract, and okay, you can sign an NDA. Do you think Ola is signing an NDA with Uber drivers? They do. They only can influence through training and development. Do you know how the Ola training model works? Just to give it's a fully digitized model. They have the screen, right? The moment the customer rates, you all do the rating. After the ride, you put a rating, right? And you also give a reason. Imagine I type and just punch the fact that is rude behavior by the driver. The next day morning when he starts the engine and starts the application, unless he goes through a 2 minutes video on how to behave with the customer, he cannot start the business. So the video automatically triggers. So what the customer feedback is automatically in the back end is pushed through a video in a training module, self-learning. No one is going to sit in the seat next to him and talk about the value, virtue of life and all. எல்லாமே ஒரு வீடியோவில் வரும். என்ன தப்பு நடந்ததோ அந்த பேஸில் அந்த வீடியோ ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கலாக ட்ரிகர் ஆகி அந்த வீடியோ அவன் பார்க்குற மட்டும் அவன் பிஸ்னஸ் ஆரம்பிக்க முடியாது. That's how they have tried to build that model. So this kind of innovative model, because it's such a large workforce, they have more than 1.5–2 million drivers driving vehicle. How can you put them in a classroom? It's impossible. It's too expensive to do that. So the innovative digital methodology will come in. So the challenge is low skill but customer experience. They are still exposed to the customer. And who is at loss? The brand is at stake, right? Your opinion is about Uber, not the driver. Or Ola for that matter. So that's the problem. Especially in Denso, they visit homes. See, one of the most difficult thing to manage in workforce is to make a person visit someone's house when a lady is there, a mother or a daughter, and that too when the husband has gone to work. It's a very sensitive issue in India. There's a security issue, there's a cultural issue. How do you train these guys to behave properly in front of a lady? And it's a very sensitive, it can make or mar your brand for that matter. One misbehavior, it gets into social media nowadays, isn't it? So you're risking your brand despite the fact they're not your employees, but still they have to represent your brand values. That's the challenge the organization will have to manage. Let's talk about the high challenges in the high skills, as I talked about, because they are very highly intellectual. Imagine you're doing software development, you're doing complete designing of an architecture of a software. So intellectual property, though they're not employees, you need to protect it because you don't want your company's secrets to go away despite the fact they're not employees. So all of them invariably start with the NDA. NDA is a non-disclosure agreement. Everyone has to sign, otherwise they don't start the business with you. So the challenge for the high-skilled gig economy is to protect the intellectual property, the copyrights, and the technology of the company. Yeah. Am I able to make yourself understand? Am I able to communicate well with you? Yeah, wonderful, yeah. So technology, I'll tell you the top 4–5 gig economy workers of the future. Technology, human resources, including the L&D part, legal, finance, they already started moving in towards gig economy. I gave you some examples of the company I'm associated with. So there are things there. So you try 2 more websites. Go today in the evening, type freelance.com and see what kind of work. You want video editing? There'll be 100 video editors for you. There's one more company called Flexible, it's flexi working. It's called as Flexible. There's one that's called One Impression. All your professionals will be registered there and you can go and hire. That's what the gig economy platforms are. These platforms are facilitating gig economy workers. I also want to, at the cost of repetition, I want to tell you, if you really want to succeed in the future, you need specialization. Otherwise, why would they hire you? Because they are a specialized job that they want to outsource, so you need to have some specialization. The challenges, I think we already talked about it. How do you standardize the process? How do you drive behavior and the copyright and the intellectual property? Because I'm in this business, I want to add a few more aspects about what's happening in the field of learning, right? There are a couple of changes which is happening. I've done some very extensive research for preparing a learning document very recently. Learning is going to be having these 3 key words. It has to be simple, it has to be digital, and it will be scalable. All businesses, not only learning, it's moving towards digital. Do you understand? Do you agree with me? Businesses which are getting digital are the one who is having global presence. So even learning is going to go the same route. There are a couple of learning philosophies which is going to be seen in the future. When the student, philosophy number 1, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. It's like a mythological movie, suddenly the teacher will appear. So that means, what does that mean? When the student or the performer needs the skill, at that point he is taught. I'll give an interesting case. In US, one of the company did the demonstration when I was there. There's an electrician who's climbing up the pole to repair, right? And many a times he's suddenly confused which wire to connect and which not. So what they've done, a simple technology, in the helmet there's a camera mounted. So whatever he's able to see on the wiring, they're able to see it in a call center down there. And there are 4 or 5 technical guys, 3 or 4, and there are more than about 1,000 odd electricians working across the ecosystem. Whenever in doubt, they're able to watch. He just presses the video camera. This guy starts dictating on his headphone, no, go to the green wire, cut it, join with the yellow wire, and your job is done. This is what I mean, the teacher will appear when the student needs it the best. It has to be instantaneously. See, always where there's a skill gap and the learning, more the gap, more the ineffective it is. I needed to know something today and you're teaching me 14 days later. So, is it possible to technology? I gave you an example. For example, in Jio, whenever a demonstration, installation engineer goes to every home, so what we do is we have got series of 20, 30 different videos. Suddenly you get confused, how do I connect the modem to the television? For example, there's one video number 4, he plays it, 30 seconds, closes it, continues the job. So that's what I meant when the student, when they need it, the teacher should appear in the form of digital nowadays. I don't want to physically teachers go all around, right? That's going to be the way the learning is going to happen in future. You should start thinking the learning should be delivered instantly when there's a need, not later, at that moment, right appropriate moment. Other is hyper-personalized learning. The learning is going to change. For example, each one of us have a specifically, there could be some common learning needs, there could be specific learning needs. Someone wants better presentation skills, someone wants to boost their confidence, someone wants to do something else differently. Each one has got a unique. Learning will become hyper-personalized. That means there should be a learning plan to each one of you separately. In the past, we never used to do that because we didn't have the technology. Of course, we talk to people and get a top skill gap and we'll make a calendar, about 15, 20 programs will run in a training calendar, right? But it's not hyper-personalized. It has to be personalized to every single individual. It's possible because of technology. I can deliver one micro learning bite to you because suddenly you are not able to do this particular task very well. Is it possible through technology? It's very much possible. I can attack one learning module to one unique mobile ID right now. I don't need to send it to all of you. I can send it to the right person who needs it. That's one more change is going to happen. Learning is going to be hyper personalized. No generic carpet bombing is going to work. How many of you have heard about the 70-20-10 principle of learning? You heard about it by Coca-Cola? They started it much long back. So what do they say is that you don't need a research to tell you that. When you put an employee into a company, 70% of the learning he learns on the job. You know how suddenly he goes there, he doesn't know, he'll call his neighbor and say, tell me which button to press. That guy, I will press the yellow button, and you start learning, right? So 70% learning happens as and when you do the job. 20% of the learning happens through coaching, on the job coaching by your supervisor. Someone is watching you that you're not doing it right, and you can correct that person. Only 10% learning happens through formal training. Only 10%. And many organizations, I think it's an irony that many organizations do not utilize this opportunity very well. What I mean by that is, coaching as an element is very not so present in organizations. Most of the managers need not be or not good coaches. They're good in firing. Do you think firing is coaching? Is ability to handhold and coach that person on the job. And the reason I sincerely believe there's a skill gap of coaching in people. So there could be, every supervisor has to be a coach, on the job coach. Not all of them are equally effective there. And there's a huge opportunity of around 90% of the learning. One is on the job and the coaching. That opportunity is completely missed. And anytime there's a skill gap, okay, call them, put them in a training program, in an air-conditioned room, give them some food and give them an 8 hours of session. That's only 10%. We are missing the opportunity of 90% opportunity to learn. Surely because we are not good coaches. We are not training people to be good coaches. That's a great opportunity of the future. L&D professional learners will actually become enablers. Gone are the days that people are going to chase you. See, even today, I know in management schools, you have a discipline, you have to report at time, you have to come there, there's an attendance, your track for your attendance. That's the way education system has been running for hundreds of years, right? When you go to an organization, this will change. No one is going to chase you in the future, why are you not learning this? Why are you not developing yourself? That is going to go away. Responsibility of organization is not to put you on your lap, in our lap, and teach you. Organizations, it started by Google to begin with. We give you the platform, we give you the training content, we give you the opportunity, the choice is yours. If you don't learn, okay, step aside. We're not going to chase you because in the physical classroom is going to gradually get condensed. I'm not saying it's going to go away, but digital classroom is going to come up more. So if you are not, they're going to be enablers, not to be teachers. They're not going to chase you. Oh, every day sending you a reminder, why did you not do this program? Why did you not learn this? That's going to go away. Reverse mentoring is also a way forward. You know, many progressive organizations, like my daughter worked in Mercedes-Benz in Germany, so they have a very strong reverse mentoring, particularly for the new age learning. For example, if you want to teach technology, do you think I'm the right person? The youngsters sitting here are better off in technology than me. So I should be open to learn from them. They should be the faculty for me, rather than me being faculty for them. So reverse mentoring is something that is going to come up. So I want you all to read a book. I'll tell you a couple of them. One, as Dr. Srini was talking about the disruption in the business, how the businesses are going to change. There's a beautiful book called 0 to 1 by Peter Thiel, the founder of PayPal, that how disruption happens, and how do you change the mindset of entrepreneurs to scale up a business in the digital world, in Industry 4.0. So that's something. I'd also recommend you read a book called Learn or You Die by Edward Hess. And he instilled I cannot put it more beautifully than what he said. In 20th century, that means the century went by, the definition of illiteracy was what? Inability to sign. உங்களால் signature போட முடியலன்னா illiterate அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க இல்லையா இந்த செஞ்சுரியில். In this century, if you're not able to learn new skills, that's the definition of illiteracy. That's what he claims, and I fully subscribe. Because the rate of change in the businesses is going to be so strong that you'll be left as a lone ranger lost in the desert if you don't learn new skills. Okay, a few more things. I will also recommend a very simple tip that I want to give you. You know about World Economic Forum, right? Heard about it, World Economic Forum? Prime Minister, world Prime Ministers, all the business leaders go. Davos every year, in the peak winter. So, 60 countries worldwide research panni, they publish a report. What are the future skills needed across the world? They research in India also. One of the simplest tips that I can recommend youngsters, go to the website of World Economic Forum. Every year they list about 14 to 16, 17 skills. Why don't you pick up 2-3 of them and start working on them? That means this is the skill which is going to be in demand in the next 5-6 years. There are certain behavior, certain technology, certain functional skills, systems thinking, negotiation, emotional intelligence, working with team, analytical skills and problem solving. I'm just giving you some examples, some skill from my memory. So pick up some skill and start acquiring rather than it's too late for you. Don't realize it much later. So take that skill and target one skill at a time and start acquiring it. Apart from your management subjects that you're doing, also be prepared for the future skills. Because those are the jobs will be the highest paid in the future. So be prepared for that. Don't get caught in the wrong foot. A few more things that I want to add about learning, which is going to happen because we are an education institution. One of the biggest disruption in education is that learning got democratized. About 20-30 years back, do you think a poor person who does not have financial resources could have gone to the world's best university? One is because of lack of money. The other is lack of only 0.01% of the people who could clear the entrance exam. Right? If you want to go to MIT, you want to go to Stanford, the percentage of strike ratio for entering is 0.001%. 99% were deprived of that high quality education. What happened in the last 10 years? Anyone who's interested can go into Coursera, Udemy, any kind of this course. The same faculty, for example, the first course I did in Coursera was negotiation skills by the professor of Michigan University, who is teaching this course inside Michigan University in US. I could do the same course digitally. And I paid $10 for that. Unless you had 20, 30, 40 lakhs, you couldn't even thought about it before. So it is if you don't learn now, there's no excuse, because it's a democracy. Anyone who's interested can have access to learning. It is a lame excuse if you give now to know, I don't know to learn, because you have access to learn. I'll feel sorry. Unfortunately, I'll feel very sorry for those people. Despite this opportunity, you're not ready to learn. It's a very, very sorry state of affair. The onus in organizations also is shifting to individuals, not to the company. கற்றுக்குறங்கிறது உங்கள் கடமை, கம்பெனியோட கடமை இல்லை. என்ன நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கலன்னா சைடில் நிற்கலாம், நீங்கள் வேற ஆள் வந்துடுவாங்க. அதனால் the onus, the responsibility of learning belongs to you. Those days are gone that people with the stick will come behind you and please read. உங்கள் அப்பா அம்மாலாம் சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க, பட் கம்பெனியில் போனால் யாரும் சொல்ல மாட்டாங்க. IoT solutions are coming to learning. I will talk about it later. Technology எப்படி லேர்னிங்கை இம்பேக்ட் பண்ணுறது, எப்படி ஒர்க் ஃபோர்ஸை இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ் பண்ணுறது, last week, a good friend of mine in US, a childhood friend of mine called Gopal, he is launching a startup in US. That company is called as AutoNext 360. அதில் லேர்னிங்கில் என்னென்ன டிஸ்ரப்ஷன் ஆகுதுன்னு உங்களுக்கு ஐடியா கொடுக்கறதுக்கோசம் நான் just want to take this opportunity to tell him, you know, I might be most probably working with him also. We have some thought to work together. In automobile car, hundreds of components இருக்குங்க இல்லையா? There's a brake pad, there's a clutch, there's a steering, there's an electrical system. All of them is connected through internet. So you will know, I'm just giving a crude, simple example for you know. The company, because the application that they built, they will know that your brake pad is going to get worn out and it needs replacement in the next 30 days. I'll have that data with me. For all components, not only brake pad. Imagine I have this data. How will it change the business? Number one, your cost of maintenance of a customer. See, automobile maintenance cost is 1,390 billion industry in the world. 1390 billion. That's a 20% reduction. There are 1.3 million lives lost every year because of road accidents. And a significant part because of the failure of the automobile. I can predict that failure and save many lives. This technology will start predicting the way you're driving the car. நீங்கள் ரேஷ் டிரைவரா நல்ல டிரைவரான்னு கண்டுபிடிச்சிடலாம். நீங்கள் 2 கிலோமீட்டரில் 50 பிரேக் அமுத்தி 30 கிளச்சை மாற்றிங்கன்னா you're not a good driver, right? That data will come to me. Insurance company will start a higher premium for you because you are a poor driver. If I'm a great driver, my premium will go down. And imagine my driving habits is poor. A learning company will come and tell you, can you come back? I'll teach you better driving. This whole IoT is not hyper, this is not science fiction. This company is already launched. So the technology disruption of manpower. So what is the mindset you need is learning and ability to think and change and adapt to industry. If you have only fallen in love with your olden ways, you lost the race. So I think that's what I want to share. If that's it from my side. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes, I would love to. Yeah, so we can. Yep, anyone can ask. It's difficult me to ask the question to myself. Yeah.
Hello, sir. I'm Srini from Shastra. I'm studying MBA first year.
Yes, ma'am.
So, is there any negative impacts on the gig economy? You were talking about the positives, so is there any negatives?
Yeah, the negative is lack of security of inefficient people. See, I don't think skilled people will have that problem. In a large country like us, with a population of 1.4 billion, to get that high quality people, to raise the bar of the whole population to higher level is going to be a big challenge. So on the bottom of the pyramid of 30-40% of the people who have not received great education, they will find it to get a job because it's performance based. They might need to do some menial job, which is what they're doing even today. I don't think so it's going to change dramatically, but in gig economy you get exposed faster. உங்களை வேலை தெரியலன்னா வேற ஆளை பிடிச்சிடுவாங்க அவங்க. இங்கன்னா கொஞ்சம் தள்ளிட்டு போகலாம், சின்ன வேலை கொடு, இது மாதிரி சன்றி வேலை பண்ணு, அது மாதிரி கதை பண்ணலாம் இல்லையா. In gig economy you get exposed. So I think it's a good news also. In the temporary is the bad news for poor inefficient people. They get exposed. I wish it happened before in India. Inefficient people should have got exposed. See, all this, see, whatever you just ignore the politics out, there is no economy in the world which has progressed without industrialization. Tell me one economy which has progressed without industrialization. Whether it's Germany or Singapore, industrialization not only manufacturing, it could be services also. Our solution for this country is also industrialization. For industrialization, you need skill building, and that's what coveted people like Dr. Aldas is doing here. This transformation, and if the quality of every individual goes up, and you see, it's a great thing for gig economy. If the quality is poor, those people face a problem. They won't get a job. unemployment can go up in gig economy, in other words, for that matter.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. The gentleman there, yeah. I like your mush, man. Nowadays, mush has become very rare, no? Mustache. Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
My question is, you told that you need specialization if you want to achieve in your future, right? Without specialization, can we achieve in future?
Yeah, see, what I meant is, or gig economy, for example, you want a specialized job. See, whenever you want to outsource, it will be a specialized job, right? There will be common jobs which is not specialized. For example, I can outsource my housekeeping to some company, right? It's not very high paying, na? Where are the high paying jobs? Is it Jadu Pocha is cleaning the floor is a very high paying job?
No.
So it's not a specialized job. Who is paid more? A cleaner of the floor or a software developer? Who is
Software
paid more?
developer.
So which is more specialized?
If you're having specialization, you can do.
In this, which is more specialized? Cleaning the floor or software?
Software.
So that's what I'm trying to say. Develop specialization. You'll get paid more.
Thank you, sir.
Software is an example. I'm only not propagating software. It could be learning and development. It could be HR specialist. It could be an OD specialist. It could be a career plan specialist. I'll just give you one example. I was trying to find out a negotiation training program. I want to find who is the best. Generally, trainers charge about 40, 50,000, 60,000 a day. There's one company which is supposed to be the best. They charge 6 lakh rupees a day for negotiation training because they are specialized. They are the best in India for negotiation training. So they command a premium. That's what I meant for that.
Hello, sir. I'm Rohit. I'm from GSB. You already said that gig economy will usually help the specialized person, like that you already said, sir. But if they help the only specialized person, means it would affect the other persons and it would affect the economy of the state, like that, sir. Yeah,
that's what I was having a conversation. So the solution for this, everyone gets specialized skill. Who is stopping us? See, the gross domestic product of an economy is by the value that you add to a business. Value korchala add panningna, GDP is be lesser. Where what is the great value I've added? I peeled off and put in a packet and sold. The value addition is minimal. But if I just make groundnuts and make some jam out of it or a groundnut butter out of it, I'm adding more value. So any economy in the world, more the value add that you do, higher is your GDP. அதே மாதிரி தான் மனுஷங்களுக்கும் லோ வேல்யூ வச்சிங்கன்னா நீங்கள் லோவாக தான் பே பண்ணுவீங்க, அவங்க கஷ்டப்படுவாங்க. அதே தான் நான் சொல்லியிருந்தேன். அதனால் everyone need to elevate their skill level up. So let me ask you, what is your aversion of specialization? Let me reverse this question. ஏன் ஸ்பெஷலைசேஷன் பிடிக்க மாட்டேங்குது உங்களுக்கு?
Sir, not like that. I don't like specialization, sir. There are some people who lack of specialization, no, sir. Like I am asking for them, sir.
Correct. I told temporarily அவங்க கஷ்டம் தான் படுவாங்க, அவங்க கிளீனிங் வீனிங் தான் பண்ணிட்டு இருப்பாங்க. But my prayer is skill development should go across the industry. Everyone's skill should go up. You sometime go and read the success story of Singapore. Singapore skill building enna pannanga appadine. How did Singapore become such a powerful economy? Number 1 rated passport in the world today is Singapore. The government started spending. You know, if a company does a training program for the employee, the government is to reimburse that cost. எதுக்கு பண்ணாங்க? எல்லாரையும் ஸ்கில் பண்ணணும். இப்போ இல்லை, 1980s ஆரம்பித்தாங்க. இமேஜின் கம்பெனியில் நான் கஸ்டமர் சர்வீஸ் ட்ரைனிங் பண்ணேன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க. அந்த பில்லை நீங்கள் கவர்மெண்ட் கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா கவர்மெண்ட் உங்களுக்கு பணம் கொடுக்கும். எதுக்கு பண்ணாங்க அது? So the skill goes up. So average skill of the whole population goes up. And that's how you will prosper. Some people might not be so skilled in the short run. That's the reason skill building is the essence of great economic development. One of the main pillars, apart from the other factors for that.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
When was the gig economy was started?
It was prevalent in small samples more than 2-3 decades back, but is getting more and more popular now across the world. 2 more reasons. Post-COVID, you're more open for gig economy because you can do the work digitally, work from home, so it doesn't make a difference where you are located. So I can hire you for the services in sitting in India, someone in the US. So post-COVID is taking off more. But pre-COVID also, all these new age companies like Zomato, Swiggy, Uber, Ola, they are the one who triggered in a big way that thought process. But Elance as a site is there for the last 2 decades. My wife was a gig economy worker in 2009 to 14. She was writing content for the worldwide websites for companies in US, UK, sitting in India. And she had 30 content writers with her. That was gig economy. She was doing it in 2010. But it has really exploded now.
Thank you, sir.
You are most welcome.
Puru, can I add?
Yes, please.
This is a very interesting question. Sorry to interrupt. So gig economy, we are talking about 2 decades, 3 decades. But in my understanding, even when my father was trying for government job, so morning he used to put newspaper, right? And after that, afternoon he used to go and work in a cold drinks shop, right? And the evening he used to teach people, okay? And that's this gig economy. I don't think, it started now. It started many years. I think we are not talking about, we are not giving a name for this. We didn't make it, we didn't institutionalize the whole process. Now we are institutionalizing. All freelance.com or toolance.com, all these things now it's actually adding value. But if you really look at it, it's been there for many years, and I think that's what we are doing today also. Like I could be a corporate employee in the daytime, and I could go and play music in a night bar. I can even serve food in the evening. So that's all possible, right? It's all gig economy. It's all side hustles, right? So it's about where you are looking at opportunities.
Absolutely. Singing at the bar is good economy. Dancing to your wife's tune is not gig economy. Okay, go ahead, next. Yeah.
So good morning, sir. I'm Jude from Gnanam School of Business.
Yes.
First of all, thank you for your profound insight on gig economy.
Pleasure.
So my question is, one of the disadvantages is false accusation by the customers on delivery person and other gig employees. So is there any measures to correct it?
Yeah, I mentioned that in my conversation. One of the challenges is you're exposing your brand through gig economy or temporary workers or short-term engagement worker to your customer. I mentioned about it. So learning and development, training is the only solution. It's a combination of selecting the right person, training them and monitoring them closely through using technology. For example, every time there's a new feature coming in. Now, for example, you have an emergency button every Ola car, for example, so to safeguard the customers, particularly the ladies for that matter. So the the customer gives you feedback and the rating. Yesterday, it's a new learning for me. I got on from my car in Mumbai airport, and sometimes the taxi drivers will tell you, can you give me a rating? But this guy told me, if you give a higher rating, my income is higher. I need to figure out how it happens. If you rate it, he's getting a higher commission. He's getting a higher payment. I don't know whether they changed it recently. He did mention that if you give me a rating, I get paid more. So that influences behavior, right? So one is the incentive, that's the training and development, monitoring, all put together is what you can take care of. But it's still a lot of risk. It's not easy. Now, I'll just give you one idea what we thought. We thought of bringing an emotional aspect to that. The Grava Pravesham solvanga, that is when you are. So we called a program called Grava Pravesh. So we wanted that Indian sentiment. அது என்ன பண்ணோம் ஒரு வீட்டுக்குள்ள போறதுக்குள்ள உங்களுக்கு அதிகாரம் கிடையாது unless you dress properly, unless you learn to talk properly. In the training room, we put one yellow strip and said, you demonstrate this behavior, then you step into this house. Otherwise, you don't go. You got no right to get into someone's house if you can't behave properly. What emotional connect training la pannalam? It's a combination of many. And then it's not only that emotional, you also have to monitor them. See, there's a beautiful book called Don't Shoot My Dog. Training human beings, dolphins, and the dogs are exactly the same. Reward for good work and punish for bad behavior. Punishment, don't take a stick and run behind them. You deprive them a benefit as a punishment. Incentive kudukalana punishment dane. கொடுத்தானா ஒரு ரிவார்டு. இந்த ரெண்டு ஸ்ட்ரிங்கை வச்சுக்கணும், ப்ளஸ் ட்ரைனிங்கும் பண்ணணும், ப்ளஸ் மானிட்டரிங்கும் பண்ணணும். இதெல்லாம் பண்ணால் தான் முடியும். இட்ஸ் அ கண்டினியூஸ் ப்ராசஸ். அதுவும் லார்ஜ் நம்பர் ஆஃப் பீப்புளில் பிஹேவியர் ஸ்டாண்டர்டைஸ் பண்ணுறது தி மோஸ்ட் டிஃபிகல்ட் திங் இன் தி வேர்ல்டு, அனிமல் இன் தி வேர்ல்டு டு ஹேண்டில் இஸ் ஹியூமன் பீயிங்ஸ். பை த வே, ஏதாவது மூளை ஏதாவது வேலை செய்யணும். ஒரு 50 பேர் உட்காந்து வச்சு ஒரே மாதிரி போனால் கூட 40 different opinions will come. Right? So repetition, and one more thing is repetition is the key. I always give this example. Where do Indian Army recruit? They recruit from the metros or they go to smaller towns? Soldiers I'm talking, smaller towns. Smaller towns எல்லாம் டிசிப்ளின்டாக இருக்காங்க. இங்கே ஏன்னா 2 வருஷத்தில் எப்படி ட்ரெயின் பண்ணிடுறாங்க. எவ்ரி ஒன் இஸ் டிசிப்ளின். பார்த்தா செல்யூட் அடிப்பாங்க. ஏன்னா ரெப்பிட்டேஷன். they will make you salute 20,000 times. காரிடோரில் போனால் செல்யூட் பண்ணும், இங்கே போனால் செல்யூட் பண்ணுவோம், கேன்டீன் போனால் எழுந்து நிற்கணும், ரிட்டையர்மெண்ட் அப்புறம் கூட செல்யூட் பண்ணுவாங்க பாஸை. Repetition is the key. You have to reinforce again and again and again. Many times corporates don't have the patience and the money for doing that. Or 2.5 hours training பண்ணி அமிச்சிடுங்க. So they want the quick fix. Army has got the resources, they spend a lot of time in training. So time is a factor, repetition is a factor.
Very much, sir.
Most welcome. How much more time?
So last question.
Okay. No, I'm okay, but I want to not delay.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. In fact, sir had a question. Can we just? You?
We'll have both.
Yeah, sure.
Short and sweet.
Good morning, sir. Myself, Dinesh. Sir, is there any country succeed in gig economy?
Any country, is it?
Yes, sir.
I think the largest country that I can think of is US right now, because all this new models of businesses get launched there. But I think the biggest success story for gig economy will be India, in my opinion. Because India has got the greatest advantage of number of human resources, Ilya. So, number of people that we employ for all this service delivery, supply chain, Swiggy, Zomato, is a great employment opportunity. One of the reasons why social change happens is with good employment. So I think the biggest success story would be India. So for you.
Sir, today we are in technical questions, sir. So everyone speaks about the AI. Okay, so if gig economy is affect the job security, sir?
Yeah, it would. It would. All the low-end job, any job which is repetitive in nature, doesn't need routine, repetitive nature will be taken away by AI. But in the last mile, take the country like India, last time delivery, drone can replace the delivery boy. It's a little far away. Every country has got its own nuances. In the US, every road is well laid, wire thongala. Or Indian city kulla ponana inge no cable wire podudhu, ange telephone wire podudhu, ange no electrical thongarudhu, drone ange maatidum. It will never come down. So you have to, in India it might take a longer time for us to get the gig economy workers for the front line to be replaced. But yes, high-end job, lot of things can impact. It can impact. I'll just give one example. So I was writing an assessment psychometric test. I went to Chat GPT and said, can you write a situation judgment test for customer service with 4 options in the descending order of effectiveness? It gives me. And I told, no, I'm not very happy. Can you refine it for a frontline staff? It gave me a new version. And it's 90% accurate. So psychologists who's writing psychometric tests will be out of job. It can impact for sure. With that, thank you very much.
Let us put a thunderous applause for sir for wonderful speech for the last about 40 minutes. So I request for the panel photograph to Dr.R. Purushothaman, Head and L&D Jiomart Digital. Dr.R. Srinivasan Iyengar, Director JBIMS. Sri Jeeva Balakrishnan, Senior Vice President and Chief Talent Officer, Reliance Retail Jio. Our respected Chairman, Sri S.P. Selvaraj. Dr. S. Sundar, Director GSB. Dr. S.P. Saruldas, CEO GSB. And we are also privileged to have him here. And it is post-graduation in HR and Management from Social Work School to understand the life of common men and connect with their emotions.
So,
Good morning. Vanakkam. So thank you so much. I'm sure, you are happy with the slide, right? It's going to end. So generally, the last slide is thank you slide. For a change, I want to thank all of you. Thank you, Dr. Srini, for connecting. As we know that you are supercomputer, so you connected all of us. And thank you, Dr. Aruldas, for inviting me. Thank you, Chairman. I got nostalgic memories. In fact, there should be a competition, sir. So when you introduced, you didn't introduce me as son of soil. So there is a competition, yaar manin maindaringan solite. Right? Naanga ellarme somewhere, naanga moonu perume vandu manin maindargal dhaan. So I take the privilege of introducing, maybe being humbled to stand in front of you. I hail from 40 kilometers from here, a place called Pattukotai. I did my schooling, government boys higher secondary school. Unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to study in a co-education school. But yeah, it's a boys higher secondary school where I can proudly say that Dr. Venkatraman, R. Venkatraman, president, also studied in the same school. So, இன்னைக்கு மார்னிங் அந்த ஹோட்டலில் ஸ்டே பண்ணியிருக்கும்போது அப்புறம் சார்கிட்ட பேசிகிட்டு இருக்கும்போது அங்கே தான் தேட்டர் இருந்துச்சுன்னு சொன்னாங்க, ஞானம் தேட்டர். அந்த ஞானம் தேட்டரில் நான் சினிமா பார்த்துருக்கேன் சின்ன வயசில். ஸோ இன்றைக்கி அதே இடத்துல நான் ஸ்டே பண்ணியிருக்கும்போது ஐ ரியலி ஃபெல் தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் சார். அண்ட் தட்ஸ் அ ப்ரிவிலேஜ். ஐ திங்க் ஐ காட் அ நாஸ்டாலஜிக் ஃபீவர் அண்ட் எமோஷனலாக நிறைய ஃபீல் பண்ணேன். ஓகே, ஸோ and then thank you all the faculty members and the students. And it is very difficult to sit in one room for the whole day. And I think you are going to take the tough decision today and tough situation today, right? And a big round of applause for all of you because it's going to be difficult. And second thing is, I noticed today morning, that's a generation problem, I believe. So I noticed all the faculty members who are sitting here, they were sincerely taking notes. I didn't see anyone from that entire group taking notes. I was also looking curiously whether you are taking notes in mobile phone. That also I didn't see much because I was taking notes in my mobile phone. And I saw some of them. Yeah, thank you. So you were taking notes. One or two I saw you, because you think that probably whatever you heard today, you can go back and then check with ChatGPT. And that will give you a nice, beautiful summary, right? Whatever we spoke, or whatever we are speaking. So that's a change today, right? So we are all, and I don't think I'm that old, yeah, but we are all happy to take notes, write notes, and then reflect upon. Let me tell you a good tea story, Nanbas and Nanbis, right? So you are able to connect with Vijay, right? How many of you are Vijay fans? Yeah, good, lot of people. So let me share a good goodie story because we have a habitual, occupational problem. So we are in HR, we are in learning, we tend to share a lot of stories. So one of the story, more than the story, it is an experience. Thank you, Puru. Oh, sorry, we are in academic situation. So Dr. Purushothaman, that's how formally I should address, but he is my great friend, philosopher, guide, mentor, and I always look up to him. So we work in the same organization. In fact, I'm happy to share that I'm holding the position which he was holding it for many years. So that's the kind of legacy Puru carries. So he talked about my son, right? And then some interaction with my son yesterday. So he's doing filmmaking, and in fact, I just want to narrate a conversation between me and him a couple of weeks back. Thank you, Arvind. I'm going to give you credit and then share the experience. So he didn't do a haircut for quite some time. I said, no, what is this? You don't look good, so better go for it. That's a typical parent, right? Anxiety. I'm sure you would also would have heard from your parents, right? So I told him, why don't you go for a haircut? It doesn't look good. Appa, I know your anxiety, your concern, but let me tell you something. I got a story knot, which I could think of, connect with what you're saying. Then he said, what is it? He said the story of dot. I said, what is dot? Full stop தெரியலையா full stop அதுதான் சொன்னார் அவர். ஸோ அந்த full stop இருக்குல்ல, அந்த full stop மாதிரி தான் self, right? And the full stop was going around, and then it was proudly saying that, no, I'm the full stop, I'm a dot. And somebody said, no, you don't look good with the dot, and you should add, somebody called it as comma. Somebody said, no, you don't look good with the comma, and then you should be a semicolon. And somebody said, no, you are looking good when you are colon. And then it went on, then somebody said exclamatory mark, somebody said a question mark. Everywhere the dot is there, right? The dot is there, but it takes multiple form. I was really amazed, because that's a kind of creativity, that's a kind of creative storytelling. You know? He said, there is this reflection. He talked about this full stop. And that really made me to think. I said, no, I want to be a full stop. I don't want to, people might say anything and everything, but I want to be as I am. I don't want to change myself just because of somebody is telling me to change. And this is the knot I'm going to take. I'm developing as a story, and he is writing it, I believe. So he is writing a story, and then he is making it as a metaphor, and then he is also connecting with the movie. That didn't stop, and it made me to think. And we were celebrating Teachers' Day on, I think you are also celebrating, right? So we were celebrating Teachers' Day on 5th September. I thought of thanking my teachers, the trainers, gurus, and others. I'm also learning from, Purushothaman talked about reverse mentoring, right? I'm also learning from my son. So I said, I got an idea from what you said. The same thing, if you are a full stop forever, you will not take any forms. You will not be able to transform yourself. So probably you should, if you want to transform, sometimes you need to take a comma, you should also become a semicolon, you should also become a colon, you should also think about it, what is really, ask right questions. And then you should also sometimes surprise, right, exclamatory mark. So whenever I unfortunately, unconsciously, whenever I am writing to somebody, I tend to write exclamatory mark for every sentence. I'm sure if you, Dr. Srini, if you recall any of my conversation in WhatsApp also, I would tend to use a lot of exclamatory mark. Then I realized it's my passion, right? I'm passionately communicating with someone, and I'm expressing my emotions. So maybe that's a way one is communicating. So you could take multiple forms. That's how we transform. We transform into different forms, and then that's how we learn a lot. And life is a continuous learning, and we learn from everywhere. And that's my ever since moment in terms of one way of looking at is, you need not to change, you be what you are. But at the same time, my approach was, you need to take multiple forms so that you learn a lot. So if you really look at it, both are right. Both approaches are right. Both approaches are very relevant today. You should also challenge ourselves and learn from whatever you hear today. Think about it. Take your own opinion and learn from something else, right? It's a good, interesting story, right? Any thoughts? First of all, புரிஞ்சுதா? Sometimes நாம ரொம்ப இன்டெலிஜென்ட்டாக பேசிட்டு இருப்போம். அப்புறம் கமல்ஹாசன் மாதிரி புரியல அப்படிமோ இல்லையா? So you're able to understand, right? Okay. So with that note, the topic today is changing world and changing modern world, right? So this is a topic which I have taken. I'm going to talk about it, quiet quitting. So maybe before getting into quiet quitting, is it a real problem? So maybe let me also try to spend some time on talking about how the world is changing, how quiet quitting is. Before coming to quiet quitting, let me talk about how the world is changing. I think today morning you heard from Dr. Srini and Dr. Purushothaman. They talked about changes. They talked about how the changing preferences, how the economy is changing, how the gig economy is really coming up, right? And this is purely as a practitioner. I'm a practitioner in HR for more than 3 decades. The last 30 years I've been working in HR in multiple organizations, in multiple roles. At the same time, I'm also a student. I'm still studying. I also attend my college. It's also nearby. It's IIM Trichy. I'm doing my PhD there. And one of my research topic is quiet quitting, and I'm curious to talk about, to do some research on quiet quitting. That's what I've done. But before moving on, we live in interesting times. Okay, so there's a very nice, interesting quote which I have seen. So if you really look at, there is this Chinese curse which says, may he live in interesting times. Like it or not, we live in interesting times. There are times of danger and uncertainty, but they are also more open to the creative energy of their men than any other time in history. This was, somebody said in 1966, okay, Robert Kennedy. But for me, this is relevant today. Okay, today we live in interesting times. We don't know what happened before COVID, but after COVID, the things have really, really changed. And this, okay, it's a nice music. Thank you. So you heard this from Dr. Srini, VUCA. So what is VUCA? Any idea? What does it mean? Yeah. Sir, you're master, sir. You're professor.
No, actually, intentionally I have not kept that explanation. What is TUNA? In fact, I can tell you out of 10 people in the corporate. Sorry, I just.
Yeah, please.
My voice is audible like this.
Yeah, your voice.
Intentionally never gave what is VUCA. Everybody knows VUCA word. I never thought about TUNA. Fortunately, there is no question. It is multiple tools. I escaped. And there is a Bani. I'm sure you must be hearing first time. VUCA world everybody knows. What is tuna? And in fact, I'm very happy you put the word Bani also. I hope let Jeeva could explain.
No, please go ahead. Tuna. I know tuna is a fish, so you can talk about tuna also. Okay, right. So VUCA is volatile, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, right? So world is all about, it's very volatile, very uncertain, and complex and ambiguous, right? That's how we were known, and management consulting has taught this for many years, and we live in VUCA world. That's what everyone says. And especially after COVID, people use this word Bani. So Bani is brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. So it might, no, it's a good acronym, but that's a fact. And today the world is very brittle, and you don't know how it was pre-COVID, right? So pre-COVID, there was a moment, and which is the largest taxi company? Which is the largest taxi company? Uber. Okay, they don't own a single car. Which is the largest photo company, photo organization, media organization. Now it's media. So right now, it's earlier it used to be only photos. Instagram, right? So they don't own a photo company. They're not taking photos, right? We are using photos. Which is the largest hotel chain? Taj. It's Marriott. They don't own a single property in the world. They just manage the hotels, right? And they are not doing it now. They are doing it for many, many, many years. And that's how it is. Today the world has changed, completely changed. And you need not to own anything, but still you can use it. And one of my team member, she used to have, every week she used to have a different phone. I said, how you can really afford to change phone every week? She said, who's buying these days phones? I mean, I don't buy, and I rent it out. And every week, I mean, I have a opportunity of having different phones. I have variety. So pre-COVID, everyone was saying, no, after Ola, Uber, they said car companies are not going to sell. I think we were having an interesting conversation with each other. So everyone was saying, no, car sales actually declined. Car sales declined, real estate sales declined. because they don't want to own anything. They want to use as per their choice. And you have all the opportunities. That's what it was pre-COVID. And then COVID, no socialization. You need to travel alone. You can't travel in a group. All these things came. So the sharing is not there today. In Ola, Uber, there is no sharing. Earlier it used to be. You can share that ride. So today the sharing ride is not there. The option is not there. The world has changed. It has changed. I think Dr. Srini is an expert on reinventing business model. This is also one of the business model. It's got reinvented. The world has changed. I think this is the Bonnie situation. And Dr. Srini, you want to talk about what is tuna? I don't know.
The novelty is different. Rest of the thing remains same.
Okay, right. So I think the another thing is, how many of you want to be in HR, want to start your career in HR? I know it's a HR Conclave. You are forced to raise your hands, but still. Okay, that's interesting. Quite a number of people want to be in HR. And this HR, I heard from a gentleman, HR is no more HR. It will not be called as HR, it will be called as HCR. Any guess what is HCR? Human computer resources, right? I think that's what it's an easy question, right? So human computer resources. It's all about human AI collaboration. Today, how many of you are using ChatGPT? I don't know whether I should ask this question in a business school, but yeah, interesting. I think you are given the freedom to do that. In some organization, they are not encouraging people to use ChatGPT. But in my opinion, you should know how to use it. Okay. And what is so different about it? It's all about ChatGPT. You can't avoid. Today, everything is there. But how you are going, right? There is something called prompt engineering. Have you heard of this term? Prompt engineering? No, right? If you have not heard, there is a very interesting course in Coursera on prompt engineering for ChatGPT. This is what I learned last month. And so it's all about how you are utilizing ChatGPT, how you're going to maximize the use of ChatGPT. You need to ask right questions. You should know how to ask right prompt. So how to use this prompt itself is an art. So you need to learn that. And you have to learn to utilize ChatGPT. AI is going to be part of our life. Dr. Purushothaman was talking about drivers, data, how we can use the data for avoiding accidents. There is a very interesting research which I have studied. There is a company in US, they are combining AI and neuroscience. And neuroscience and AI, it will be a wearable. So like smartwatch, what we are wearing, smartwatch. So there is a wearable, you can wear it on your brain, and the brain will, that device will continuously study your brain. And especially truck drivers who are driving vehicles long distance. And it will monitor your brain. So whenever the brain is going to sleep or fatigue, it feels fatigue, it will alert the organization, alert the person also. Right? So that you can avoid accidents, you can save lives. So this is AI. This is AI and neuroscience and innovation. So you need to really figure out how you can really use AI, how you can use technology and work along with that. And similarly, HR role is going to be how you can use human at the same time, computer also, machine also. The human-machine collaboration is going to be the bigger area. That's one of the bigger change in today's world. I think you need to be aware of that, and you need to go through a lot of, there are a lot of studies, but I wanted to focus on this. And what are the some of the imperatives? I think Dr. Puru also talked about Ola, okay, Ola, how you are managing it, right? And I got really excited about, sharing another example. Uber, right? I'm also a Uber driver, you're also a Uber driver. We both are waiting outside GSD. And when Dr. Arul wanted to book a Uber, maybe, I might get the allotment, maybe you're not. How it is possible? Because both of us are in the same thing. How do they decide who gets that ride? Any idea? Any idea? Any attempt? How they are doing it? connect to the nearest thing, okay? According to their performance, okay? So for your information, they have a behavior lab in US, okay? And each driver partners are profiled. I don't know whether if you watch some US CIA and those kind of movies, you would know that, no, profiling. So every individual also they profile. So similarly, they profile each driver partner. So the driver partner, based on their religion, based on where they are coming from, demographic factors, and their past performance, driving behavior, based on all those things, they create 9 into 3 is about 27 profiling. So this is the research done some 2-3 years back. So 27 profiling they've done. So each driver is profiled accordingly. And Purushothaman talked about incentives. The incentives are decided based on that. And for example, for me, there will be a festival, and it is also matched with customer profiling. So that's how they decide. And sir also talked about nudging and training. So when I'm waiting outside, and then I have one more right to complete to earn incentives. So it's connected to incentive, it's connected to performance, it's connected to learning. My learning modules actually pop up in my screen based on my behavior, my behavior profile, and learning preferences. And what is really relevant for me? The nudges are small nudges. Hey, Jiva, you need to take one more ride to earn this much. And when you are waiting for this, they create an excitement, and when you are waiting for your ride, to pick up your ride, there is a small module, so you learn. So learning is integrated. Learning is part of life. That's democratized, and you need to really do that. And that's what I just want to talk about. And then just give you a brief background on what are some other people imperatives. How the world is changing, but how the organization is also changing, right? How the entire organization is reinvented. So one is, of course, remote work, hybrid work. A lot of organizations still grappling with this. Is it work from home or work from office or work from anywhere? Everyone, based on their business model, they are trying different approaches. So what is in it? The organizations are changing. And so Purushothaman also talked about features, some of the skills, right? So you need to pick up those skills. World Economic Forum really listed down a lot of skills. I'm proud to say that in my organization, we have set up an academy called Academy of Future Skills. So we have identified some of those future skills. We have identified some 13 future skills ranging from AI to blockchain to machine learning to emotional intelligence, design thinking, sense making, scenario planning. So these are the skills that are going to be really, really futuristic. So we have identified those skills and we have completely democratized. There is no nomination process. There is nothing. If one of my team member wants to learn something, you can just go and log in and then learn. They need not to get permission from their bosses. It's completely democratized. And when you're talking about democratization, I want to share another example. So I don't know any other organization in India have this kind of benefit. So we have extended Coursera for our family members. So it's not about only me. I can also take a course on Coursera. My family members also can take Coursera courses. So we have extended. It's not about learning is not restricted to only employees. It has gone to their family also. For example, tomorrow, International Daughters Day, right? I think Happy Daughters Day to everyone. And I think you are supposed to clap. Right? Let me also check whether you are awake. Right. So what we are doing, we are doing a campaign tomorrow. So we are encouraging our parents to gift courses to their daughters. Okay, so that it's all about knowledge is wealth. Today you need to pick up a lot of skills. And I think since morning you have heard a lot of skilling, right? So skilling is going to be important. And there is a very interesting conversation he also talked about specialization and versus generalization. I'm so happy to know a lot of questions, very interesting questions. A big round of applause to all of you. I think that's a bigger learning. you ask questions. You should learn to ask a lot of questions. And I don't think I'm really jealous of all of you. I don't think I didn't get this kind of opportunity when I did my PG in HR. So today you got opportunities to interact with a lot of practitioners. And they practice and you can ask a lot of questions. It is also making us to think, right? I think very interesting questions on specialization. When Sir was talking about specialization, how it is really making impact in today's organization, my view is, yeah, you should specialize, but you should not specialize in only one skill. You should specialize in multiple skills so that you are a master of many things. So there is a very interesting concept called T. And if you have not heard of this T is T-shaped learning or T-shaped profession. And T is basically you need to have breadth, at the same time you need to have depth. For example, software development. Software development is an area, the breadth is very important. HR is about breadth. But in HR also there are a lot of specialization. Talent development, talent management, HR business partnering, and employee relations, compensation benefits, performance rewards. There are a lot of them in specialization. How we are really looking at all these specializations? So you need to move your STEM, the depth. So this is how it looks like, right? So this is HR or software development. You need to move your STEM everywhere and you need to master on everything. Today that is very, very important. You need to be master on many things. And there is something called dripped T. When I'm saying dripped T, whereas you have a very interesting depth on one area, whereas you need to also have an interesting area in other area. That's how the drip T is coming up. It's a very interesting model. If you want to learn more about this, you can go Google it, and today everything is possible. But what I'm saying is, this is how you need to really develop. And I don't want to stop my learning. I'm an accomplished, maybe I could call myself as an accomplished HR professional. No, it's not. I will be irrelevant if I'm not upskilling myself, if I'm not cross-skilling myself. So coming to the point, so there's a new way of working. People want to learn a lot, and they need to learn a different thing. The employment models are changing. We talked about gig economy, right? Gig model is one model. There is something called, you can build people within the organization. You can also buy people from outside. You can also bind people who are really performing well. You can also borrow people only for a specific area and then move on. And as we are talking about it, I just recently launched a concept called talent marketplace. So internal talent marketplace. How we can really maximize the use of our existing employees, internal employees. What is really making them to stay in an organization for a long time? I think that's what the quiet quitting, I'm going to talk about it. But what is really making them to stay with them? So they need to learn a lot. They need to perform well in their organization. So how we can really give them a platform? So this internal talent marketplace is something which actually enables people. Like recently we launched with only phase 1, and it's also enabling gig within the organization. What is gig within the organization? I'm a HR professional, but I'm really good with graphic design. I'm also an experienced designer. Okay, I'm also a coach. So I'm also a guitarist. So I can have multiple things, right? So for example, if somebody else, you are running a project, you need a graphic designer only for 2 hours in a week. Okay, you can just go to the talent marketplace. It's a purely internal talent marketplace. You go there, and then talk about, I have this project, and this is the job description. This is this kind of skills. Remember, it's not a skill, it's the skills. These are the skills I'm expecting. And this will take 20% of your time. And whoever is interested, you can apply. So it will be published throughout the organization, and people can apply, and I can select whoever I want to utilize this project. And they work with me, and their day job is something else. In addition to this, in addition to whatever they are doing, in addition to whatever we are hiring them, they will be doing this. Why they are doing it? To upskill themselves, to get practical exposure, and to have better visibility in the organization. That will also help them to grow in the organization, right? It's a very interesting concept. If you want to learn more about it, you can Google, you can ChatGPT. But talent marketplace is going to be a game changer, which we conceptualized 3 years back, and with great difficulty, now I'm seeing the first platform we have developed, and we have launched it last week. So this actually helps people to showcase their skills. You might be having hundreds of skills. We have created a skills taxonomy for every function. There are 600 skills required in HR domain itself. And each skill people can really talk about it. So organizations are moving towards a skill-based organization. And I didn't need not to hire people for jobs. I can hire people only for skills. So am I with you? You're able to connect, right? So this internal talent marketplace is a new concept, which is coming up. And it's a lifelong learning. You need to adopt to technology and experience. How this employee experience is changed. Okay, it's a journey map. Everywhere, customers also, we do a customer journey map. So similarly, for employees also, there is a journey map. And different situation, we have different emotions. At every touch point, we have different emotions. When I entered, maybe yesterday, we landed at Trichy airport, and then we were going to hotel, Gnanam. So on the way, Purusha got excited about the roads. He said, fantastic, superb road. And how it is possible, Very well laid, there is reflector. And what is his experience that time? It was superb, it was on the top, it was the peak. Suddenly it dropped when a guy was coming opposite. Just 5 minutes before that, he was telling, people are also so disciplined, and they were all, they were following the rules. And within a moment, his experience was here. And he saw a guy coming opposite direction in a bike. Then suddenly his experience dropped. Then after that, we took another road, and then that road was also amazing. Then he said, his experience has gone up. So our experience actually fluctuates. So similarly, when you are working in an organization, when you go to a corporate, your experience also fluctuates. So how you are really capturing the peak moments, how you are really, your processes, your systems, your whatever, as a manager, what you are giving, how it is really making an impact, that's going to make a change. And flexi work options, people want the flexi work options, hybrid model. It's all outcome-based agenda. I think you also talked about it. It's no pay for what is it you are delivering. It's not about how much time you have spent in an organization. And there is a humanizing, there is emotions, that's very important, how you are humanizing work. And trust is very important. And then culture of inclusiveness. Today we want people from different background, diverse background, diverse educational qualification. You don't need same kind of people. It's not that, I worked in an organization, I want to hire the person from the same organization. No, it's people want to experiment a lot of things. This is what's happening in the world. And reshaping talent. The third bigger agenda is reshaping talent. How we need to really shape them. And how we can really build tomorrow's leader today. Suddenly, lockdown, just before lockdown, in retail, we never work from home. We were not, that's not required also, that was not practiced, that was not even thought of in our dreams. Suddenly there was lockdown and we had to work from home, and we were functional. All our grocery stores were functional. And how we have to really manage ourselves. That's a difficult situation. And we reinvented some of the business models as well, right? We, instead of you coming to buy from a store, we thought of market on wheels. So we put it in a truck, and then we went to all the societies, all the housing complexes, and then we started selling. So we changed the model, we changed the working thing. So how you can really quickly change. So that's what change is constant, that's what he said, right? So learn how to learn, and it's all about your skills, it's all about your skill, capabilities, not about roles. And organizational resilience is another area. You need to really enable people to move across. So today, one of the reasons why I'm saying all those things is all relevant to quiet quitting. So people want to mobilize, they don't want to be in the same role. If I want to really talk about my role, so I joined Reliance exactly 8 years back. So I've been with them for the last 8 years. And what really motivates them, motivates me to be there? So initially I talked about, I was heading HR for electronics retail. So all Reliance Digital stores, what you're seeing, or even my Jio stores where you get your Jio connections. I was heading HR there, and in fact, I was part of the Jio launch, a remarkable Jio launch. By the way, anyone knows how many days it took for us to reach 100 million subscribers? Any idea? It's a very classic case study. It took 84 days, whereas Airtel took 12 years to reach that number, right? It's a change. We were prepared. So I was heading HR for that business and then moved to grocery business. I've never worked in grocery. So grocery business for almost 2 years. I did some restructuring. And then now I'm handling the talent and learning and leadership development for the entire Reliance Retail across all the companies. So that's the kind of talent mobility. I was not stuck in one role. I got an opportunity to move to different roles. So that motivates you to stay in an organization. I think that's what today's expectation. Agile learning, career growth, future academy, which I said, future capabilities. So this is a broader changes. These are all the people imperatives. This is what the whole organization is talking about. And I think I thought of spending some time to understand, to tell you, to talk about how the world is changing, how the changing future, and how the people imperatives are. Quickly, even before moving on, any idea what is this SX and CX and EX? Good numbers, right? XX. X is Twitter today. So what is this? Any idea? Any guesses? There's no right or wrong here. Just can make any wild guesses. Okay, so this is one interesting model. Because I'm from retail, I want to also give you a kind of a preview or cursor view or teaser about what is retail and what is it we are working for. So SX is shareholders experience, and CX is customer experience, and EX is employee experience. So how I am experiencing in an organization, it actually makes me to give back to my customers, right? In retail, where all our employees are there, employees are interacting with the customers. So if the employees are feeling bad, and if they are really disengaged with the organization, and they are not comfortable with the manager, they are not comfortable with the organization, there are a lot of issues, there are abusive supervision, and people are not talking to them, treating them properly, then their experience is bad. If they are bad experienced people, how would they give a better experience to customers? It's not possible, right? So there was a restaurant in Chennai. I'm talking about 15 years back. Now it become a park. It's called Woodlands Drive-In in Chennai. So whenever you go and order something, and they come and then throw the plate. They don't give it to you. Literally throw. I mean, it's not like they throw, but yeah, they give you with a lot of displeasure. You can't expect them to be nicer also. I used to wonder, why they are behaving like this. Okay, they are giving as if, so why they are behaving like this? Then I figured out, or rather, I understood, that is an old restaurant, and it is completely unionized. All the employees are unionized. They were part of a union. And there was no connect. There was a lot of dissatisfaction with the management. And they were expressing it through this. So why, when customers are walking, the customer experience was not great, but why still people are going there? It is purely because that's a nice place. All the sales meeting actually happens there. All sales reviews happen there. And in fact, one of the settlement also I did there only. With my union leaders, I was able to negotiate and close it there in that restaurant only. That's only a functional. There is no experience. There is no wow experience there. And then Purushothaman also talked about hyper-personalization. Today, if you go to any buffet also, buffet, there is a preference. So sugar is not already added. So sugar is extra. So whatever you want, you can take it. Because there is a personalization. Everyone treats differently. There is a live counter in most of the buffet. Because people preferences are different. And you need to give that wow experience to customers, right? So unless the employees are having a good, positive experience, they will not be able to give better experience to our customers. If the customers are not happy, they will not come to you again and again, right? And if they're not coming again and again, you will not be able to retain the customer. They will not continue to spend in your establishment. and you'll not be able to, that's the competitive advantage, right? So the shareholders' money also will go for a toss. They will not be able to make money. So it's a connect. So I quickly, so this is the model which I strongly believe in. Unless you focus on employees, I think it's also a motivation for most of the HR aspirants. So HR makes a difference in the business. So why people are joining an organization? Because they want the company to help them to build their capability. They want to get career growth in the organization. They want some freedom and accountability to operate within. And of course, they want to be recognized for the good work what they're doing. And that makes them to feel good about the organization, right? If this is there, then they will be able to give a better experience to customers, positive impression. They will make sure that they serve the customer in a better way, and it will make an impact on the customer experience. That will become a compelling place them to shop. And if the customers are happy, and they will continue to come back to you. They will also talk good about it. No, there is a hotel like this, and then you go there, and it's a fantastic hotel. So they will also talk good about you. Then more customers will come, and that will make an impact on your top line. Any business, there are the 3 top lines. One is my revenue, profitability, and the third one is industry. What is the competitive advantage? What is the market share I have in this industry? Okay, these are the 3 things which are important for shareholders. And what is the foundation? Employee experience. And who is responsible for giving that foundation and that employee experience? Is HR. That's why I'm talking in an HR conclave. So HR can do that. And whether HR will not be able to do it on their own, of course they need to enable the managers. I need to, because that's what it makes a difference. There is people, they give personalized service, and the personalized service actually leads to profit. This is a simple model which I strongly believe, and then I've implemented in my jobs, in my profession, and at the same time I've also done some research on this as part of my PhD. So this is a very interesting thing. Why I'm talking about, if you are not able to manage employee experience, then this is quiet quitting happens. Anyone heard what is quiet quitting? Have you heard this term, quiet quitting? Yes, ma'am. Okay, anyone else? It's a very new phenomena, or rather no, whether it is a old wine in new bottle, but yeah, there are debates and discussions. But quiet quitting is a concept, I think 2 years back or 1.5 years back, a lot of people talked about it. And then there are some popular TikTok videos also. Like now, I quite quit. Everyone say that no, I quite quit. They voluntarily declare that I want to quite quit. What is quiet quitting? Quietly quitting the organization? Correct. Very good. Thank you. So they will not work actively in an organization, or rather, no, they are disengaged, but they will not leave the organization. They will still be there in the organization. And but 9:30, if the time is 9:30 to 6:30, they will go at 9:30 and then leave at 6:30. They will not go beyond. Okay, so these are all some of the articles. There are very minimal discussions around this. So is it a good idea? Is it a problem? 40% of the workers globally are considering quitting the job. I don't know, video is it possible to play video? No. Okay, okay. I think no, there's no audio. It's okay. So as usual, I think World Economic Forum also got into this like, comment, share. Okay, so that's a good one. So like, comment, share is very important. And unknowingly, whenever we talk about, also we tend to talk about this, like, comment, share at the end of any presentation. So whenever we are doing some session, we do the same thing. We always ask people to share their comment. So this is a simple video, and then there are very few information. So that actually, So the impact of COVID-19 have changed. There could be many reasons, right? So I'll just quickly talk about, I think I talked about Wuhan, Bani, and then how from work from office to work from home. It could be many reasons why people are switched off, why people are talking about quiet quitting after COVID. Because it could be, suddenly we were operating from home, there was some comfort when they are called to work, that could be one reason. And the world changing, and then maybe now I'm also a little anxious and a lot of tension, a lot of priorities. Maybe that could have been a reason. And then if you really look at the moment, and by the way, as you are all management students, you should continuously understand what is happening in the world. And you should be familiar with the trends. So quiet quitting happened. And after quiet quitting, there is another movement called Great Resignation. And after Great Resignation, the current one is Great Retrenchment. And people are also terminating, right? So it's all about, there is a link. And there is something called quiet firing also. You heard of quiet firing? Okay. So quiet firing is slightly opposite. So what do you mean by quiet firing? It is not quietly firing somebody, right? It is basically the manager switches off. Like, they don't interact with people. They don't give right feedback. They don't manage the performance in a better way. They don't support them. They don't listen to them. So what will happen? Automatically, it will make them to leave the organization, right? So that's another way of doing it. So quiet firing. So a lot of trends are there, and my invitation to all of you is to keep updated. Today, Instagram is a fantastic learning tool, and like WhatsApp University gives you all the, a lot of whether it is a fact, non-fact, and all those things. I don't believe in WhatsApp University, but Instagram, there are some genuine efforts, and there are nice, interesting courses. And I think Purushothaman talked about a Coursera course today morning, right? So you can learn from anywhere, and you learn from a Michigan University professor. Instagram, there are some interesting courses on many things. Prompt engineering. I learned a lot of prompts through Instagram. So how many of you are in Instagram? See, everyone is there. So, and what is it you are using for? You are using it for what? Only entertainment consumption, right? So most of the time that's what we do. Either we consume or we just generate some content. And it's a beautiful learning platform, okay? And you can learn anything and everything. There is a channel on Excel. If you want to learn Excel, you can learn Excel through a channel. There is another channel called End Back Pain. So I just followed those instructions and some exercises. I got rid of my back pain. So there are many interesting channels out there. So Instagram you can use a lot for learning. So in today's context, that's what it is. So people are moving from a different situation, and then how it is really making an impact. And work-life integration, and there are one of the report, Gallup survey talked about 50% of US employees. How I'm doing with time, sir? Time? Okay, right. So 50% of US employees are disengaged. That's okay. So 50% of US employees are actually quite quitters in 2022. That is a research survey. Is it a problem? It's a big problem, right? Why? Because today we are looking at maximizing productivity and minimizing cost. And there is a strong, consistent pressure on performing. Organization, I'm talking about organizational performance. Organizational performance, individual performance actually it leads to organizational performance. So obviously we can't really afford the cost of quiet quitters. But are there quiet quitters in any organization? There are. I did a research. One of my recent research was, how do you really measure quiet quitting? Okay, so I'll talk about it later. But there are reasons for you to, and low engagement alone cost global economy $7.8 trillion. That's the cost of quiet quitting. So what is the role of why we are talking about today? So we need to understand the symptoms. We need to understand what really makes them to leave an organization, and or rather no, to be quiet quitting. And how do we really address those things? So that's what I think you will be able to connect with what I said earlier. I talked about a lot of solutions, but again, we will be able to discuss. And in India, there is a IT Slack report, research report. It talks about almost 54% of knowledge workers in IT industry are quiet quitters. Okay, quiet quitters is basically actively disengaged. They are not actively engaged, and they are not measuring quiet quitting, but they are talking about actively disengagement. Is it literally quitting the job? No, that's what we said, right? You talked about it. It's not about literally quitting. I'm there in the job, I'm still there, but I don't contribute more than what I can do. Is it disengaging from one's work? Yes, of course, you are disengaged, actively disengaged. Is it a old wine in new bottle? Because earlier, employee engagement survey is what we measure. And we talk about say, stay, strive. And I don't know how many of you have read those things. I mean, if you have not studied, say, stay, strive is what we measure as an engagement. How many people are talking good about our organization? How many people are staying with our organization? How many people are striving for performance? Based on, this is based on this, we do a survey, annual survey. And when you are doing an annual survey, we decide that no, people are really engaged. But in today's context, it's not about annual. As I told you yesterday, earlier, yesterday Purusa's experience changed from, Trichy to Tanjavur multiple times. So if I did a survey, maybe at the Trichy immediately after 10 minutes, maybe it would have been really 95% or 98, 99%. And when this person, came opposite side, maybe probably his experience would have dropped to 54%. It's very dynamic. In a day also, in 1 hour's time also, it changes a lot. Now, how we can really decide an organization engagement based on an annual survey? Okay, it is not relevant in today's context. That's why you need to really understand the symptoms in a live situation and then take a call. How it is different from active disengagement and job dissatisfaction. There is a huge difference. It's not about only one moment. It is about constant effort, and then it also leads to an action. And there is something called, we expect people to behave in certain way in an organization, and those behaviors will take a toll, right? And we are expected to, by the way, a big round of applause to all of you. Because when we are walking to the office, in fact, Dr. Puru asked this question to Dr. Arul. He said, a lot of students, there are more than 240 students, but how you are keeping all your walls clean, right? I don't think it is only about housekeeping and cleaning. It's all about the discipline of you, right? Your discipline is important. So you know that how to behave in an institution, and you know how to keep your organization's, your institution's assets as your own asset. That's the ownership mindset you have. I think that's a discipline. I think that's a discipline this institution is really helping you to build. I think thanks to all the faculty members, because it's a commendable job. It's not easy, right? That's called organization citizenship behavior. How do you really behave in an organization? What has come of the acceptable behavior? And you are demonstrating those behaviors, and it is visible to any outsiders like us, right? We were able to understand or make a statement that no, you are well disciplined with one instance, right? That's a big thing. So big round of applause to all of you. I think this is important in an organization. Okay, and extra role behavior. What do you mean by extra role behavior? And again, I'm taking reference of what was spoken in the morning, right? How one is really taking extra steps, and how a same person is doing multiple jobs, right? Recently, I visited Scotland, and then Scotland there is a tour, guided tour. So we wanted to go to Scottish Highlands, where it's a beautiful up hills. I could see rarely some human beings there. It was a beautiful place, unadulterated place. So I got into the driver when me and my family, we were waiting in the queue. Somebody really helped us to check our ticket. He checked my ticket and scanned it, and then helped me to board the bus. So we got in the bus, and then we sat in our designated seat. And then after some time, the same person came. He said, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Scott, and then I am your host today. And I will make sure that you have a wonderful trip. And please make sure that in our country you need to wear seatbelt even if you are a passenger in a bus. And if something happens, it will protect you, but maybe it will not. My first aid box will not protect you if something happened majorly, but maybe small injuries. I have a first aid box, and these are some do's and don'ts." He just onboarded us. He gave me an orientation. He gave all of us an orientation. And then we thought he's a tourist guide or he's a program manager. He's welcoming us. Then immediately he spoke all those things. And then so it's the same this kind of mic. He picked up and then he wore and then got into the driver's seat. Then he started driving the bus, and then he said, "So welcome once again, and this is the plan, and we taken now, and we will cover some 350 kilometers in a day. Evening we will come back. We will go to this place, this place." He talked about everything, the entire itinerary. And then he was going on talking about the Scottish culture. And then, so Purushothaman talked about a air hostess selling sandwich, 20,000 feet above. So this man, again, I don't know how many of you have visited Edinburgh city tour. Don't take this bus. There is a government-operated city tour bus is there, and you pay 30 pounds, and then they will take you through that. You can take unlimited. You can hop on, hop off any places. This is a nice place. If you have not visited Edinburgh Fort, you can visit. So during the entire conversation, my next break was after 2 hours. You won't believe these 2 hours. I have a video of them. So he was talking and then driving. Everything was simultaneously. Entire 2 hours, he didn't stop for a minute. He was continuously talking. He was talking about the culture. He was talking about Scottish culture. He was talking about the tour plan. He was engaging with all of us. And at the same time, he was also driving the vehicle and making sure that we are all safe. So that's a commendable job. I couldn't resist myself. And he stopped for break. Then I couldn't resist myself. And then he also, in between, he also said, there is a nice place to know. There is a not devil, it's monster. There is a monster in one of the lake. It's Loch Ness. So Loch Ness, you can really, for that you need to have a ticket. So it's a lake, and then if you go there, there is a belief that there are monsters below that lake, and then they are active. And with sound and all, they will make you to believe that it is there. But it was a very interesting. So he was also selling for his country's tourism. And he said, "No, during break you can buy ticket from me. And if you buy from the counter, it's so-and-so, and then I can give you 7 pounds less." So he was also selling. So what came to my mind, I was talking to you earlier about the T model, right? That multi-skilled. It's a specialization in more than one areas. Specialization, but more than one areas, right? So in our country, okay, you could have booked from a booking clerk, and there will be a cleaner checking your ticket. Somebody would be checking your ticket, and somebody would be coming as a tourist guide. They will continue to talk as a tourist guide. Somebody would have become a program manager. Somebody would have been driving, and even that entire 350, he was the only driver, right? We could have got even from Tanjavur to Chennai, there are 2 drivers, omnibus drivers, right? So we have that kind of luxury. We have a lot of manpower, we are using all this. So the career growth of a driver actually multifold. The same driver, and by the way, he was having an Apple Watch, he was wearing an Apple Watch, he was having an iPhone. And he was speaking fluent English. Of course, English is the other time. But this guy was amazing. I couldn't resist myself. So you need to, if the driver wants to earn more, and will you pay more than $1 lakh for that driver? Just because this driver has been with you for the last 25 years? No, right? That's skill. Whatever you can afford to pay, you will continue to pay for the driver as long as you can afford to pay for that skill. Unless the driver actually comes across with, no, I will drive you and I will drop you wherever you are going there. And after that, no, maybe I'll teach your students. So Dr. Arul does, it's an opportunity for you. I think he's not there. Okay, your driver can also know. You can also build your capability and then you can also teach. You can also go and do some other thing. So you can do multiple things. So how you are really building your career, no? How you are building your skills and then demonstrating it, your career growth, your salary, everything goes up. So you can't really stuck in one particular skill. You need to really develop multi-skill. So the reason why I'm talking about extra role behavior, I don't want to stuck with my own role. This is my role and I want to be here. Then you will be here and there only. You will not grow. If you want to grow, you need to really, really build your career. So quiet quitting, if somebody is quiet quit, they will not do any extra role behavior. They will continue to do what they are doing. Is it ethical? Is it a healthy response to a culture of? So one of the other thing is culture of overwork. In our country, we tend to overwork, right? And we don't say no. If my boss says that no, you need to do something else also, I don't say no. So for example, I was telling yesterday in our travel, my first job, I joined a company called Suraj Diamonds Limited as a management trainee after my post-graduation. So my personal manager, those days HR manager were called as personal manager, right? So this gentleman asked me, Jiva, I need to give you an appointment letter, but unfortunately our typist is absent today. You know, there is a role called typist. Are you aware? Maybe in this generation you may not aware, right? So there is to be a typist. Okay, typist only type everything, whatever you are giving. So today we are doing everything. Okay, but the typist was not there. And I said, that's not an issue, sir. I know typewriting. I'm English higher and Tamil lawyer. I proudly say that no, it is my thing. Then he said, yeah, that's good, yeah. So go to the first floor where the typist is sitting, take that typewriter machine, and I'll dictate you type your own appointment letter. So my first job was typing my own appointment letter for me. That was my first job. I didn't think that I'm a management student, I'm a pass out of, I didn't have that opportunity also to tell them. I didn't even think of doing it. Today, if I tell one of my management trainee to do that, if I demonstrate that behavior, they will throw me out. And next day I will be torn in social media, bits and pieces, right? So that's the change. Okay, today people can really talk about it, right? And that's the advantage you have. And I think quiet quitting also, people, if they are not comfortable, they can even say that. So what is quiet quitting? It is doing the bare minimum. This is summary. So doing a bare minimum for the work and setting good work-life boundaries, not getting caught up in the hustle culture, and doing one job. Whatever எனக்கு இதுதான் வேலை, எனக்கு இது பண்ணிட்டேன், அவ்வளோதான், இது போதும் எனக்கு அப்படின்ற ஒரு மைண்ட் இருக்கவங்க, குவைட் குவிட்டிங் இருக்கவங்க அதான் பண்ணுவாங்க. They will not go beyond. They will not go do any extra job. And there is no going and beyond. And then completely disengaged from whatever they are doing, they will manage. And if you tell them to do something, they will do. That's all. They don't do anything on their own. So these are some of the behaviors which this is again, it's an outcome of my research. I've done a research on quiet quitting. I spoke to several HR managers, HR leaders, and then tried to figure out what is quiet quitting according to them, what are the kind of behavior they demonstrate. We picked up those behaviors. We created some thematic analysis. Based on that, I developed a scale. I developed a scale to measure quiet quitting in an organization. So why do you want to measure? Why do you want to do that? So that you can really understand how you can really avoid this, how you can really do that. So is it a problem? It's a problem. How much of a problem? It's a bigger problem. It's going to impact your organization performance and growth. So some of the curious questions I had in my mind. So what are some of the antecedents? What are some of the triggers for them to do it? Maybe manager, maybe work, maybe culture, maybe the colleagues. No, whatever I spoke earlier, I think if it is not there, just imagine whatever changes we are talking about, your management style also should change according to the change in the industry, change in the organization. If it is not there, then it will lead to quiet quitting. Then how do you identify and measure quiet quitting? Is there any scale? It was not there. I developed a scale and I think I tested for its reliability and validity. Now it is there. I'm going to publish this, but this scale really will help to measure. And what are the long-term consequences of quiet quitting, which I spoke? There are a lot of consequences. If you are not able to identify the quiet quitters on time and then do some corrective actions, it will not help you. At the same time, you should also understand what really makes them to quiet quit, actively disengage, and then correct it immediately. It will not really. So it will also have an impact on your physical health, mental health. What will happen if I'm disengaged, if I'm a quiet quitter? What will it do? I will not concentrate on my work. It will also, my mental health will be taken for granted. I go and talk to my wife and say that no, I don't enjoy what I'm doing here. It's really painful. My manager is a pain. This entire work culture is a pain. I go and talk about all these things. What is it? My physical health and mental health both gets affected. And I'm also spoiling the relationship in family as well. Okay? This could be one reason. The second is my career progression. And I'm not able to grow in the organization. Maybe because of my own behavior, I will not get an opportunity to grow in the organization because I'm not doing anything extra. I'm not skilling myself. I'm not learning anything new. I'm not contributing anything new. So it will also my overall well-being will also take for a call. And then some of the leadership behavior. How do our leaders actually encourage them? And how do they play a role in quiet quitting? So there is a very interesting research one of my professors, which I have come across, is called abusive supervision. So what is this abusive supervision? My supervisor is not treating me well. So abusive doesn't mean that you use all kind of unparliamentary words. Abusive is also like when I'm saying good morning to him and he is not even nodding his head. When I am talking to him and then he is looking at something else, that is also abusive approach, like abusive behavior. That will also make me to feel bad. Okay? And one of my professors have done an interesting research. The abusive supervision leads to knowledge hiding in IT industry. IT industry, it's all about knowledge sharing, right? And they hold information. They don't share it with others. And I have interesting colleagues also in my organization I've identified. So they don't, whatever you talk to them, they don't share information because there is this insecurity. They don't want to share what they want to share with you. And it is important for the organization. But it will lead to knowledge hiding behavior. And it will also lead to burnout. And at one point of time, I will be completely burnt out. And I'll lose interest. And then there is something called psychology contract violation. So there is a contract between us and the organization, right? If the contract is violated, and I'm talking about psychological contract, I'm expecting something from my organization is supposed to give me back, and they should also do that. If they're not doing it, and I get what? I get irritated, and I want to take revenge. And I hide information, I don't perform well, I become a quiet quitter. So all these things are possible. So I also studied that the kind of relationship between abusive supervision, burnout, psychological contract violation, and quiet quitting. So quiet quitting, is it a problem? Yes, it's a problem. So that's where HR plays a major role. You can do a lot of things. Age, gender, that's also making a difference, right? Gender also is making. Today, younger generation really want a different approach. I can't use the command and control approach of leadership, what I was using many years back. That doesn't work in today's context. A coaching style leadership might work. So my leadership behavior will change. So as an organization, HR has to play a major role in understanding and then understanding these behaviors, look at some symptoms, and making sure that they focus on the HR process, policies, behaviors, timely interventions, learning interventions, talent process intervention, talent liberative processes. So all those things would really contribute to a highly performance-oriented organization. Okay, so that's what quiet quitting is all about. And maybe let's learn from each other. Let's have some questions. Maybe it's also an opportunity for me to learn from you. So question and answer, please.
Why are we talking about this now? Because I think it was long before. Everyone is working, everyone is doing quiet quitting from long before. Is it not a problem in the past? Why are we doing it in the present now?
Very, very interesting. Time for anything. So even earlier we discussed gig economy. Was it not there earlier? It was there. Why we are talking about now? Because the world is changing. As I told you, I think my first initial 3-4 slides, I was only talking about the changing feature, changing preferences. What it was not considered as a problem earlier, today it's a problem because of the change. And the world is completely changed today. And with AI coming up, is it going to lose, and are we going to lose our jobs? No, we don't. But we need to pick up a different skill, right? So similarly, the world is changing, the expectations are different, the organization preferences are different, the employee experience is different. So we need to understand this. We need to address this. If we are not addressing, the consequences are really, really high. And just imagine, as I told you, my example. 30 years back, when I was asked my manager to type my own appointment letter, I didn't have guts to say no. Today, it's not possible. Today, the employee preferences have changed. It's evolution, right? So the context is different. Today's context, it is important.
Thank you, sir.
Did I answer your question? Thank you.
Whether there is any connection between quiet quitting and workplace happiness?
Quiet quitting and workplace
happiness.
Of course, as I told you, burnout, psychological contract violation, all these things will lead to unhappiness, right? So I'll not be happy. And that will lead to actually burnout. So because I'm not enjoying what I'm doing. If I enjoy my work, I'll be able to do more than what is required. I will not restrict myself in a compartment, in a boundary. I have a different view when somebody is saying, no, out of the box thinking. I said, there is no box around us. There is no box around me, right? And there is no box around you. So why we are restricting ourselves within the box? And that's where when you are putting yourself in a box, you will continue to focus on you, right? I mean, you will not go out of the way, right? That's where it's important. So if you want to be happy, you need to enjoy what you're doing, and you should do more than what you can do, right? Thank you.
Students are free to ask a question to other panelist members also, to Dr.R. Purushothaman or Dr.R. Srinivasan Iyengar also, if you want to ask questions, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, is quiet quitting and gobbling mode is similar word, sir?
Quiet quitting
and gobbling mode.
I don't know about gobbling mode.
No, sir, in HR class we have learned, sir, in second sem.
Okay, so what is this?
Goblin mode again is quiet quitting. We given another name where people tend to be not productive but still try to react as if they are productive, which we'll not be able to monitor.
Okay.
So that's goblin.
I think that's an answer. I don't know.
Sir, how we tackle quiet quitting, sir, as HR?
Yeah, so that's why I said, one is reactive approach, the other one is a proactive approach. So the reactive approach is you need to understand the symptoms and then correct. There are corrective interventions you can do. So there could be many reasons what is really make them to. That's why I said no. You identify, measure, and then based on that you take a call. So if it is a career growth, if it is a talent process, if it is a learning intervention, if it is a manager behavior, there could be many reasons. And if I want to give another example, recently I did a survey, and then based on the survey we looked at there is a x-axis and then there is a y-axis, and then one is authentic connection is one side, the other one is strategic cohesion. The strategic cohesion is basically the ability to execute. Authentic connection is how to connect with the employees, the empathetic behavior, empathetic connection with the employees. So most of the leaders in an organization, most of the leaders were coming under high on execution and low on empathetic connection. In a hurry to execute what I want to achieve, I would tend to miss the connection with our employees. So if that is the behavior of managers, it's very difficult. The quiet quitting will happen. So you need to make some corrective action. So this could be one corrective action. So then we can sensitize all the managers. We could train them how to manage people, how to give feedback, how to change their managing style. As I said, instead of a command and control leadership, we can move to a coaching style leadership. So there could be many things. This is a reactive approach. The proactive approach is, that's where the role of HR. HR has to really look at a transformative role. So from a transactional role, and today most of the transactions are managed by systems. There are shared services center. There are payroll. And as Purushothaman was talking about earlier, so he said no, learning was outsourced. So you can also outsource. And many companies today, all their shared services are outsourced. Like their payroll, time management, it's all time office management. All these things are managed externally. But HR could focus on transformative role. The transformative role actually is talking about how I can really provide career growth, how to build capabilities, how to provide them, recognize them on time, how to really revisit some of the process where they get freedom and accountability, how to channelize the leadership behavior. All this proactive approach will really lead to avoid quiet quitting.
So may I?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you are audible.
Actually, my question is about measuring quiet quitting. Thanks to you, the question scale is already there. Please share that with us. It'll be useful for us. And second is, at one point you decide, like, I'm going to retain this person or I'm going to fire this person. Keeping our prejudices away, how do we decide as HR manager, like, I'm going to retain?
So, I'm not saying that there is a one approach. And from my experience, there are multiple approaches. In fact, I don't mind sharing this. So there is a talk show in Star Vijay, like Niya Nana. So one of the Niya Nana session, and everyone is talking about HR. எங்கள் கம்பெனியில் ஹெச்ஆர் எப்படி இந்த பேர் வச்சுருக்கோம்னு நிறைய பேர் வச்சுருந்தாங்க ஹெச்ஆருக்கு எப்படி how they are calling ஹெச்ஆர்ன்றதெல்லாம் நிறைய பேசினாங்க. So then I was also curious. Next day, I was working with a cross-functional team, so I asked them, எனக்கு என்னடா பேர் வச்சுருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னு. ஸோ they said, சார் உங்களுக்கு பேரில் மாற்றலாம் இல்லை, எப்போதுமே ஒரே பேர் தான். என்னடா பேர்னு, ஸோ அன்புச்செல்வம் அப்படின்னா. ஸோ அன்புச்செல்வம், I don't know whether you are able to connect with அன்புச்செல்வம். அன்புச்செல்வம் IPS in காக்கா மூவி. ஸோ அவர் எதுக்காக அன்புச்செல்வம்னு, என்கவுண்டர் ஸ்பெஷலிஸ்ட் அப்படின்னாங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ என்கவுண்டர் ஸ்பெஷலிஸ்ட் ஏன் எனக்கு, சார் நீங்கள் 5 மணிக்கு மேலே யாருயாவது போய் தோளில் கை போட்டு உங்கள் ரூமுக்கு மெதுவாக கூப்பிட்டு போனீங்கன்னா எங்களுக்கு தெரியும் அவர் அடுத்த நாள் வரமாட்டாருன்னு. ஓகே, ஸோ that is my role, that is seen. So then they asked me, so I don't know how you are managing, this is very sensitive, but how you are managing this, is there any formula அப்படின்னா, how you are doing it? I said no, there is no formula, because everywhere it's different. But it's a painful process. When you are firing someone, you need to go through a lot of emotions. For some of them, it will be a kind conversation. சில பேர்கிட்ட நான் சத்தம் போட வேண்டியிருக்கோம், சில பேர்கிட்ட நானும் அழுவேன் அவனும் அழுவான், அதெல்லாம் நடந்திருக்கு. I don't know if you have not seen a movie, this also as we spoke yesterday. Up in the Air அப்படின்னு ஒரு மூவி இருக்கு. If you have not watched this movie, you watch this movie. Okay? It's George Clooney-oda movie. I think this is one of the best movies I've seen. George Clooney-oda role அந்த படத்தில் இந்த மாதிரி என்கவுண்டர் ஸ்பெஷலிஸ்ட், செப்பரேஷன் ஸ்பெஷலிஸ்ட். He has to travel across the country in the US during recession 2008-9. How he was terminating people. There were a lot of conversations. Okay, so then one young management graduate comes and tells us, now why this guy is traveling everywhere? He is only accruing his airline miles. There is a better way to do it. Online, you can video conference, you can terminate them. Okay, so that's a story. Okay, that's a story, and then how it goes, you watch the movie. I don't want to spoil. I don't want to be a spoiler. But very interestingly, and that's what it is. There is no one-size-fits-all approach. It's all different. And the decision for termination could be many. Okay, one could be organization decision, one could be business cycle in a governance cycle, where you are and what kind of focus you are, and how the technology is impacting you. So there are multiple decisions, multiple information for you to decide whether I need to terminate someone or not. And it could be performance issue as well. Okay, today I don't think any organization is encouraging poor performance, and those days are gone. If you are not performing, you will perish. So that's the kind of organization. If there is a better performance process in an organization, you might take a call. If that person is culturally unfit, you can take a call. There could be many reasons, and of course, the quiet quitter also will not survive for a long time. So once you are able to identify, sometimes you may have to, if they're not improving, you may have to take a call. Okay, it's purely my experience. It's not nothing to do with the organization with I'm associated, right?
So, question.
Hi, sir.
Hi.
So myself, Sanjay. I would like the quiet quitting. How you should see the employee as well as the employer perspective, it differs, no, sir?
Of course, it's individual. It is very specific. So there are individuals, even if they are facing all kind of issues what I talked about, manager behavior, feedback, performance, organization, role, career, recognition, whatever it is. If there are some people, they take it, yeah. So whatever it is, they might take it comfortably. They might see that, no, this is an opportunity for me to improve, and I can't change certain things which I can. So let me focus on myself, how I could really make a difference. And whether I'm recognized or not, I will continue to, I know and I understand what is expected from me and what is this organization needs. I would continue to contribute. There are individuals. There are many individuals. There are individuals, no, organization is not taking care of me. I don't take care of them. I will take back and I will be silent. And I will do one is what is there in paper. In my job description, I'll just stay with that job description. I don't go beyond. So that's also possible. It is purely individual.
If it is so, how it can be overcome, sir?
Sorry?
If it is so, how it can be overcome?
Yeah, you identify, no? That's where the symptoms are there. So you identify. You focus on the person who is really contributing and continue to motivate and give them a growth. And whereas whoever is not working, you work with them. So today, anything is possible. And people make mistake. I think there is a very beautiful phrase I always remember. And in fact, it used to be on my table. People are not useless. They are used less. Okay, this is what I learned from Rangarajan. So I don't know whether you are aware of Mahatriya Rangarajan in Chennai. So he talks about infinitism, right? He's not a spiritual guru, but he talks about infinitism. He once said this, and I really truly appreciate and truly believe in it. And I used to follow this and sincerely follow this. Right? So people are not useless, they are used less. So everyone is good. So if you work with them, there will be amazing change. And if they are not able to change, then they will leave. It's just an opportunity.
Sir.
I don't know whether I'm standing between your lunch and me, so I'm happy.
Sir, my question is, people are more dependent on technology today. And the dependability is like, it's reaching a level where we are becoming lethargic in our behavior itself. Like ever since the calculator was invented, we forgot doing maths in our mind. Slowly we are more and more dependent on technology for our daily functions. We need a reminder now to remind ourselves to be somewhere, things like that. On the other side, we are the specialists are interested with developing this technology. So as a HR guy, how do you see the future? People becoming lazy, lethargic, or is it like, are we going to higher order of thinking, or what is happening in the mass level?
Okay, so brilliant question. In fact, the same question which I asked Dr. Mailsamy Anathurai recently in one of the Clubhouse. I don't know whether you are aware of Clubhouse. Okay, so Clubhouse is an audio platform. So my wife is very active there. So I attended. They do every Sunday. They have something called Tamil Sandor Peravai. So all big Tamil achievers, they come and speak in that forum. So I attended one of these days, they invited Dr. Mailsamy Iyengar. So I asked the same question to him. So he talked about artificial intelligence, how it is impacting, so I asked the same question because one of my concern, when we are doing an assessment center, when we are assessing potential of people, a cluster manager to next level managers. So I asked this question, every assessment center I asked this question, and hardly I got response from 1 or 2 people. I asked them a simple thing, so what is 20% of 80? And then they say something. And then what is 2% of 80? They always struggle. Okay, so the mental maths was not there at all. So we forgot to calculate. But today, so my father used to remember all the numbers, all the telephone numbers. He didn't even write. He doesn't have the habit of writing also. Today, some people know they don't even know their own number. They don't remember their own number. Because there is a technology, and how we can argue both ways. I don't want to call it that, it's lethargic behavior, lazy behavior. Probably we are smart enough to understand, adapt to technology changes. So there is a technology, I'm using it. So why do I want? So if I ask my son, so you need to have some basic tables. You need to understand this. I said, why do I need? No, there is a calculator, there is a phone, and I carry my phone everywhere, and it's easier for me to do that. So you can argue against and for as well. So we are one species, like one of the species who can adapt to any kind of situation, right? And that's what we are. And 60 years back, when AI was first talked in 1960, I think. 1960, AI was first, I think, US military, they talked about AI. And then they said in next 20 years, people will lose their job, and this is going to dominate. Even now also we are saying the same thing. Another 20 years we will lose job, AI will take care of everything. It is not the case. We know how to manage. When the system has come, so like I talked about typewriter. Today typewriter is not there, but we all know computers, right? So everything now, every technology changes, we are evolving and we are quick enough to adopt. And the very interesting part is we know how to adapt to any technology changes. And that's what, as I told you, HR will no more be called as HR, it will be called as HCR, Human Computer Resources, so we know how to manage both. So generative AI, today generative AI is there, but how you are using generative AI? And that reminds me, if I'm not taking much time, if I have time, so I'll tell you one more story. So, there is how many of you are familiar with games? Games in the sense like PlayStation or Xbox console. Okay, so there is whoever is having, and I recently got an opportunity to play a game. It's called Detroit. Detroit is a game. You are aware, right? You played that game? Yeah, so it's a beautiful game. It's a beautiful game, and my son introduced me, so I also played. And it made me to think a lot. In fact, it got me worried about the future of work. The future of work, HR role is going to be different. In that example, that movie, that game, it is like there is one short movie instance which I tell you. There is a guy, coming from the left, and then he was walking towards the crime scene. A lady was crying, "He already killed my husband, and he has abducted my daughter. Please save him. You are the interpreter, right? So please save him." So the lady runs away. This guy actually walks across, and then he went to, there are polices, there are running around. And then you can really understand that this guy is going to negotiate with somebody who has abducted the girl. And there is a guy dead also, like he was killed. And then police looks at that person, the interpreter, and says, "Oh, you are also droid." So droid is robo. Okay, we have to work with robos. So these guys go there, and he looks at the instances. He's recalling what would have happened. He's also making all the scenarios possible. And then you have to play. You have to play what could have been the reason. He gets a clue, and then you have to play. And he takes a tablet, and the tablet shows that this guy had, the owner of the house, had browsed a Droid version 820. That's the latest version. Whereas, and he further goes, he goes to the girl's cupboard, he opens the girl's cupboard, and then he sees a photograph with a droid. That is a 430 server. That's 430 server is our retail server. So 430 is the model number. So what would have happened? This house owner is upgrading its droid. That the 430 droid is attached to the girl, the daughter, and it was not willing to leave, willing to let go. So it killed the house owner and abducted the child. So that was the scene. And then this guy, the droid, interpreter droid, it's an advanced version. So it went and then it was negotiating with that person. That droid was holding that daughter and then threatening that, no, I'm going to jump. And whereas, what is the choice for him? So he has to save both, or he can save the daughter and then maybe compromise the droid. That's also possible. Okay? You have to pick. What is it? You're going to take your gun out, or you're going to speak, or what is it you're going to speak? Are you going to show empathy? Are you going to? All these scenarios are there. You take a decision, and then finally I played a game, and then it actually tries to grab that girl. At the end, both the interpreter and the abductor both actually died. The girl was saved. Okay, I made a wrong decision, wrong move. Then the droid was helping me, the game was helping me the scenario planning. What would have really helped me to play safe? This is a beautiful, that made me to think a lot, and it made me to be worried. Okay, this is going to be the future, and how you're going to manage. And if this is, I've just imagined a situation at our work. And if this is the kind of situation, what is the role of a manager? What is the role of HR? How we can really make use of this? Okay, that's the game. I think we need to play that. And as I told you, another example was that driver and wearable. If that is the case, and that's how the technology is helping you to do that. And so I was talking to one of my team members, and he's supposed to prepare a proposal. And normally it would have taken 2-3 days for him to write a proposal. And he came to me within 1 hour, and he prepared a 5-page document. I said, how did you do that? ChatGPT. But how did he use that ChatGPT? He trained ChatGPT with right prompts. And we took a session. Now the learning function, it is not I'm not going to teach them how to use Excel. Rather, I should teach them how to use ChatGPT to get Excel results. We should not we should not run away from the technology. Rather, we should maximize the use of technology to get the maximum output at the possible minimal efforts. I think that's where the HR role is, to prepare for that. I think the future is going to be fantastic. That's how I look at it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, with that question, I'd like to thank all our 3 guests, Dr.R. Srinivasan Iyengar, Dr.R. Purushothaman.
Sir, if you're going to wind up, then maybe I have a last one story to share before
Please, sir.
I wind up. Okay?
Yeah.
It's okay. So you want to? Okay, right. So this is another, because we got an opportunity to interact with students, and then maybe this one story you would have heard this, but I thought it's a great opportunity for you, for us, everyone, to learn from each other. So maybe I'll end this conversation. I think you can go for lunch after this. So there was a king, or Urla, or Raja irundara. And the Raja ஒருத்தர் சார் நான் அரேபியன் கண்ட்ரி போயிருந்தேன். Maybe I'll narrate the story in Tamil only. Everyone understand Tamil, right? Right, thank you. So நான் இந்த மாதிரி அரேப் கண்ட்ரி போயிருந்தேன். 2 பருந்து கிடச்சிது எனக்கு. இது ராஜாளி. இது ரொம்ப முக்கியமானது, ரொம்ப பிரசித்தமானது. ஸோ உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கணும்னு நினச்சேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ராஜாவுக்கு ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணிட்டு போனார். அந்த ராஜா ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருந்தார். அந்த ராஜா உடனே கூப்பிட்டு என்னையும் புருஷார் மாதிரியும் உள்ள ட்ரெயினரை கூப்பிட்டு, அது ட்ரெயினருக்கு போகிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி மந்திரியை கூப்பிட்டு இதை ட்ரெயின் பண்ணுங்கள், எப்படி பறக்கிறதுன்றதை கொஞ்சம் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுங்கள் அப்படின்னாரு. உடனே அந்த மந்திரியும் என்னையும் புருஷாரையும் கூப்பிட்டு, நீங்கள் தான் ட்ரைனிங்கில் எக்ஸ்பர்ட் ஆச்சே, இதை ட்ரெயின் பண்ணுங்கள் அப்படின்னாங்க. நாங்களும் என்னென்னமோ ட்ரெயின்லாம் பண்ணி பார்த்தோம், பண்ணிவிட்டு விட்டோம். அடுத்த நாள் காலையில் ராஜா பால்கனியில் பார்க்கும்போது ஒரு பருந்து மட்டும் பயங்கரமாக பறந்துட்டு இருந்துச்சு, வேறு. இன்னொரு பருந்து இந்த கிளையிலே உட்காந்துட்டு இருந்துச்சு, இந்த மரத்துலேயே உட்காந்துட்டு இருந்துச்சு, பறக்கவே இல்லை. என்ன ட்ரெயின் பண்ணீங்கன்னு கூப்பிட்டு எங்களை 2 பேரையும் பிடிச்சி சத்தம் போட்டார். உடனே நாங்களும் வந்து 2 பேர் யோசிச்சுட்டு நிறைய போய் நல்லா ட்ரெயின் பண்ணலாம் அடுத்த தடவை, இது எப்படியாவது பறக்க வச்சிடணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு நாங்களும் என்னென்னமோலாம் பண்ணோம். பட் பறக்கவே இல்லை அது. அடுத்த நாள் பார்த்தாரு, ரொம்ப டிசப்பாயிண்டட். அவர் எங்களுக்கு வேறு தண்டனை எல்லாம் கொடுக்கறதுக்கு முன்னாடி திரும்ப மந்திரியை கூப்பிட்டு, இது என்னது நடக்கலை, வேறு ஏதாவது பெஸ்ட் ட்ரெயினரை வெளிலேருந்து கூப்பிடுங்க அப்படின்னோடனே நம்ம எக்ஸ்பர்ட்டு டாக்டர் ஸ்ரீனிவாசன் ஐயங்கார் வந்தாருங்க. அவர் டப்புன்னு 4 கனெக்ஷனை போட்டார், முடிச்சிடலாம் அப்படின்லாம் பார்த்தாரு. பண்ணி பார்த்துட்டு ரிப்பீட்னாரு. ஆனால் ரிப்பீட் ஆகலை, அது பறக்கவே இல்லை, ஒன்றுமே ஆகலை. தென் மந்திரியும் ராஜாவும் ரொம்ப கோபமாயிட்டாங்க. இது என்ன இது வேலைக்கு ஆகலை, யாராவது கிராமத்துலேருந்து யாராவது கூட்டுவாங்க, விவசாயி அது மாதிரிலாம் இயற்கையோடு அவங்களுக்கு தெரியும் என்னன்றது, ஏதாவது பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவர் கூட்டு வந்தாங்க. சரி, ஒரு விவசாயி வந்தார், குடியானவன் வந்தார். வந்து அடுத்த நாள் காலையில் பார்த்தாரு, 2மே பறந்துட்டு இருந்துச்சு. ராஜாவுக்கு பயங்கர சந்தோஷம். ஐயோ 2மே பறக்க வச்சிட்டாரு. யார் அந்த மெஜிஷியன், அந்த மெஜிஷியனை கூப்பிடுங்க, அவரை கூப்பிட்டு நான் நிச்சயமாக அவருக்கு ஏதாவது சன்மானம் வாங்கணும். அது இல்லாமல் வந்து அவர் எப்படி பறக்க வச்சார், என்னென்னமோ பெரிய எக்ஸ்பர்ட்லாம் வந்து ட்ரை பண்ணாங்க, யாருமே பண்ண முடியல, அவங்களால எப்படி பறக்க வைக்க முடிஞ்சு அப்படின்னு அவர் கூப்பிட்டு கேட்டார். என்ன பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னும்போது அவர், மெஜஸ்டி நான் ஒன்றும் பெருசாலாம் பண்ணல, அது உட்காந்து இந்த கிளையை வெட்டி விட்டுட்டேன் அப்படின்னாரு. அது பறந்துடுச்சு அப்படின்னாரு. ஸோ எனக்கு இந்த கதையை கேட்டோன்னே ரொம்ப ஆச்சரியமாக இருந்தது. யா, வி ஆர் ஆல் born டு ஃப்ளை, வி ஆர் ஆல் ஹேவிங் த கேப்பபிலிட்டி. சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி வந்து என்ன மாதிரியான சுச்சுவேஷன் இருந்தாலும் சரி, என்ன மாதிரியான இதாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, நமக்கு அந்த திறமை இருக்குது, நம்ம எல்லாருக்குமே அந்த பொட்டென்ஷியல் இருக்குது. ஸோ பீப்புள் ஆர் நாட் யூஸ்லெஸ், தே ஆர் யூஸ்ட்லெஸ். ஸோ எவ்ரி ஒன் ஹேஸ் சம் பொட்டென்ஷியல், எவ்ரி ஒன் ஹேஸ் தட் அமேசிங் கேப்பபிலிட்டி. That's what we are, and we are born to fly. So I wish you all the very best to fly high in your career. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that stellar message, sir. So on behalf of all of us, as you said, 3 மண்ணின் மைந்தர்களுக்கும் எங்களுடைய மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். Thank you, sir, for accepting the honor. Thank you, sir. The stage is all yours, sir.
Yeah, afternoon sessions are very difficult. So I used to master one thing when I was in college. I was the best man in sleeping with my eyes open. Okay? In fact, people would, so somehow I learned that technique. So that's called physically in, mentally out. Then one lecturer found out. He said, out. I said, no, I'm awake. He said, no, tell me, what did I say last? I was blank. Okay? So in case you have mastered it, keep it up. All the best. Okay, my topic is a bit different from the morning sessions. Morning there have been 3 great speakers. I was there for the last half an hour. You were a very interactive audience. It's basically, today's seminar is on changing trends in technology and so on, right? I have one regret in life, that I never came to this institute earlier. So I'm glad it happened yesterday. And as they say, better late than never. So I must thank Dr. Arul Raj for inviting me over at very short notice. I accepted because I had nothing better to do on a Saturday. Otherwise I would have been sitting at home watching TV. So I thought a better method of spending time with you people. And he gave me the choice of changing the topic a little bit. So this is one of my favorite topics which I have addressed in several colleges. So before we start, okay, 2:25. I was supposed to start at 2. So you have taken 20 minutes of my time. That's not fair. And you're telling me, okay, see, I had gone for one of these lectures and I asked that principal, how long do I speak? That was at about 3:30 in the evening. He was a very nice man. He didn't want to tell me my time for 1.5, 2 hours and all that. He said, sir, neenga evlo neram vanna pesunga sir, he said. So I smiled. I said, I'm very happy. But the door is open. Everybody will leave at 4:30. So he told me that at 3:30. That means 1 hour is my time. Similarly, I've been told that I have to pack up by 3:30 because I've got the next speaker who is coming. I have to respect him. So I have to run through a little bit. See, I can do this in two types. One is a question answer session. You just raise your hand and then shoot your question. As I'm going along, no problems. But short questions, short answers. Don't give me a question which is so long that I don't know the answer at the end of it. First point. Second point, you can, those who are nervous in preparing questions, write out on a slip, send it across here. If your handwriting is good enough, I can read it. Otherwise, somebody has to read it out. Okay? Now, we'll start. See, just one or two basic questions. How many of you have attended interviews? So many. Then I think I finished my lecture, I can go back. Okay. For what you have attended? For this institute, For selection for this institute? Kekla. I'm not able to hear you. I want to know why you have attended interviews and for what purpose? Job. Where job? You're all freshers, no? So can you clarify why they've attended interviews? Any reasons? You can take your mic and answer. Not because I'm not able to get the answers. I can hear voices but not answers.
Some of them attended probably, some of them have experience, like 1 or 2 years of experience before joining an MBA program.
So they would have attended job interviews.
And some of them, they did for some internship. First, though, there are some students who are second years here.
Internships.
Internship interview they would have attended.
Okay.
And some of them attended for some internal club activities.
See, interviews are very common nowadays. What is an interview? It's a process where two people assess one person over a period of 20 minutes. We assess your 20 years of living. We assess your 20 years of learning in 20 minutes. So maybe right, maybe wrong. Now there are interviews everywhere. If you go and see a girl for your marriage, you are interviewed. I don't interview. The wife says, I want to talk to this man. 25 years back or 30 years back when I went to see my wife in a village, she said, no, there's something suspicious about this man. I want to talk to him. So I was interviewed, So seriously I'm saying, so interview is something which you're going to face in life. It is there everywhere. I'm sure you would have had interviews in this great institute when you came here for your preparation, when you came here for your course, or when your campus recruitments are going to take place, you're going to face interviews. So the purpose of me in the next 45 minutes is to take you through the process. I'll try to be as brief as possible because normally this session of mine takes about 1.5 hours. But since the time is about 3:15, I think I have to take the car at 3:30. So I'll try to finish by 3:15. So we'll try to go as fast as possible and as clearly as possible. Okay? Shall we start? You're okay? Okay. Okay. This I'm starting in 2 stages. First slide is career planning. What is career planning? It is, you have to plan your career. Okay? Simple definition. Somebody asked, it seems Edmund Hillary, who climbed Mount Everest, why did you climb Mount Everest? You know what he said? I don't know, I climbed because it is there. Simple answer. He didn't give any technical answers. Similarly, what is career planning? It is planning your career. That's all. But it has larger meaning in the context of wherever you are nowadays. You're all students of MBA in this nice, esteemed institute. You have to plan your career as you go out. So what do? One plan is higher studies. After MBA, next what? Maybe another MBA in an institute which is bigger than this, more esteemed than this. Or, for example, my son has done MBA. He said, I want to do another MBA. I said, where? He said, I want to do an MBA in US. So that's his higher studies. It comes in that. Own business. See, in own business, there is a twist. It's not everybody who can start his own business. So there are different methods of starting your own business. One, you go for a course on entrepreneurship. Okay? That is, to become an entrepreneur, you have to know what you should do. Where are the approvals you have to get? What are the plans you have to submit? Then you have to go to a bank to get a loan. But I'll tell you the simplest method. Maybe a joke, but still, simplest method. Try to get a rich father-in-law. Simple. If you get a rich father-in-law, both for ladies as well as men, who has his own business, Gnanam School and MBA muchta, you're the deputy managing director, next 5 years you're the MD of the company. So fine, that's also possible. That's why I'm saying own business. If you're still adventurous enough, start your own business. Okay, I tried getting a rich father-in-law, I couldn't get one, but I got a good wife, but not a rich father-in-law. He was an agriculturist. But I was said, no, that time I was working in a company, I said, I'll be in industry. I don't want to come to agriculture. Fine. Going abroad, that's another option for many of you. Many of them, I'm sure by now you would have attended visa interviews. Some of you will be on the plane to US, to Ireland, to New Zealand, Australia. The opportunities have opened up. When I was young, it used to be only USA or only England. Nothing else was heard of, okay? Getting into a company as a trainee, another option. You're able to see it, right? I tried to make it as big as possible. So getting into a company as a trainee is another option. That is where your campus recruitment comes. That's where my lecture comes here, as to how you face an interview and how you ace an interview. Ace an interview is how you crack the interview, okay? Facing an interview is how you face it itself. I'll come to that. So this is most important, getting into a company as a trainee. Now, in a company, there are different departments. You have HR, you have finance, you have marketing, you have supply chain management, you have sales, you have administration, and so on. So you have to be clear which department you want to get into. I spoke to some of your smart students now. So one girl said, I'm doing MBA, marketing and HR. When we were young, when we were studying, it used to be either HR or in HR we used to have different disciplines. Okay, we used to have medical and psychiatric, social work, community development and so on. Now you have marketing and HR, marketing and finance. So it's okay, whatever it is, be clear what you want to be. So once you decide where you want to work as in any company as a trainee, work towards that. So when they come for interview, at the final stages they will say which department you want to be in. So you must have that clarity by now. This is where your professors can help you, depending on your aptitude, on your attitude. I can also help you out. There are some instruments which you can take some tests. I can recommend that to Dr. Sundar. So some instruments are there, meaning some online tests. You do that, you will have clarity on what you can be, what is your area of interest. You should be clear in that now. Because when you go for an interview, when they say which department you want to be in, if you say, I don't know, they will say, I don't know whether to take you or not, you're out. So you should have that clarity, okay? Then work towards your dreams. That's what I said, be aware of the various departments in the company and decide your area suitably. This you can decide by many methods. One, your father would have been in HR. Fine, you get into HR. Your father would have been a marketing man. Your father would have been a chartered accountant. So you get into MBA finance, work towards that, okay? Chartered accountancy also is a good course. After MBA, you can try that, but the pass percentage is very less. You have to work towards that, okay? There's a joke on chartered accountancy. A friend of mine wrote a CA exam and failed at the 7th attempt. Then he crossed the road. He said, "Enada fail at and 7 times he failed." Then there was a wall on which it was written, "God never fails." God never fails. So he wrote underneath, "Tell God to try the CA exam." Okay, it is that tough. Next, can we move on? Yeah, again, as I repeat, questions. Even in the first slide, you have a doubt. Doubt can mean either you want some more explanation or you don't agree with me, you can raise your hand and shoot your question, okay? So no restrictions, absolutely no restrictions. More the questions, the better. What is an interview? I've already explained. It's a process by which a committee representing the management of a company takes an effort to assess or judge you in about 30 minutes. 30 minutes is normal. You have IAS officers interviews which goes on for 1.5 hours, where it's a 7-member committee. Sometimes these interviews are split into 2 or 3 rounds. So 90-minute interview can be in 3 rounds of 30 minutes each, but still you have to face the interview. It's not easy. Nowadays you have online interviews. Even there you have to be very confident. Okay? So this is the interview definition. Now what do they examine you for? Okay? Your subject knowledge, most important. So as an interview committee member, I've heard students say, "Sir, this was taught to me in the first year, sir, I don't know." Gone, you're out. You should know. Okay, you may ask me whether I should know everything in the subject, in all subjects. Difficult, I agree. But at least the basics you should know. For example, for HR, they may ask you a question on Maslow's theories. So you should know Maslow's theories. What are the theories? Motivation theory. You should know that. Maslow, no point. Okay, you should know the basics. Can you say that I don't know ABCD, I studied in my LKG? You can't. So the basics you should know. Similarly, marketing, there are so many marketing concepts of Kotler. You have in MBA finance, you have the basic concepts of anything, GST, income tax. You should know all that. Subject knowledge, you should be strong. Right, you agree? Especially for students. See, once I come for an interview, nobody is going to ask me on my subject and theoretical knowledge. There, the questions will be on my experience. But as freshers, when you go for an interview, say next year, next month, you will be asked questions on the subject. Some will be very friendly interviewers like me who will say, "No, tell me your favorite subject." Adha solo therinjirukano. If you can't even say what is your favorite subject, then God save you. Once you say what is your favorite subject, be ready to answer questions on that. Some will give you that liberty. Some will simply ask you questions on your subject. So it's all a question of a bit of luck and how fast you can think on the interview table. You can't be nervous. You can't be, twiddling your thumbs like this. How confident you are. I'll come to all that later. Yeah, they'll ask you about your family background. A little bit at least. That won't be the full interview, but start off with your father, mother, and your brothers. Don't say I've got my uncle who's studying in UK, my cousin's nephew studies in New Zealand. Nobody's bothered. When they say family background, your father, mother, at the most you have brothers, sisters, fine. Make it brief. If you have a long family of 6 brothers, then don't go into every answer. Be very brief, okay? Father, what is he? Don't say, father, sir, very poor man, sir. I've heard one man telling me that. I said, did I ask you whether your father is poor or not? I didn't ask you. So simply say, why they're saying that also I'll tell you. They want the job. So don't go into that personal reasons. So my father, whatever, he's in a government service. Which department? Say that department. But you should be knowing about your own family. I've heard many times, they say father is in government. Which department? They don't even know. So little bit basics about your family you should know. Family background. Then your attitude and aptitude will be judged either by written tests or by short questionnaires or by asking you questions. Your skill sets, that's nothing but what you're good at. If you're an engineer, what are you good at? Are you good in electronics? Are you good in mechanical? How good are you in designs? How good are you in the lab? HR, how good are you in communication? Marketing man, how good are you in your theoretical concepts? How good are you in your communication skills? That will come out in group discussions and so on, okay? Then your overall fit. Are you fit, not fat? Somebody said, sir, is it fit or fat? The man who asked me was a very fat guy. I said, no, you won't get the job. It's not for you. Understand? Yeah, any questions till now? We finished 2 slides. Later, whatever I'm telling will be a bit of an overlap, okay? Yeah, any questions? See, no questions means 2 things. Again, you're sleeping with your eyes open. Second, sir, udunga sir, unga session mudichu ponga sir neenga enna sir ethamadi sir uga train aala udunga sir. It might be running in your mind. I know you won't tell me that. You're all very respectable boys and girls. Third, no sir, whatever you're telling, everything is so clear sir, no questions sir. So I don't know in which category I come. Questions? No questions? Okay. இப்போதான் சினிமா ட்ரெய்லர் ஓடின்னு இருக்கு இன்னும் மெயின் மூவிக்கு வரலாங்கிறீங்களா? No questions? Okay. Then later don't say it was not a very interactive session in your feedback. You should not say that speaker was boring, only monologue. No, I'm ready for a dialogue. But you should ask the questions. That's why I gave you an option. But I think you're a very confident set. In the morning I saw so many of you were standing up and asking very confident questions. Nice. So otherwise, as I said, send a slip to your professor here. He can read it out. Okay, move on please. Yeah. Facing an interview for the first time. How many of you have never attended an interview? Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. How many of you have never attended an interview? Okay, quite a lot of hands. So I think I've justified my trip. So many people have not attended. Okay, I think you should give a hand for that. So facing an interview, especially for the first time, is difficult. Okay, anything first time you're doing is always difficult. You play cricket for the first time, you're nervous. You play table tennis for the first time, you're nervous. You're speaking in an audience for the first time, you're nervous. It's all fine. You have to get over it. That's why the child is crying. But you don't have to cry. You can overcome it. Next. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, here's how. Few tips. Okay, next. Next. It's not opening? Okay. So obviously you have to prepare for the interview. So now you're all in a stage of campus recruitments, right? Especially second years, first years. So you'll all be told that tomorrow so-and-so's company is coming, tomorrow Hyundai is coming, day after tomorrow Daimler is coming, day after tomorrow, Suzlon Energy is coming and so on. So when you're told, then you have to prepare. So how do you prepare? Now here are some basic tips I'm giving. Dress appropriately. Now I think I don't have to tell that because all of you are dressed beautifully. All of you are in suit and tie, so it can't be a better dress than this, okay? But only thing is, yeah, go appropriately dressed. Don't go in somebody else's suit. Your suit would have gone for dry cleaning. So you wear another man's suit and it's not fitting, then you go like this. Dangerous. And learn to tie the tie properly, okay? Now, avoid wearing shoes that squeak. See, these are all things which I wrote 10 years back. But even now it's relevant. The other day somebody came to me for an interview, the shoe was making noise. So these are all distractions which you should avoid. That means, okay, squeak is a very strong word, but that means the shoes are very tight, so you're walking like this. Sir, what happened? What happened? Says, no, sir, shoe is not okay, sir. Nobody's bothered about all that. You should go properly dressed. Okay, practice wearing the tie correctly, most important. Many people will not get that. This is called a knot, or in Tamil they call it kondai. So all of you should have it properly. In fact, you can even conduct a session on how to tie a tie. Okay, get some smart man from any college, from any textile industry, they'll know how to do it. Or medical reps, they are very good at it. Okay, be punctual, that's very important, okay? So don't go for the interview very early, even the watchman won't have come. Don't go too late. Sir, interview முடிஞ்சு போச்சு சார் எல்லாம் போயிட்டாங்க சார். So then you may ask me how many minutes before. Ideally, I would say 10 minutes before you should be there, or 15 minutes before, okay? So be there on time. Read up about the company, and this is most important. Many people don't do that. So when you go for an interview, for example, the interview is from a Hyundai dealer. He will say, what do you know about Hyundai? Hyundai. You're out. Because no interviewer has time. As I said, remember my golden words, 20 minutes is the time you got. So tuck, you should go like a bullet. So read about the company. If you don't know which company you're going for the interview, then it's your bad luck. But normally you're supposed to know which company you're going. Nowadays it's so simple. It's all in the website. Any company you go, if the moment you know the name, you put www.so-and-so company name, put .com or .co.in, whatever it is, website, you get all details. Read about that and then go. Because that will show that you're interested in the job. You can't say, sir, I came because my professor told me to come. See, don't show disinterest in the job. Then what will happen? You're insulting the interview committee also. Then you're setting a bad name for your own institute. They will say, Poda, in the college, no student shows interest. Next year they won't come. Okay? I'm not saying you will do that, but please don't do that. Read about the company. Nowadays it's very simple. Some 20 years back, I got an interview in L&T. Okay? You've heard of L&T? It's a big company. So those days, I think we didn't have WhatsApp and all that. So I remember reading an article about L&T in a magazine called Business India, about 6 months back. You won't believe it. I went to one old paper shop where they sell all these old, old papers and magazines. Put thedi, avanu dudu kudutute, or 10 rupayu, and the time it was $10 was big money. I searched for that particular magazine which said L&T is growing. That was the headline. And then there were 10 pages of the article. Please believe me, I went through 10 pages of the article, made notes, physical notes, mental notes. In the interview, they said, why do you want to join my company? I said, L&T is a great company, I want to join you. So just to test me, he said, what do you know about L&T? That was the question I wanted. I wanted him to ask, what do you know about the company? Then I reeled off. 5 minutes I spoke about L&T. He said, enough, even we don't know so much about our company. I got the job. Okay? That's the secret. So now everything is available on Cell. Please read. Please read about your company wherever you're going for the interview. Even if you don't get the job, it's okay. You have learnt about a particularly good company. Next. Read your own resume well. Nowadays, it's all cut and paste resumes. Your name will be there, father's name will be something else. Most dangerous. Okay? I have seen, and these are all practically I have written. Okay? As I was interviewing candidates, whichever response I get, depending on that, I come and change my presentation. You don't have to refer it. Sir, I don't know what I wrote, sir, can you show me? These are all negative marks straight away, okay? Carry extra copies, these are all basic things. Sometimes the interview committees like me, sometimes we are too bored and lazy, we will not have a copy. So I'll say, do you have your copy? You give it, fine. You're making the process easier. Be sure about your references. References, you know what's reference? At the end, you have to write references. Please don't write your father's name and mother's name. Normally, references are not your relatives. So it can be your college professor. I know everybody will write Professor Sundar or they'll write Professor Arul Raj. So Dr. Arul Raj and Professor Sundar cannot remember all the names. They may. But then you have to think of other references. Can be an advocate, can be a doctor, can be a MD in another company. References are meant for us to ask them whether they know about you. So be sure about it. The moment I call them and said, you know this boy, he has mentioned your name as a reference, they say, no, I don't know. Then you're out. Okay? So be clear about all that. Okay, questions? Questions, next. Yeah, it's just a cartoon. It says, shot off my resume to NASA. You know what's NASA? In US. So they may be looking for some astronauts, and as a marketing man, I don't mind any amount of travel. That's what he says. That means the joke is not effective. Next. Yeah, I think all of you are still in your sleep mode, huh? Sleeping with your eyes open? So it's okay, do it. I can't see anybody sleeping. Yeah, next. Yeah, make a good first impression, okay? Wish the committee with a smile. A smile is something you have to practice. Don't go there and Some people do that. Sir, how are you, sir? I mean, I don't think I'm joking about anyone, no offense meant, but these are all the practical inputs. I've seen students, that's why. Okay? A firm handshake, this is most important. Don't go on shaking his hand. Don't shake. Just a brief handshake. It should be firm. You should know what's firm. Practice it. And again, you just washed your face and you've gone for the interview. Don't give your hand as a wet wet hand, they call it. Hand is having water and you give a handshake. No way. So these are all the first impressions. And then wait till you're asked to sit down. I've seen people pull up a chair. Yes, sir, tell me. No way, I don't have a chair, I can't demonstrate that. So wait. At the same time, when you're told to sit down, sit. I've seen candidates, Okkar ba, sit down. They'll keep standing like this. Hey, sit down, I say. What's your problem? No, sir. Respect, sir. Respect. I said, what respect? If you're standing like this, no respect. Sit down. Then he sits down, okay? So these are all small things, but try to get over it. Yeah. After you sit down, what happens? That's the next step. First step is coming to the interview. That itself, walking inside sometimes, you're a HR person, right? So you can appreciate what I'm saying. We deliberately, this is the door, deliberately the room is kept, the table is kept here, and the 3 chairs are here, we are sitting. Not that we cannot sit there. Why we do that? Because we want to see the person coming in. Okay? So you have seen different people coming in different ways. Some will walk like this. Think panni varamari. Some will walk like this. He'll survey the room. Some people will walk like this. Yes, sir. We get scared. Don't think I'm exaggerating. I'm not doing any acting here, but seriously. So you may ask me, what is the right step? That's why I'm saying the caption is first impression. So you just walk in steadily like this. Your normal walk. Again, take a feedback. Somebody says, no, you're walking with a slouch. Improve yourself. I've got feedbacks. Sometimes I used to walk like this. So they said, no, it's not required. Walk normally. Okay? So look at the committee members straight. When I say straight, means straight. Don't look at him like that. One guy did that. Then he came out and said, sir, you asked me to look at him straight, sir. That interviewer fired me, sir. I said, why? Sir, avre paathindan, sir. Avar bayanditar, sir. So be normal. But why I'm saying look at him straight is, you should look at him and talk. There are people in the interview, they sit like this. Yes, sir. So tell me about yourself. Sir, my father was working in government. My mother, homemaker. The interview committee would have gone to sleep by then. So you should look at them. You have your eye contact. Okay, even now I'm not still good in eye contact. I'm not able to look at everyone, but I try. I look here, I look here, I look there. So like that, 3 people are there. Look here, center, left, center, right. Okay. So small basic things. Don't lean forward too much. If there was a table, I would have shown you. Sit like that. Why? He wants to know what happened to the previous guy. One guy did that. Leaning forward too much, wanting to know what happened to the previous answer. Previous candidate selected idea. Okay, don't go back also. You will fall down. So again, don't sit like this. Nervousness. So sit with your hands on the armrest. These are all meant for those who are attending interview first time or maybe second time. Okay, and this applies even in a marriage interview. I'm telling you. Nowadays, marriage interviews take place. Your girl, the boys interview the girl interviews the boy. The girl interviewing the boy is more dangerous. Okay, so watch out. I made these mistakes when I saw my wife. She tells me even now. You were too nervous, she tells me. Okay, don't show nervous mannerisms, biting your fingernails, chewing it like this. No way. Be confident. Appear comfortable, confident, and interested in securing the job. That's most important. The one question at the end of the interview will say, why should we select you? Then you should say, sir, I know about your company so much. It's a good company. I want to join. Then the next question will come, what do you know about our company? I've already told you what you should say. Read about the company. That's why I'm saying these slides are all linked. Next. Yeah, I just asked the candidate to draw a chair and sit down. Draw a chair and sit down. Now, draw panninirukanga. It's a famous cartoon of the great man, R.K. Lakshman. Next. Yeah, then what happens? You have come inside the interview. Interview is in progress. Okay? Listen carefully to the question. Many people don't do that. There's something called art of listening. Okay? Now you're listening to me because you have no other option. I'm doing the talking, you're listening. But in a two-way dialogue, many people don't have the art of listening. And that will come in your interview process. Okay? So the interviewer will sometimes interviewers will take time to ask you questions. They will think like this. You should be patient. Yeah, so tell me about my family, sir. He's not even finished the question, so don't jump. Okay, so listen carefully to the question, answer to the point in crisp, short sentences. This all comes with practice, so I think you can give them practice in all these things. I know it might sound theoretical, but I think practically also it's relevant. Because why I'm saying is, in an interview if they say, yeah, tell me about your family, just to give an example. Yeah, what are short, crisp sentences? Simple. So my father works in government in Chennai. My mother is a housemaker or a homemaker. I've got 2 brothers. They are elder to me. They are studying in so-and-so college. Fine. Simple, short. Long sentences will mean, sir, I've got a very big family, sir. 5 brothers, 4 sisters. So my first brother is studying in school. My second brother is studying in America. Long answers. By the time the interviewer would have switched off. So again, to the point. Speak in grammatically correct English. Simplest example I'll give you. What is your name? Sir, myself, Senthil Kumar. Is it correct? At least you are saying no, but only some are saying no. They'll say, so what? I am Senthil Kumar, sir. What's wrong? You should say, I am Senthil Kumar. The moment you say, myself Senthil Kumar, it's wrong English. Okay, don't ask me what is right English. I am not here to teach you English. That you should ask your English professors. So like that. So speak in correct English. Why I am emphasizing English also try to understand. I am not against Tamil. Tamil is my favorite language. All of us are in Tamil Nadu. Now you're all having Hindi as a third language. Some people know Telugu, Malayalam. All languages are important. But English to me is the unifying factor. Because you might have an interview committee person who is from Bengal, who is from Gujarati. You don't expect him to know Tamil. He will ask you questions only in English. So if you go to good companies where there are people with different states, English will be the common language. Very rarely somebody is going to interview you in Tamil. Okay? Unless it's for a security guard. All of you are not in that category. You're all well above. So that's why I'm saying practice that. Grammatically correct English. Complete your sentences. Don't say just yes or no. You're doing your MBA? Yes, sir. When did you join? 2 years back, sir. When will you finish? Next year, sir. You understand the difference? Simple answers will be yes, sir. What are you doing now? Yes, sir, I'm doing MBA. I joined 2 years back. I'll complete it next year. Simple, short sentences, okay? Speak loudly and clearly. This loudly is a very dangerous sentence. Sir, how are you, sir? You can't speak like that. You should judge the interview room when you go inside, okay? Sometimes it happens. The interview committee will be there. They'll deliberately keep you here some distance. Then you have to adjust your voice. All this comes out of practice, but I'm giving you the inputs just for you to know. And do not boast about yourself. When I say boast, okay, interview, you're supposed to speak about yourself, I agree. But don't speak too much about yourself in such a way that they get the feeling that you're boasting about yourself. You know what is boasting? Not boosting, B-O-A-S-T. So never do that. Some people will say that, sir, I'm the first ranker in my class. That's fine. Sir, I'm the first ranker in my class, sir. Very easy. None of them are all studying properly, sir. They're all idiots, sir. I am the most brightest boy in the class, sir. There you're going one step further, okay? Questions? No questions. No questions. So far, so good? Okay, next. Next. Yeah. Now you may ask me in the interview what happens. Who expects what? What do you expect from the interview? Tell me. Now let me hear your voice. Yeah. Oh, somebody's getting up. I thought he's asking a question. Okay, next. What do you expect from an interview? No, sir, I think I should never accept a 2 o'clock session. What do you expect from an interview? Yeah, correct. Job. Next. Salary. Okay, that is after you get selected. Yeah, next. Comfortable environment. After you go into the company only you'll know. Next. Yeah, good answers. Yeah. Okay. Confirmation is after you work in the company for at least 6 months to 1 year. Then only you'll be confirmed. Okay, although it doesn't happen automatically. Incentives. Yeah, first you get your salary, then you get your incentive. Yeah, good answer. Incentives, yes. In a marketing company, you sell more cars, you have incentives, but you have your basic salary. Good answer, yeah. What we expect from you as freshers, a good academic record, okay? When I say academic record, again, it's very difficult to say what is good, what is bad. Okay, somebody will say 90 plus is good academics, 80 plus is good, 60 plus is good. It's all relative. When I come for a campus recruitment, I'll ask the first question from your professors, what is the first mark in your class, average, or CGPA? If he says 90, then I said, what is the last mark? Okay, 35, 40. Then the difference is huge. So we expect a good record. That means average of, say, 60 plus, 70 plus, 80 plus, consistent marks, right from your plus 2. Somebody said, sir, I was the first ranker in my 5th standard. That has no relevance. It's mainly from your plus 2, 10th, plus 2, degree, then your MBA now. It should be, as far as possible, I'm not giving any ballpark figure, as far as possible you should be a first class at least. When I say first class, it is, what is it now, first class, 60% and above? 60%, or they say honors, that means 75% and above. So it's, in a comparative scale, you should be somewhere at the higher level. That's what we expect. Then good sound knowledge of the subject. I've already covered that. You should be thorough on the subject. Let me highlight this, okay? Please don't go for the interview without knowing your own subject. Your own subject. Okay, if you are MBA HR and marketing, you should at least know your syllabus. At least what is HR, what is marketing, and answer questions. And be aware of at least what is happening 3 months down the line. Don't say, sir, this portion has not come, it's coming only in the 4th semester. No, we don't know all that. When we come, we'll ask questions. So you should be knowing at least 3 months ahead, 4 months ahead, you should know. Yeah, firm grasp of the basic concepts. Yeah, there could be a definition. Okay, please define salary. Please define wages. For labor law students, it can be what is the definition of a factory as per the Factories Act. Okay, for payroll people or for marketing people, there can be concepts on direct marketing, indirect marketing, sales. What is the difference between sales and marketing? See, interviewing committee, we can ask you any questions. We may not even know the answers, but you should be clear in the answers. Even if you say 4 plus 3 is 6, say that so confidently. 4 plus 3 is 6. Then I should ask, 4 plus 3 is 6 dana. Confident we ask. Okay, so don't think we know everything, but at the same time, don't take the committee for granted. The interviewers are all educated people, they know. They have also come like you, they have studied, they have got experience. So don't take them for granted, don't bluff. Yeah, next. Questions? No questions. Okay, yeah, somebody is in the buzzer, putting your finger up. That's on my lips. Shh. Silence. Yeah, next. Yeah, thanks. Okay, we move on. Yeah, all of you doing project work, right? No, sir, all of you doing project work, yes, yeah, yes, sir, you're doing it. So, when you do your project work, when you go for the interview, one of the questions will be on your own project work. You'll be alone, you would have done it, or you would have done it along with 3 or 4 others. Don't say, sir, I don't know, sir, my friend did it. No way. You should know about your project work. That means, what is the subject? What is the methodology you adopted? What are the conclusions? At least the basics you should know. That will show that you have taken your project work seriously. Okay? Otherwise, you are not involved, it will show up. That's why, again, I go back to my first slide. We are assessing you in 20 minutes. So these are all the assessment methods. Okay? Clarity of thought regarding the job, salary, location. We will tell you all that. Your job will be posted in Madhya Pradesh. You will be posted in Rajasthan. Once you know that, you should be clear about all that. Don't go and ask, sir, you said location is Madhya Pradesh. I want it in Chennai, sir. That's stupidity. Okay? If you have been told where is your job location, that's it. Similarly, salary. You have been told your salary will be 25,000. You can't say, sir, if I get selected, will I get 40,000? No way. You can ask anything, but that doesn't mean you ask beyond the basics. Okay? Clear communication skills, we have covered. You should be clear in what you talk, what you walk. I mean, the Rajinikanth will say, walk the talk. Or I walk English, I talk English. And you should be clear in what you are talking, absolutely clear. And it also comes out in your application itself. Your application should be very clear. Don't write wrong English in your application covering letter itself. Application. Simplest mistake, shall I tell you what you do? I'm applying for a career. What is the spelling of career? Super. Even now I get CVs from senior people applying for a career. C-A-R-R-R-I-E-R. It comes. See the difference. I mean, simple English, simple word, career. So please don't make this mistake ever. Because your application can get thrown out, not for just one reason alone. But sometimes when there is many people applying for one job, these are all elimination factors. So career is C-A-R-R-E-R, not C-A-R-R-I-E-R or not C-A-R-I-E-R and so on. So career important. That's just one example. A neat projection of your overall personality, whatever you are. Okay, here I would simply say, boys, go neatly shaved, hair combed, Okay? The other day somebody came, mushroom cut. Not adana, sir, mushroom cut. During the interview process, better you go to the barber regularly and go to a traditional barber. Don't go to these modern barbers. They'll give you all sorts of haircuts. Hairstyle apart, you will be rejected. You may say, are we all old-fashioned? My son also has a mushroom cut. But in the interview, we want people to see all of you neatly dressed, neatly combed, hair in place. And ladies, neat hair, neat comb. Some ladies will come like this. Yeah, yes, sir. You know, so that's a bit distracting. So never do that for ladies. Dress code is mostly for men. Okay? Ladies, salwar, saris, whatever you're comfortable. Gents, don't go in Bermudas. Don't go in Hawaii chapels. Don't go in jeans. The two with 4 holes. 1 hole here, 1 hole here. Sir, this is what I interviewed. They told me, now, sir, I put on this from the hostel and came. Out. I would never even look at you. Okay, there's some dress codes. So according to me, a dress code is something like a dark pant, light shirt. Here I'm not able to assess you because all of you are perfectly dressed. Okay, good. So, dark pant, light shirt. I think I'm an example. Everyone here are that. You wear a dark pant, dark shirt, you look like a black cat commando. Black cat commandos are that. Black pant, black shirt. Or you have light pant, light shirt, you look like a cricket player. And don't go in blue shoes and red shoes. Okay? Shoes, very important. Huh? Black shoes, preferably leather. Never go in canvas shoes. So that way, I would say hats off to your boys. They are perfectly dressed. Good. Keep it up. Next. Yeah, last 15 minutes. Other expectations. Again, most important, practical hints. Okay? You'll get it in Google, no doubt. But these are things which I wrote every time I finish an interview. After interviewing a person, I wrote. Why did I write the first line? One guy came without having his bath. Seriously, he came without having his bath. No problem irundirkalam veetla thanni varala ennikku na enna pandrathu. He came and I had to keep my nose like that. Seriously, he came with a bad odor. Do you think I should select him? No, I rejected him. He may have been a class topper. So go with a proper, take care of personal hygiene and body odor. The body odor is your body smell. So you may go with the sweat. No way. That's why I'm saying go for the interview 15 minutes early. Sit in an AC room, wash your face. I did that even before coming here. 5 minutes back, I washed my face and came. Okay? That basic, you're showing the respect to the interview committee when you do that. And you're respecting your college when you do that. Okay? If you don't understand a question, ask again. How do you do that? Simple. Sir, beg your pardon. I'm sorry, can you repeat? Abdinga. Many people do that. Yeah, tell me about Maslow's theory of motivation. Hey, inna bada. So you should simply say, beg your pardon. Sir, can I repeat? Maslow pathing kedvi pattukku maatinga. But ask him, sir, I don't know, sir. Or if you don't know, tell him you don't know. But don't say, yeah, what, come again. So again, practically, that's all youngsters' language nowadays. Okay? Yeah, come again. Naangala and the kaalathula seniors, all of you are here. Beg your pardon, that's what my father taught me. Then we used to say, sorry. Okay? So don't answer vaguely. That means, what are you doing now? MBA. Be specific. MBA in marketing and HR. Which institute? Gnanam. Who's Gnanam here? Gnanam School of Management. Vallam. That's what I'm saying. Don't answer vaguely. Don't highlight your personal problems. Very important. Sir, my father, very poor man, sir. My father, big drinker, sir. Tasmakle urundu kadagarar, sir. They say that, some boys. Please believe me. I'm not exaggerating. That's all your personal problem. Nobody's bothered. I'm telling you, in the interview, we are not bothered about your personal problems. Okay? Don't say, sir, I'll sometimes say, why do you want this job? Sir, big loan, sir. My father has taken 50,000 loan. I need to wipe off the loan. That's your personal problem. You have my sympathies. But don't highlight that in the interview to get the job. It's all on, I'm talking about jobs where there are merit involved. Never sound negative about anything. Hey, why is it you don't know this answer here? What, sir, that lecturer, he never teaches us anything, sir. Finished. You're out. So don't be negative. If you don't know the answer, you say, I don't know. You would have missed the class. So that's why I'm saying you should be abreast of the subject. Okay, don't peep over the interviewer's desk. We have covered. Don't carry your mobile phone. Most important. Nowadays, we didn't have mobile phone. I never had the problem. But nowadays, everybody has mobile phone. You don't want to give it to your friend because you don't know whether it will come back to you. Appa paat correct phone varum. You take it up. No, macha engada irukka? You're out. Or you're, okay, in a lighter vein, a girl will call you and say, hey, where do we meet? Yeah, we'll meet in Nageshwara Park, 5 o'clock. Now I'm in an interview. You think you're acting smart. You're losing your job. You would have done the interview well till then. These are impressions. there is a red tick mark we give, sometimes there is a black tick, you're out. So don't carry your mobile phone, or if you carry it, yeah, you know all that, airplane mode and all that. Be clear about your strengths and weakness. What's your strength? 6-pack, sir. I go to Maheshwaran gym here, sir. No. And what are your weaknesses? Very weak man, sir. I didn't have my food for 1 week, sir. Very weak, sir. Feeling very weak, sir. Tired, sir. No. Understand that question, okay? If necessary, talk to your professors. Strengths, you can always say 5 strengths, you will say, I'm a very, my communication is good. My English is very good. You can reel off. What are your weaknesses? Nothing, sir. So it means what? Are you God or what? You don't have any weaknesses. Weaknesses are there. I'm emotional. I get short-tempered. I have a habit of spending too much money. Or I don't listen properly. These are all areas of weaknesses. Yeah, next. Yeah, one guy comes for interview. Lunch allowance will do. Thanks. I don't need tea allowance. I'm attending another interview, he says. It's possible. It's possible in a good situation where there are so many interviews. But nowadays it doesn't happen all the time. Next. Next. Okay, now I'll move fast. Yeah, good communication skills. Communication is to say the right thing at the right time, yet keep still most of the time. That means you should know when to speak, you should know when to stop. Sitting still means sitting like a Buddha. Yes, sir. Tell me, sir. No way. You should. There's something called active listening, there's something called passive listening. Right? Active listening is, yeah, yes, sir. Tell me, sir. Yes, sir. You're listening. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's active listening. Passive listening is looking at him like that, not bothered. Or sometimes just nod your head. But sometimes you're totally lost. The interviewer is asking questions, you're not even listening to him. Dangerous. So you should know all that. Okay, we'll move on. Different aspects, spoken skills, everything you should know. Yeah, next. Yeah, we'll move on. In being skilled in interpersonal, let's go back. Yeah, interpersonal communication is very important with your family, friends, team members, and you should look after your own emotional health, mental health. So it's a mix of everything. Last 10 minutes more. Yeah, next. Okay, now I think these are all, some repeats are there, but just to highlight, use the correct words, no slang, that's very important. You know, slang means what? How many of your classmates are there? We have 50 chaps there, sir. We have 50 guys. No way, okay? Use the correct words. I think this small things you should educate them, right? Otherwise you might lose the job when you go for an interview with a traditional with a company or which wants good communication, they'll see all this. No, you know what slang? Slang is not the right English, but it is English all right. Using words like guys, chaps, buddy, yeah, bro. Yes, sir, that next to that bro is coming, sir, interview. No, you should say next Mr. Balaji is coming, like that. Yeah, speak in full sentences. We have covered this. Speak at a measured pace. Don't speak very fast. Okay, I'm speaking at some pace now. This may not be the right speed in an interview. In an interview, you have to be very slow also. Yeah, use simple language. Okay, avoid giving unnecessary details. We have covered this. You know, my bank loan of my father. My father is a very poor man. He drinks. No way. Yeah, next. Yeah, listening skills. Wait for the questions to be completed. I think we touched this. Before the questionnaire completes, don't butt in. Listen keenly and show interest in the job. Do not interrupt the interviewer. This is again a common habit we have. The interviewer will be giving you a long sentence. Yes, sir, 1 minute, sir. Tell you, sir. Purushothaman, sir. Now I'll answer you. No way. You should listen to the full question, then answer. Okay? Display patience. Be very cool. Many people go for the interview and then keep looking at their watch. As if, they are the most busiest person. Don't do all that. Okay? These are all things to irritate the interviewing committee. Next. Yeah. In conclusion, do your best. Anyway, I've got one more transparency. We'll come to that. Next one is ready, right? Yeah, we'll go faster on that. Questions so far? In conclusion, do your best. What you plant now, you will harvest later. That is all that you are doing now in your first few interviews. You will see the benefit of it when you get your job. Okay? Yeah. Go to the next one. Last 10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, this is okay. You have finished the interview process, you got a job. Okay, I'm now extending the logic, Mr. Sundar, Mr. Arul Raj. Okay, this will take another 5 minutes. This is interesting. Okay, I prepared this. Campus to corporate. That is, you're in a campus. When you go to a company, that is corporate. So they say C to C. Okay, a shift. It has to be a paradigm shift. Next. Yeah. Okay, we'll move on. Career. It's about career. Next. Yeah. This is important. Ask yourself what you want to be, what you are good at. What's a SWOT? You know what's a SWOT? Fine. So do that yourself. What is your strength? What is your weakness? Where are the opportunities? And where are the threats? You should know that. So strengths and weaknesses. What are your strengths? Education, use of technology. In the morning, one learned lecturer said about technology. Reading, you should keep on reading. Don't waste your time. This is your age where you should read. Read good things. Don't read trash. Okay, don't read reels. And where is Vijay shooting the next movie? Who is having an affair with whom? That's all not your business. This is the age where I regret sometimes I wasted my time. So don't do that. Reading, communication, networking. Networking is nothing but meeting other college professors, meeting senior people, HR people like me, like him, everyone. Network. That is, if you have met somebody, send him a message. Sir, how are you, sir? Don't bore him too much. Don't send him good morning messages. But at least, how are you, sir? I finished my course. I'm looking for a job. If you're in touch with him regularly, he'll help you. Okay? Personal and family. These are your strengths. Weakness, opportunities and threats. Growth, globalization. These are all opportunities. Okay? Technological advancement. Competition. That sometimes can be a threat. Too much of competition. Always, competition is there. Try to understand. You're all 100 students. When, say, Hyundai comes for an interview here, they will take 5. So 95 people are your competitors. Only the first 5 get the job. Okay? So you have to get through that competition. I wrote my first examination in a company called Hindustan Copper. 8,000 people wrote the exams. I thought I'm out. 150 were called for the interview. I went for the interview. I thought I'm out. 25 were called, about 50 were called for the interview. Then 25 were selected. I got the job. That's the public sector. What was my last question? I had hair till here, till hair. There used to be a cricket player called Venkatraghavan. You might be knowing. He used to have long hair. So I thought, I am Venkatraghavan. So I would do all this. Then have hair till here. In the interview, last question, the interviewer, he was a smoker. He took a cigarette. He was in a tension. If I give you this job, Suresh, will you bloody well go have a haircut? That was the last question. Please believe me, you should be ready for such questions also. I said, if you give me this job, I'll think about a haircut. He liked my answer apparently. He said, okay, rush to the barber right away. That's all. I came home and told my father I'll get the job. I got it. Okay, next. Company premises. When you enter a company, what happens? It's a huge company. So you should know the company premises, get acquainted with, these are all basics. That's why I'm rushing through. Understand the rules, safety and the academic calendar means your training calendar. Share your experience with your parents. When you come back home, tell your parents what you have learnt. Next. Transition to the new company. Okay? It's an opportunity to learn. You should go beyond syllabus. So when you're going to a company, it's not just your syllabus which will be used. It's much more than that, much more than syllabus. Okay? So but then it'll have a connection to what you have studied. Don't worry. When you go to a HR department, there'll be a connection to labor laws. They will say, okay, please submit the factory returns, annual returns. That has got a connection to your Factories Act. So all your knowledge which you're learning is helpful. But you should know. That's why I'm saying the knowledge is important. Yeah. Invest in yourself. That means buy some good dresses when you go to a company. I know people who come for interview they've got the job, they still come for interview in a canvas shoes and a jeans. I tell them, yeah, you got your first month's salary, buy some new dresses. So you have to invest on yourself. Don't expect your parents to spend on you. Yeah, and discipline is very important when you go to a company. Next. Okay, I think grow your career, move on. I got something more interesting. Yeah, when in an organization, learn, accept and adopt the culture of the organization. Understand the company's culture. That's very important. Don't be away from the culture. If there is a culture of the company that you should be on time, you should be a non-smoker. Even if you're a smoker in college, you have to give up your smoking habit. Okay? Many people have the habit of smoking, they can't give it up. So they still go to office, come out for lunch, smoke, take an extra half a minute or extra 1 minute, go back late, that will become a habit. Understand the company's culture, that is important, not your individual habits. Have faith in the organization's policies, professional integrity. I always believe in this, integrity. That means be honest to yourself, be honest to the company. In anywhere, I can't give examples now, time is short, otherwise I could have given a lot of examples for this. Okay, next. In an organization, every role is important. Don't think you're the most important man in the company. Every person is important. Challenging assignments, yeah. Find your mentor, that's very important. Now you have a mentor in your professors. When you go to college, your professors won't be there. So you have to find out who is the man who can guide you. So go and sit with him after office hours. Go and say, sir, I want to learn from you. If he's a good man, he'll teach you. I've done it with youngsters. I've taken mentorship from seniors. Yeah. Next. Okay, move. Next. Yeah, what are the changes? Yeah, move. Yeah, these are all pictures which shows what happens. Yeah, next. Okay, emotions and feelings. When you go to a company, you will experience different emotions. It will be different from a company's emotions. In a company, the emotions are different. In a college, your emotions are different. In a college, you want to pass your course. That's your first emotion. In a company, you want to do better on your job. You want a promotion. You want to compete with the others. So feelings are different. That's why I'm saying transition from corporate to company. From company to corporate. Next. Yeah, what do you look forward to? Yeah, when you go to a job, you get a credit card. Okay, you get your first salary, you get your own office desk, okay, colleagues and friends, feeling of independence. You'll say, I've got 20,000 rupees a month, I feel I'm independent. No, you have that independence, but then go back to your parents, respect your college, okay? Yeah, I think we are finishing, yeah, next. Yeah, some things you can start today. Yeah, keep your time, dress for the occasion, I've mentioned that, I don't know whether you can see it clearly. So respond, keep up your commitment. In a company when you go, there are commitments. Boss will say, I want this paper on my table tomorrow morning. If necessary, you have to stay on till 10 o'clock in the night, finish it and go. You can't say in your college, I go home at 5 o'clock, I'm leaving, no way. Okay? Then empathize, understand the problems of others, especially in HR. When a man comes to you and says, what is his problem? You should be able to listen to him. Yeah, start today. Yeah, next. That's it. Thank you so much. Yeah. 3:15. Another 10 minutes for questions. Yeah. Can I have some water? Yeah. Yeah, 3:15. What time are you starting? 3:30. I don't want to eat into your time. 5 to 10 minutes questions. Yeah. So far they've not asked anything. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Deepika from Shastra.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, ask questions which are relevant to this subject. Don't ask me what happened in the morning. I won't know.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, go on. Questions, please. Listen to a question, please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm from Deepika.
Deepika, yeah.
I'm Deepika from Shastra.
Yeah.
If there is any sarcastic question, how to answer, sir?
Answer back sarcastically. Yeah, good question. Normally interviews are all good people here. We will not ask sarcastic questions. See, there's something called a stress interview sometimes. Okay, nice question. What do you mean sarcastic is a very, I would say, bad word in the sense, kindle. The meaning of the word sarcastic is kindle. Oh, if you come to this company, you will become an MD, huh? They may ask a question like that. But normally don't worry. In an interview, interviewers are all good people. We make the members very comfortable. So don't go with that impression that if they ask a sarcastic question, you should be still polite. That's my answer. You can't answer back sarcastically. What can they ask you sarcastically? They may ask, you think you're dressed well? That's what I'm saying. This comes under stress interview. That is to put you under stress, to put you under pressure, to see how you react. So don't worry about that. Even if they ask you a sarcastic question, be nice because you want the job. So you have to answer nicely. Okay? Yeah. Quick questions. I want at least 5 questions out of 400 people.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah.
This is Madhav from Trichy, sir.
Madhav.
Sir, in your interviews, the interviewer will ask any questions do you want to ask. What question type we can ask, sir?
Yeah, nice question. His question is at the end of the interview, the interviewing committee will say, do you have any questions to ask? Yeah, as a fresher, there is nothing much you can ask. You want the job. So don't ask him, sir, will I get the job? So that's one question you should not ask, okay? What you can ask, you can ask an intelligent question. You can say, sir, I've read about your company, but I understand that you're opening up factories in other states. Can I know why you're opening in those states? It's an example. That means you're asking questions about the company. Ask some questions which will make the interviewing, hello, you've asked me a question, you're talking to him, boss. Okay, don't do this in an interview. Huh? You've asked me a question, listen to me. I'm able to see you. Okay, I don't know what you spoke, don't worry. Okay, so ask questions about the company which will make the interviewing committee think. So ask questions about the company itself. Okay, I'll give an example. Good question you've asked. I went for an interview about 10 years back for a senior level. So I finished my interview. Then they said, do you have any questions to ask? I said, yes, your company turnover is now 3,500 crores. So what do you think will be your target next year? They said, yeah, it'll be around 4,500 crores. Fine. I said, how do you think you'll achieve it? Next question. So they answered that question. Then last I said, why do you need me? I said, why is it you want me? They said, yeah, you are an industrial relations specialist, so we are having workers, so we don't want a union in this company, that's why we want you to see that no union comes in. So they asked me. So then later they said the questions you asked were intelligent questions. So you ask about the company better, okay? Don't ask basic questions like, sir, how many hours you work per day? Is Saturday off? What is the dress code, sir? Can I come in jeans? Don't ask such stupid questions. Preferably ask about the company. Nice question you have asked me. Good. Next, one more. Feedback because I'll tell you why. Again go back to my first statement. We are interviewing about say 20 students in 20 minutes each. So I can't give a feedback about every student, okay? So very rarely you'll get a feedback. And even if you get, they'll say, no, you're a nice man here, you're talking well. Nobody will hurt your feeling. Nobody will say you're a daddi. They won't say that. So don't expect feedback from the interviewing committee there itself. Don't ask. Yeah, good question. Yeah, next.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Mahavidya from Knowledge Institute of Technology.
Mahavidya,
yes.
Nice
sir.
name, Mahavidya. Vidya da irukku. Nice, Mahavidya. Nice.
Sir,
okay, hold on. Sometimes some people ask you that question. Your name is very interesting. They'll say, what is Mahavidya? So be ready for such questions, okay?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, good. Next, go on.
Sir, if most probably in interview the first question will be tell about yourself. So apart from that question, if you were an interviewer, what question you will be asking, sir? Apart from tell me about yourself.
I will ask only tell me about yourself. That's the easiest question. I'll tell you why. Yeah, you're asking a question. Apart from that, what else you will ask? For us, that's the best question because in that 3 minutes when you are talking about yourself, we can judge your confidence to some extent. We can judge your communication. We can judge your English. We can judge your posture, the way you're sitting. So we can watch all that. Okay? So that's a normal question. Okay, you may ask me another question why we want to ask is, okay, at the most we'll say, okay, something interesting in your career would have been there. You would have written, I'm a first ranker. I would have said, okay, first ranker, nice. What are the marks you have got? First ranker in your college, you would have written first ranker. You should say first rank in college, first rank in the university. So that can be a question. So it is basically, these are all in cricket, you know, they say full toss. That means to make the batsman feel comfortable. So we'll ask questions to make you comfortable. Okay?
Yes,
so normal question is, tell me about yourself. So you should answer that. How do you answer that? In 3 parts. One, about your family. You say, first you tell your name. Many people don't tell their name. Then you don't have to tell your father's name, mother's name and all that. You say, for example, I would answer this question like, I'm Suresh. I'm from Chennai. My father worked in, my father works in central government. My mother is a housewife. I don't have brothers or sisters. Finished. Family background is over. I'm a student of Vidya Mandir in Mylapore. Done my graduation in so-and-so Presidency College. I'm a postgraduate from Madras School of Social Work. And I've got first class throughout. Education is over. Job, I'm looking forward to your company. I've heard so much about your company, sir. I want to join your company if I'm selected. Finished. 1 minute, you have answered everything. Yeah?
Yes, sir. One more question, sir.
Yeah, if others don't have anything else. Yeah, quick.
Sir,
last question, last 2 questions. Yeah.
Sir, if I have experience more than, if they are giving a salary of 30,000, I have experience more than that, how can I negotiate, sir, for higher salary?
See, you've answered the question. If they say salary is 30,000 and when you come for interview, there's no negotiation at all. It is 30,000. I will not give you anything more. Okay, so there's no question of negotiation there. Negotiation comes in when you don't know what is the salary, then you can say, sir, I'm getting 30,000, can I get 40,000? That's negotiations. So normally when you're told, especially, okay, yours is a stray case where you're talking about experience.
Yeah.
Normally
Yes,
as freshers, those who are going for interview first time, you will be told that the stipend or some people say stipend, that's wrong English, stipend or the monthly salary will be 25,000 per month. Please understand it is 25,000, it cannot be 25,001 rupee, okay? So don't go and say, sir, can I get 26,000, you're out. Okay, so when a salary is specified and you have agreed and gone for the interview, don't negotiate more. Okay? Yeah, I don't want to tell you about principles of negotiation, that's a different subject. Yeah, if it's the same person, I prefer somebody else. You've asked me a question already, right? Who's the other man? The man next to you? Oh, that row is all very educated guys. No one else in the center? Okay, last 1 or 2 short questions. Okay, quick. I'm sorry, at least I'm asking some questions.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Tell me.
Sir, at the time of undergraduation, when I was studying, I faced one company, sir. An interviewer asked me one question. I am totally perplexed.
Good.
Why should I hire you?
Why should
That's
I hire
the
you?
question, sir.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should say why he should hire you. Correct. He's right in asking question. You should say, hire me for my strengths. So that's what I'm saying. You should make the interviewer ask you questions. So you should have answered. I don't know what you answered. Huh? Did you get the job? Did you get that job? No. You didn't answer the question. Na chance hai illa. If you don't answer, what job you can get here? You should answer a question. Never leave. It's not like cricket. Well left. You're batting in outside the off stump. No way. You should answer all the questions. So why should I hire you is a very nice question. You should say, sir, you should hire me for. Actually, good question he has asked. You should know your strengths. So you should say, you can hire me for my communication skills. You should hire me for my computer skills. I'm good in Excel. I'm good in PowerPoint. And your job needs a HR person with communication skills. I've got it. So please take me. Perfect answer. Okay? That's why you should highlight your strengths. Okay? Yeah. Last question?
Yeah. One here in the front.
Yeah. Yeah. Go on. Quick. I can still take one more. I like answering more questions.
Good afternoon, sir.
325. Yeah, good afternoon.
Sir, my name is Raja Gopalan from Shastra.
Yeah.
There is a concept in an interview called overqualified, sir.
Overqualified, okay.
If I attend an interview, in that case, I need the job. I'm having the confidence that I will do the job, but due to my overqualified, they are not selecting me, sir. In that case, how should I negotiate and what did I say I can do, sir?
Bad luck. Never apply for a job where you are overqualified. If they want a BE, they want a BE. If you are an ME, then you're overqualified. Okay? So difficult only. So I'll tell you why. There's so much of unemployment in the market. For one job, there are at least 10 people competing. So they go by the correct qualification. So if you're overqualified, you're overqualified. You may not get the job. They don't need, that means what is meaning overqualification? That means they don't need that higher qualification which you have got to do the job. Somebody will say, I'm an ME in design. In that company, there won't be a design department at all. So why should he take an ME in design? He can manage with a BE mechanical who knows design, correct? So overqualified means very difficult. You can't negotiate. I will not allow you to negotiate. First of all, when you're overqualified, you will not even be called for the interview. If I specify, for example, BE, I will not call a ME for interview. If I call, that's my foolishness. My means the employer's foolishness. If I call you, then yeah, that means we want to use your overqualification as to our advantage. Okay? So moral of the story, if any company they specify as MBA and you have done an MBA, you have done MCA, then if you apply, they'll use only your MBA. They will not use your higher qualification. Why all that? In Bihar and all that, they say for a railway guardman's job, when they say SSLC, PUC, BSc, ME, BTechs, everyone apply. There's a famous line which I got saying, for a guardman's job, guardman means the man who puts the signal, for about 1,000 positions, they got 1 lakh applications. All the 1 lakh were higher qualified. So there's no use at all. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just close it with just one interview anecdote. This is my favorite, I always finish. It's only a 1 minute, it's actually a long joke, but I'll finish in 1 minute. There was an interview going on, okay? We have spoken so much about interviewing skills. There was an interview going on, and that position was for a public relations executive. So we want a girl or boy whose English is very good, because you have to speak in English. So the interview committee said, we'll test the English knowledge of the person. So one girl came, very smart girl. So we said, I'll tell you a word, you have to tell me the opposite. What? Opposite. So she said, okay, fine. She sat down like that very confidently. So I said, start. I said, good. She said, bad. I said, right. She said, left. I said, white. She said, black. Up, down, sky. She said, earth. And then it went on like that, about 15 opposites, okay? Rain. She said, sun. So like that. Now I'll cut out. 15 opposites, everything she answered. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Then finally I asked a very difficult word. I said, nocturnal. The opposite of nocturnal is diurnal, okay? It means of the night, of the day. So I asked, nocturnal. She said, nicturnal. I said, wrong. She said, right. I said, no. I said, no, hold on. She said, no, yes, go on. I said, you are wrong. She said, I'm right. She's still in that opposite mode. I said, please get up. She said, please sit down. She sat tight. I said, I was getting irritated. I said, out. She said, in. I said, you are rejected. She said, I'm selected. When do I join, sir? So that's how it is. So we'll have fun in interviews also. All the very best. Do well.
Thank you very much,
sir. Get jobs.
Thank you very much for your valuable time and insightful speech.
My only My only hope and prayer is if you see me at an airport, if you see me at a railway station or at a bus stand, if you see me, if you get a good job, come and tell me, sir, I went for your how to face an interview, I got the job, sir, I'll be the happiest person. We'll have a coffee together. Okay, all the very best. Do
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. In introducing Shri A. Selva Vinayagaraja, Vice President HR Rane Group, Chennai. He is a graduate in Business Administration and a postgraduate in HR, practicing HR professional with 28 years of diversified experience in service and manufacturing sectors. Currently heading corporate HR at Rane. He is an active member and resource person for HR and IR forums of Confederation of Indian Industry, Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers, Auto Components Manufacturer Association, Madras Chamber of Commerce, and Industries and Employer Federation of Southern India. Also a member of CAA Chennai Zone Skill Panel. He is a guest faculty with TLS, MSSW, and few other institutions. CAA Certified HR Excellence Assessor as he is. He has hands-on experience in designing and running development centers, 360-degree feedback assessment, performance management system, and job evaluation. He is passionate about progressive and constructive industrial relation practices and facilitated more than 30 long-term productivity-linked settlements with leading labor. And I'm sure it's a privilege for us to have you as a guest, sir. Let us put our hands together to welcome Shri A. Selva Vinayagaraja, Vice President. I request our beloved CEO, Sir Dr. S.P.S. Aruldas, to felicitate the guest with a garland and as a token of our love and affection, also to present the memento to him. Thank you, sir, for being the gracious accepting the honor.
Thanks to Mr. Suresh for keeping up the energy level and enthusiasm. I think all of you are now ready to face the interview and move from campus to corporate. For next 1 hour, I will be trying to trigger your thoughts whether you want to land in a job or in a career. That too in the changing dynamics of the theme, whatever you are given. I think I should thank the think tank for selecting this theme, especially when you are ready to move from campus to corporate. So where you want to land, job or career? Career or career? So you got the tips from Suresh. So you want to land in career. Okay. We will discuss in detail in the coming slides. I assure you that I will have only 35 to 45 minutes. If I cross that limit, please ask me to stop. I know the pain of sitting and listening there. I also recollect my own college days, sitting there and then looking at the people talking here as if they know everything, right? So it should not be so. Stop me wherever you feel you are bored or already it is done, because I don't know what my previous speakers covered, and always there is a drawback in taking up the session the fag end of the day, because I don't know what they covered, how much they covered. Sometimes I may be repetitive, but please bear with me in case I am repetitive, or ask me to stop. Right? I think the theme is about changing dynamics of modern workforce, right? Is it possible to predict the changing dynamics? The future of work or workforce? Yes or no? Some dilemma, yes or no? I say no. I don't know how you say yes, but I say no, right? So why I say no? It is highly uncertain. There is no certainty. The days are gone when our parents, forefathers, or even your brothers have taken up the job. TVSல வேலை கிடைச்சோனே கல்யாணம் பண்ணலாம். Permanency வந்துரும். Somebody asked about permanency. Permanency வந்துரும். So we can get married. We can lead a life of the same profession, same company, and get retired. But the days are gone. It's not going to be the same, right? We are changing day by day. Every day, some improvements are happening. either in the technology form or in the socio-cultural reformation or globalization, whatever it is. So it's not going to be a certain, and we cannot predict 100%, I would say. So whatever we are able to predict, to that extent, how can we align or get ready or prepare to handle that situation? That is what we are going to discuss, right? So all these changes, before getting into workforce changes, why these changes, dynamics of workforce is changing, right? Why these changes are happening? 4 key parameters. One is that this globalization. After 1990, when we started LPG, then this globalization, multinational companies have started coming in. And all multinational companies, when they came in, they brought their own workforce management style or workforce management policies, right? That has influenced our market, Indian market, because we are also not insulated from globalization. That is one. After 1995, 96 or even 2000, the IT era started, right? So advancement in technology, booming of ITES industries. For their part, they changed the work culture, work model, etc., etc. And then after that, what happened? This AI was in talk. AI, augmented technology, etc., etc. So these changes in the work driven by technological advancements, social shift, as well as economical forces and global events. For example, look, Russia-Ukraine war. It's not insulating any country. The paradigm is getting shifted, econo-social environment is changing. Accordingly, the market is getting corrected. Since the market is getting corrected, the industries, outputs, etc., is getting corrected. So accordingly, we need to change or have a workforce style to manage all these changes. That is where the need for change in workforce model is coming in place, right? If you look at it, the technological advancement, when we talk about technological advancements, if you look at it, in the recent survey by global economic analysts, 1/4 of the jobs are going to be displaced by AI, artificial intelligence. It may go up, it may not come down, right? 1/4, in a sense, is about 25% our jobs are going to be displaced. We can look at it as a challenge. Also, we can look at it as opportunities, right? How we take it up, it's left with us. If you look at, what are the areas it's going to get displaced, this is also given. More of repetitive, more of administrative, where there is no cutting edge competencies required, analytics to some extent, except some labor oriented, almost everything is going to get displaced, right? Even industry, I will come to that also. I'm representing manufacturing sector, I will talk about that also. So this kind of AI or augmented intervention is going to displace most of the jobs. So it's not, I'm not threatening you. Please understand me in the right perspective that we need to gear up, change our thought process, keep on learning so that we are prepared, well prepared to meet the challenges. That is my intention, okay? So as I said, the career path is not ending up in a job and retiring like your grandfather or father, right? You cannot join the same, single company and retire from the same company. Even now it is not so. At least nowadays, 5 to 10 years, people are staying in a company. And interestingly, I will talk about this, attrition level at IT companies as well as manufacturing sector. So changes are inevitable. We need to change and then we need to move on. That's how it is, right? We can also look at this displacement as challenge as well as opportunity. This I talked about. So in this background, if you look at how the future of work is going to be, I have taken 3 dimensions. One is that as a person, as an individual, how it is going to be with me, and as an organization, as an employer, how it is going to be, and as a society. These are all the three areas how the future of work is going to change and how the workforce dynamics are expected to change. Again, predictions are not 100%, but we are going towards that. We need to get prepared for ourselves, right? I think if you look at the future of work, it's going to be more meaningful, more purposeful. It is not that now it is not meaningful, it is purposeful. It's slightly beyond. Now, after completing a BCom, I am joining as accountant. I will end up my career as accountant. Right? The purpose is very simple, doing an accountant job. That's all. But going forward, that is not going to help us. Because the organizations are, as an individual, you are looking at a bigger purpose in your life, bigger objective, meaningful, rather than ending up as accountant. So it's going to be a purpose-led, sustainable, talent and cloud-powered work. That is what? Cloud-powered. When I mean cloud-powered, it's not only digital storage, digital analysis, etc. It's more than that, meaning computing without the direct active management by the user. That is the era where we are going to. So somebody is waiting, some AI is waiting to replace even our thinking process, right? So we need to be slightly ahead of the machines. The machines are invented by us, but we need to be slightly ahead of the machines to equip ourselves to run in the race. Right. So the next, in this context, if you look at it, the first point of future of work, given this background, always now people are talking about work-life balance, work-life balance, work-life balance, meaning Suresh was also telling, by 5 o'clock you can leave from college. Even now, by 5 o'clock I can leave my factory, I can leave my office. But days are changing. Because even after leaving to home, especially after COVID, nobody knows when my work starts, when my work ends. Because I started working from remote, right? I started working hybrid model. So work follows me. Work follows me. Whenever I go, wherever I go, work follows me. Modi solluvaanga office la varumbodhu you remove your shoes, you remove your work pressure or whatever happened in the office or factory, whatever it is, so that you can be happy with your family. Though we find it difficult, we used to say that, but we cannot say that even now because I am carrying my laptop, I am carrying my gadget 24/7. The work is following me. So where is the question of work-life balance? So there is no work-life balance, right? You may differ with me, but there is no work-life balance. Unless otherwise you know the tactics or rhythm of converging your work and life. So work-life balance is going to go out. So we need to converge our work and life based on common, professional and personal identity, professional and personal interest, etc., etc. We need to converge. So then only it can be possible. So just, think it over in these lines for the future, right? Integrate personal and professional identities and interest as much as possible. So work-life balance and work-life convergence. So far, knowing the job is okay. If you look at a simple example, watching cricket, we used to tell, right? Along with friends, we will sit, and the ball 6 adichirukkom macha, and the ball 4 adichirukkalam, out aita. All these things, because we know cricket, we are commenting on that, because that is gut feel. If I were there, I would have hit the ball to 6. If I were there, I would have missed it. That is more of knowing the game, more of gut feel. But that is not going to help us anymore. Soiling our hands, experiential learning, That is where we get the real art of managing it. So play it. Don't sit and watch. Go and play it in the ground. Then only you will know which ball you need to hit 6, which ball you need to play 4. Right? So that's how. So knowing is more about prior knowledge and gut feel. Learning comes with the experience and also associated with the risk. உட்காந்து சொல்லும்போது 6 அடிக்கலாம்னு சொல்லிடலாம், பட் கிரவுண்டுக்குள்ளே போன பிறகு க்ளீன் போல்ட் ஆகிடுவோம். Then it comes with a risk. So please be appetite with the risk taking. Please be ready to face failures and take risk. By taking risk and by failing, you will learn more. So slightly change from knowing to learning. That is the second expectation as an individual you should have for the changing dynamics. The third one is, as I said, career is not going to be the same, right? So joining as an accountant after BCom, once in 5 years, the manager will promote me if I am performing the same job good, and my increment will go up. So days are gone. Who will look at you for doing the same job to pay more and to keep you in the higher designation? So that is not going to help you out. So instead of looking at vertical time-bound career, you should look at career vision. Meaning, how can I move laterally, get more competencies, get more skill, and then grow in the organization? Vertical is important. I am not saying that vertical is not important. As you grow, you need title, you need compensation, etc., etc. But a long run, you need to be little lateral in terms of flexing, leveraging your skill sets, get experience across. So that is going to be the expectation, as well as you need to get ready for that, right? This lateral movement calls for reskill and upskill. It's not that, we pass out of this college, we are all qualified. Don't get me wrong again. It's not that. Every day, if you look at your IT brothers and sisters, every day what the language they use, software they use is getting changed. So they keep on learning. Soon that is going to be the order in other industries also, because everything is going to be technology driven. So reskilling and upskilling is going to be the mantra or cutting edge differentiator for you for success in your life, right? And shaping your own career. So nobody is going to guarantee your career, right? Given the background, understand what needs to be done, what needs to be learned, etc., etc. So no time-bound growth. So more opportunities are available. You can shape up your own career by taking lateral career vision. So choice with the individual. So as I said some time back, the job hopping, right? Nobody is going to stay in the same organization and retire. If you look at the interesting data, Facebook, most of us, 100% of us are using, where the employees are not staying beyond 12 months, 11 months. That is one of the best company, Google, one of the best company where employees are not staying beyond 12 months. Think it over. I got the job in Google, but I am leaving within 12 months. So what it is? The job is not going to satisfy you. It's the career. It's the aspiration that is going to satisfy you. If the job is going to satisfy you, someone joined Google will retire. The other way of looking at it, the organization also wants that because of cost pressure, etc. So please be prepared for job hopping, not at frequent. I am not advising you, but this is what happening in the market. If you look at all this, Apple 23 months, eBay 24 months. All these software companies, IT years, people are not staying beyond 2 years. Something is driving, right? Individual aspiration, etc. It's also bad in the manufacturing sector, where it is currently ranging between 3 years to 5 years, but we are expecting that also will come down going forward. So please be prepared for all these things. And always staying open to change. As I said early, every day, every hour, there is an innovation, there is an improvement, etc. So we need to be open for the change and adaptability and resilience to face these changes. That is more important. We need to be adaptable, we need to be resilient. That is more important in terms of moving ahead. So, having said this context, now, even now, most of us are anxious, right? For 2 minutes, we are not sitting without shivering our hand. Every 2 minutes, we are taking our mobile and then looking at somebody has sent WhatsApp, somebody has sent, somebody has tweeted, somebody has, posted in Facebook, Reels, etc., etc., etc. Because we are becoming anxious. We want information, Pasi. We want information. We want to know. Somebody is doing something. Please remind me that is going to go up unless otherwise you are managing it properly. Even in the professional life. Because gadget is following you, work is following you, and then you will be in the fear of missing it out. That is fear of missing it out. FOMO. So what happened? My friend is doing this at Google, he moves this way. He has done something, he is doing something, etc., etc. So fear of missing out is going to be with you. Again, don't get into the wrong connotation or negative thing. Please be prepared to face this fear of missing out. Manage this anxious, right? It may sometime play with our self-esteem, but we should not allow it to play with our self-esteem. We should know clearly how to balance between what I am and what I can have, what I have, and what I lack. And what I am doing to overcome that is answer. So please be prepared to manage this anxious. It also leads to some of self-esteem related issues and then stress, etc. So please be prepared for that. And going forward, as an individual, I will be looking for more freedom and power than ever before in my working environment. You are also going to do that. Already started in the organizations, where autonomy to have to say how I need to complete my job. So gadget is given, or even sometimes bring your gadgets. It's not going to be the laptop alone, even mobiles we are going to work. So gadget is yours, time frame is given, way and means of work is going to be decided by you in most of the jobs. Of course, there will be some basic SOPs will be in place to in terms of etiquettes, etc., integrity, etc. But the things are changing very fast that you will be given more autonomous to handle your things. So as I said, no one is going to give you lifetime career. You see job hopping is happening. Both the sides it is, plus and minus. So don't think that somebody said, I want job, I want confirmation. Confirmation is nothing here. Please note that. I may be a little sounding pessimistic, but still I am preparing you because you are all fresh minds. You need to be ready for handling all this with an agile, right? Confirmation is nothing. Who said once you confirmed you will be there forever? It again depends upon the employment terms, 3 months, 6 months, either with a check of 3 months or with a check of 6 months pay. So pink slips are order of the day. We will talk about little later after recognition, right? So please also keep it in mind, competition for jobs is no longer limited to where you live. I am from Trichy, sailing from Trichy. Trichy, in and around 6-7 companies are there. I can get job easily here and then settle along with my parents. No. Mobility, people are ready to migrate from wherever it is. Also, the remote work, wherever possible, gives the opportunity to compete not only from local region or within the nation. It's an international global competition we are going to face even to get the job, right? Also, global, that's what I said, global talent pool, remote work. If I am not competitive, I am not competent to do this job, it is going to be outsourced to some other agency, some other person sitting in some other nation or even some other state, some other nation, whatever it is. So the mindset of getting employment in the same place where I was born, brought up, etc. has to go away. You need to be flexible to go around and take up assignments wherever it is. Of course, you can enjoy remote work once you start doing that, right? For doing this, what is, main request? One is that, you should have global awareness. The second is intercultural fluency. Of course, institutions started, teaching the languages, foreign languages, French or German, whatever it is, are nowadays part of our syllabus. But that is not going to be enough. The culture, the behavior, the way in which people view and then react are different from nation to nation. Courses are there to understand. If I'm going to go German, I need to go a course here in Chennai to attend how German people will behave, how they eat, how they handshake, etc., etc. The intercultural fluency is must to become competitive in the global arena, right? So somebody was specific about salary, what salary you will give in the interview, right? Please read the sentence. No one is going to pay you just for having a degree. You are from MBA, you are from whatever the institution, I am not going to pay you. It is a difference what you are bringing into the organization, right? Are you relevant to the context? Degree, of course, it's a basic. But are you staying relevant to the context in which or for which we are hiring or which we are all working? Stay relevant to the context. Whether it is techno-savvy or the other way around. Stay relevant. If you are not relevant, you will become obsolete. People will overtake and then move on, right? For doing this, again, college studies will give us basic. Lifelong learning and acquiring new skills to remain competitive. That is going to be here. So continue to learn throughout the life. Things are changing. We need to be aware of this. Also bring some entrepreneurial mindset, meaning because we are all going to sit and then work at remote places and then more autonomous is going to have. Keep it in mind that as if you are the owner of the organization, that kind of ownership, that kind of commitment, that kind of cost consciousness, efficiency, you need to plan on your own. Because this performance efficiency, etc., is little difficult except watching the final result. It is going to be little difficult in the remote and then hybrid model. Okay, time we can monitor, but the real efficiency, project time completion, etc., is going to be little difficult. So people will be looking at you for entrepreneurial mindset, as if the owner, how you are going to act. So all these things put together, if you want to stay employed in the future, you need to stand out. Your outstanding performance in the academics is not only going to help you. You need to stay relevant, keep learning, be agile to adapt changes, move ahead, etc., right? So this is what I mean about personal side. And if you look at organization, as I said, these technology advancements displaces most of the jobs, which again configures the entire system. Reconfiguration is happening, right? Remote and hybrid work models, technology, automation, artificial intelligence, augmented decisions, then gig economy. Most of the jobs, like right now we have Uber, Ola, Swiggy kind of stuffs. And that is going to expand. In a sense, factories like ours, earlier we used to have, a plumber, electrician, AC mechanic, etc., for specific jobs. Now there is no need. Even organized factories can call for urban company, right? For getting expert services. A CNC expert can come work in 2-3 companies by setting the machines alone. So more of shift from physical labor to intellectual labor is happening. We will, as an employer, the organizations will also look at intellectual labor part rather than physical labor part. Physical labor part in the sense I am from MBA Finance, I can sit, I am CA Chartered Accountant, I can sit and then do all this accounting, entering, ledger, etc. But that is not going to help. How you are going and take it up to intellectual way of thinking and then putting a system to simplify this manual work. That is going to contribute more rather than taking up these jobs, right? The same as the case happening in manufacturing. If you look at any manufacturing factory, I mean, most of you heard about 4.0, 2.0, etc., Industry 4.0 is. Most of the jobs are getting replaced by robotics. That is why I said from manual labor, it is going to become an intellectual labor part of it. If you take, our case of example, we are going to, earlier we used to do final inspection at the quality, each of the line final inspection, we will be hiring about hundreds of people to check the quality of the parts. Days are gone. Now computer vision, automated checking is in place. So 100 positions are vanished. So automatically it does more perfectly than a human being. Then what else is required? So the automation is happening. Same as the case in terms of maintenance, predictive maintenance. Now no manager is working and doing analysis for predictive maintenance when the machine will fail. What sort of fail we will face. That is not the job of the manager nowadays. If we do some analysis, the system will throw out this machine last failed in this occasion, number of times occasions failed on the same reason, and this is expected to fail in this. So you can schedule your preventive maintenance based on that. So please understand the work system and work environment is getting changed. So we need to move to the analysis using technology rather than doing analysis on our own. So that is what happening. Same as the case with materials or any other function, it is happening. Also the work models, except barring gig economy, even in the organized sectors, if you look at it, the hirings are happening not only in permanent role. Please be ready to take up contractual contingent assignments. If a company hires 1,000 of people, they may not hire 1,000 people on roll. 100 positions, maybe 150 positions on direct role, and then 700 to 800 positions on contingent level or through outsourced, and then remaining 10% through expert services, who can come and then visit, do some advice, and then go away to another company, kind of thing. So this is going to be the order or expectation from the organizations. And also the workplaces are becoming more meaningful in a sense, comes with a greater purpose. We need to establish greater purposeful workplaces, cultural that emphasizes collaboration, inclusivity and respect. Inclusivity and respect, when I talk about it, is not the gender, it is not the color, it is not the geographical location-based diversification. It's more about the perspectives. As an individual, an employee is valued or not. When an employee has the freedom to say or disagree, say no or disagree to any of the proposal tabled for discussion at whatever the level he is, then there is the engagement. So to that extent, autonomous is going to be with you. Your voice is going to get counted. That is what our organization is also looking, and you will enjoy this. But be relevant, be competitive to make your voice. Be competent to make your voice. That's where you are going to make the difference, right? And employee well-being is one more area because of these changing models. Earlier we used to sit together, work together, etc. So we have the time to free will and then discuss, etc., with our colleagues. Bonding, emotional connect was happening. But it is going to be difficult when you are going to work remotely. But we need to find a way how to get connected, how to have empathetic view about others, etc., etc. That is going to be a challenge, but companies are taking enough steps and running with the wellness programs to take care of the mental and physical health of the employee, right? Also, employee assistance programs like counseling are also rolled out by the organization. Culture, I talked about it, diversity, flexibility, collaboration, individual values are going to be filled. So given a nutshell, how the organization will look at this working model, if you look at it, it's like taking a cinema. For a film by Rajinikanth, or for a film by AVM Productions, I will rope some actor, actress, music director, villain, comedian, lyrics writer, etc., etc. Because those are all different experts doing freelancing, right? So I will bring all the best together to handle my project, and as soon as the project is over, they will go out. Once again, when I do second project, I will bring those people in. So this is going to be like film making going forward, except a few, manufacturing related, everything is else going to be like this. You can be your own. You are the expert, you will be called. A.R. Rahman, vaanga music pannunga. Go out. Next film, if I don't like A.R. Rahman or it needs Anirudh skill, I will bring Anirudh. That's all. So as employer, they are not going to have permanent relationship with these experts, right? So independent individuals with unique talents gets together to work on a company project. And once they succeed, they will also celebrate or recognize in a unique way. Okay, go out. How to bond, right? So going out for a movie, company provides. Unique recognition programs also follow this kind of work models. That will happen automatically. Companies are thinking in those lines. The next is, as I said, at the end, they will go their separate ways. They might work together in the future or not. If Rajinikanth wants A.R. Rahman back, he will call him. He is comfortable with Anirudh, he will continue with Anirudh. Pete kapro, annathe kapro idua, jailer, something like that, right? So this is a simple concept where the organization are going to handle the project. Different experts are going to be pulled together and then after completing the project, they will leave on their own. While talking about recognition, pink slips are becoming easy nowadays. So that's why I said permanency is not there. At least one signature, 500, 200, 5,000, 2,000 jobs are going, right? Why? Because maybe displacement, maybe doing reskilling. How organizations are managing this knowledge loss, knowledge gap, they are trying to come up with more of automation, more of reskilling, etc. So look at all these things and be ready. So world is becoming coming into our palm. So it is easy to get connected to any contractor, any vendor, any supplier across the plant, across the globe, right? And also employers will have to access to a larger, more skilled workforce than you. As that said, you cannot expect you are the best. World is very big, and then people are more competitive, people are more competent. So we need to take all these things when we try to build our career to stay competitive. Finally, the global. So global, both organizations and employees, they need to be responsive to all these changes. Employee well-being, if employees, remote condition, problems he will face, the employer has to be empathetic to take care of those things. The same way, how the employer will manage productivity or efficiency, the employee has to adapt. So both parties need to work the possible way of managing these changing dynamics and meeting the others' expectations. Creating a combination of flexibility and adaptability is the key differentiator here. How we are going to create adaptability and how we are going to create flexibility in these models are going to create success, right? So as I said, don't stop with college studies. My MBA is over, I got the ticket, go to the parent and then tell, MBA venu ninga vaangi kodutiten, mudinju pochu. It's not the life we are going to lead. So keep on learning lifelong, Non-traditional platforms like Coursera, of course all of you are aware of that, then blended learning, then midlife midlife challenge, career shifts, midlife career stagnation will be the one more issue which you need to consider from now on, right? And college is just a high school. Where you are is just a high school. Don't get me wrong again. I'm not underestimating. So this is ground. You need to, from here, you need to move to the lifelong learning space in which you need to work on, right? And informal education is more accessible than ever. Now you can using net, internets, other social medias, you can learn wherever you are, whatever you want. Academic Earth is one portal which gives online for free from top universities like Stanford and MIT. You can make use of it to keep on continuously educating yourself. So there is no longer no excuse not to know how. You need to know somehow what we need to do. Right? One side, this is employer and employee. The second is regulatory policies and governance. So employment laws are getting amended to manage these kind of changes. Of course, most of you are aware about the labor law amendments, what is being contemplated for a decade now. So that addresses specific parts of gig workers and then their social security, etc., etc. But a lot more have to come. Moonlighting, I don't know whether this word is, this word is given for the old, meaning old wine in the new bottle. Already there is a dual employment and laws related to dual employment are in place. Now that IT companies coming in find a new word called moonlighting, working for two employers. So it is there in our, labor enactments, it is there, dual employment, whether possible, not possible, what actions, etc., etc. But that is not going to prevent. Moonlighting is going to be the order of the day. Some companies may like, some companies may not like, but it's going to be the day. If the company allows it, it will come with some policy framework. Otherwise, we cannot. But moonlighting, there is a possibility of earning more, money, experience, etc., etc. So please be prepared to moonlight also sometimes. Then ethical guidelines and governance structures because of MNCs and the government bodies, that is also we need to look at when we are using our automation or AI. So we need to be responsible in terms of using our AI automation knowledge. So as I said, one size fits none, and all these technological advancements, they are not going to replace or disappear all the jobs. No, some may go, but more to come. So technology is here to create more jobs. So we need to be little ahead to handle the technology and invent the technology. Both invent and handle the technology. That is how our life is going to be, right? Here the basic differentiator is human skill, which is not going to miss in any of the changing context. The human skills which is going to put you, in a special path is that how empathetic you are in this scenario and how interpersonal sensitivity, what interpersonal sensitivity you have and social perspectiveness you bring into the table. These three human skills are going to be the differentiator for your success. Please equip yourself in these three things whenever you get into a company, right? So the developments are happening, works are getting redesigned, governance are also coming in place to manage these changes. So the shift in workforce behavior because of all these things, if you look at it, to put it in short, remote and hybrid work adoption. So that is what you people are looking at it. Focus on work-life convergence and not on work-life balance. Emphasis on well-being, lifelong and learning and upskilling are going to be the need. Career mobility, be ready to move anywhere. Do job hopping whenever it is required. Demand for inclusivity and diversity. Put your perspective, use your autonomous. Start working remote teamwork. So even now it is better, WhatsApp is connecting. But how to express your emotions connected when we are at remote, that is going to be a differentiator. And entrepreneurial mindset, I talked about it. sustainability consciousness. More and more green works are going to come. As an individual, what is my part in creating this sustainability is also a topic to be aware of. So more and more green work comes, your job will also get changed, right? So be aware of that, and adaptability and resilience. Having said the behavior of workforce, since I thought, this educational institution, we need to discuss about 2-3 things. One is that curriculum adaptation. It is changing. Over a period of time, it is changing from classroom to more of experiential learning. That has to happen for students to undergo or, face all these challenges. And industry institute integration for skill development, specifically in this area, technology advancement, how to equip ourselves for these new technologies, etc. And career services, of course, happening. Give more global perspectives, meaning what is available internationally, cross-cultural experiences, and exposure to global issues and perspectives. It's not enough that we read Indian context. It's not enough that we read Asian context. We need to be more global perspective. What is happening in somewhere in the world, we are not insulated. So give that exposure. Research and innovation is also, one area where educational institutions can contribute for these changing dynamics. And groom ethical and social responsible future potentials, that is also there. So having said that, let us embrace the changing dynamics of the modern workforce with optimism, resilience, commitment to lifelong learning. That is what going to help us. Of course, our educational systems has equipped us with the tools that try to see through this new era. We can shape a bright future for ourselves as well as the generations to come. I'm also sure I'm not made you afraid of what is going to happen, how you need to gear up, etc., etc. Few of us will be happy by writing the last semester, yes, everything is done, but that is not the case, right? So, good. Any questions? I'll be happy to take it up.
So I have a question for you. Sure. Sir, probably you would have been, as I have gone through your profile, that 28 years of experience. So 3 decades before you started a career and you are presenting it today. Can you please give 2 tips? How did you come to the adaptability of this modern terms? And how did you overcome the resistance in case if you faced a resistance?
So one line answer is fittest to survive. That is, if you want to survive, I need to be fit, and then I need to upkeep my... So learning, unlearning, relearning are to be there lifelong. And that is what will drive us.
On behalf of GSB and all of us in this forum, thank you very much for that erudite speech which made us all enthralled with your ideas in a compelling way. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. G. Yashoda, Assistant Professor, Holy Cross College, Tiruchirappalli. University. Dr. G. S. Subhashini, Assistant Professor, Kundavai Nachiyar Government Women's Arts College. Dr. G. S. Subhashini, Assistant Professor, Kundavai Nachiyar College. Now I request the faculty members, any one of them and any 1 or 2 students from the college I will call. I request students from MA Business School, Tiruchirappalli with any one of their faculty. Holy Cross College, Tiruchirappalli, I request them to come and collect the certificates. Holy Cross College, Tiruchirappalli. Kundavai Nachiyar Government Women's Arts College, Tanjavur. I request you to put the hands together to get the certificate receipt. Followed by Sri AVVM Pushpam College, Tanjore. I request student participants from AVVM College, Pushpam, Tanjore. I request the student representatives from Shastra Deemed University, Tanjore to come and collect the certificate. Followed by Sri Krishna College of Engineering and Technology, Coimbatore. And Knowledge Institute of Technology, Salem. I'll be calling you. Okay, I'll be calling. I thank our director, sir, for giving away the certificates to all the participants who traveled all the way. Thank you very much. Enni tuniha karumum tuninda pin ennum enbadu ilukku. I request Dr. M. Chitra, faculty coordinator.
So respected dignitaries, faculty fraternity, and my dear students, good evening to you all. I know you're all waiting for a break, so I'm cut shorting my vote of thanks note. So let me begin with thanking Dr.R. Srinivasan, Director JBIMS, Dr.R. Purushothaman, Head L&D Jiomart Digital, Shri Jeeva Balakrishnan, CTO Reliance Retail Jio, and Shri S. Suresh, SVN Consultancy, and Shri Selva Vinayaga Raja, VP HR Rane Group, for having consented to come here and deliver thoughtful insights on their respective areas. Hope it have been a great learning for you people, right? And from there on, I would like to thank the faculty fraternity, students from other colleges who have shown enthusiastic participation. I'd like to place my immense gratitude to our chairman, Shri S.P. Selvaraj, to our CEO, Dr. S.P.S. Aruldas, for having provided us with this huge platform of learning. Thank you. I'd like to thank our director, Dr. S. Sundar, for being there and letting us experiment things, rekindling our creativity and innovation. Thank you, sir. I'd like to thank my faculty colleagues who headed various committees to run this show in an efficient manner. Thank you all. It would have been really difficult without administrative staff, technical team, housekeeping, and food court staff. They enabled the smooth conduction of this event. I thank them wholeheartedly. I appreciate the organizing brigade, members of event committee and HR club, and the MC team headed by Professor Saravanan. And last but not the least, thank you, my dear Prahalads and Demings, for being wonderful audience and participating enthusiastically. Thank you all. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am.